I declare open this hearing of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 25-26 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land in which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee has set Thursday the 11th of December 2025 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and Thursday the 29th of January 2026 is the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee proceedings today will begin with the Indigenous portfolio agencies as listed on today's program. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions or estimates hearings, and that is any question going to the operation or financial position of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, and as is my usual practice, I've provided copies of the code in the room for your reference. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference through the day who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I welcome back the Honourable Melinda McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians, and I also welcome Ms Tricia Stroud, Registrar of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporations, and Ms Penny Talbot, the Executive Director of the Office of Township Leasing, and the other officers at the table. Minister, would you care to make an opening statement?
Just a good morning, Chair, and I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this country and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging.
Thank you. Ms Talbot, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator. We've actually submitted an opening statement, but I'd also like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people of the countries that we're meeting today.
Thank you. Ms Stroud?
No, thank you, Chair.
Excellent. We will then just proceed directly to questioning, and we'll start with Senator Little.
Thank you and good morning. My first questions are to the Office of the Registrar of Indigenous Corporations. Ms Stroud, in an answer to one of my questions on notice, you advised that 29 organisations have been prosecuted for failure to lodge reports since 1 January 2022. How much has ORIC spent on legal fees pursuing those organisations' reporting requirements?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. Sorry, Senator.
That's okay.
Noting that the minor regulatory prosecution, which are those that have failed to lodge reports, is a CDPP prosecution. Our investigations team compile the briefs of evidence to provide CDPP, so that's done in-house, but the actual prosecution work is done by CDPP.
Right, okay. Is that work increasing or decreasing?
Minor regulatory prosecution, in-house investigations. Mm-hmm. In-house investigations has stabilised. We've spent the last 12, 18 months going through a large backlog of legacy investigations. So we have continued with minor regulatory prosecutions, which we returned to in 2022. And at the moment, the investigations team has 5 active cases on their books, which is pretty stable and pretty manageable for the team of our size.
Okay. Of the organisations that were convicted and fined, are you aware if any of those continued to receive Commonwealth funding?
I'm not, Senator. That would be a matter for funding bodies to check the public register and check our regular announcements and updates of corporations being prosecuted.
Okay, so what's the communication once you lodge an investigation and you decide to pursue it through the DPP? Do you advise the funding body? Is there any communication to tell them that you've identified an issue?
If it's a minor regulatory prosecution, that is for failing to lodge reports, those corporations are listed on the corporations list that have failed to lodge all reports, and we constantly remind funding bodies that that's the source to check whether any corporations they fund have overdue reports. When a corporation is prosecuted, it is then placed on our website under registrar notices. So funding bodies are encouraged to also regularly check that, but we don't notify.
Okay. So the onus is on that Commonwealth entity to actually check?
Yes.
Right, your website. Okay. Of those that are actually found to be non-compliant and convicted, is there any process where an audit is triggered of those organisations? Because you're only looking at them from a non-reporting perspective. Do you look at them, or does that trigger something else? Looking at them more closely for other issues that may exist?
Thank you, Senator. And Mr Huey, Deputy Registrar, can jump in at any time. Corporations that have failed to lodge reports, yes, they're just automatically, if they're medium and large, or if they're small and there are other significant concerns, are just automatically placed on our rolling minor regulatory prosecution program. There are also, in some instances, it triggers, particularly if it's for a number of years, it sometimes also triggers a review of whether there are reasons that the corporation is failing to lodge reports. And Senator, the corporations that have overdue reports, again, about 85% of those are small corporations that wouldn't lodge financial reports anyway. But for the medium and large, it will often trigger a review of if there are reasons why they're not lodging reports, they're under-reporting assets, and there is then often for want of a better description, a higher level of scrutiny then of those corporations when they finally lodge reports.
Okay, but that's not necessarily an audit of an organisation. That's a look at the things that are of interest to you in relation to reporting. Yeah.
So we would look at their audited financial statements. We would look at their auditor report, and if there are anomalies there or concerns, we do have the power to undertake then an examination.
So there was a review of the CATSI Act started in 2019 and a Senate inquiry into the bill that concluded in October 2021, but that bill lapsed in April 2022. Given that chronology of events, did ORIC raise the need for changes to improve the Act with this government in their first term?
This government?
This government in their first term?
Yes, Senator. Senator, we have advised the Minister's Office that the amendments proposed in the previous bill remain relevant and also remain needed. We've advised that we absolutely respect it's a matter for the government, but if the government were to revisit the CATSI Act, we would welcome an opportunity to contribute and look at further amendments.
So you think it should be revisited? The amendments should be revisited to improve the CATSI Act?
There are a number of basic amendments in the CATSI Act that would bring it up to the Corporations Act.
Okay, thank you. I think that you say that in an answer to another Quan, NIAA 0135, 31 corporations were referred to the Commonwealth DPP. 1 was small, 2 were medium and 8 were large. Are you able to tell me what service delivery areas those organisations were in? I'm particularly interested in the medium and large ones and who they were.
I'd have to take that on notice, but Senator, we can give you a full list of all the corporations that have been prosecuted and some details of their size, as well as what they nominate in their annual reporting as what their industry is that they service.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And you'll do that on notice? You can
Yep.
give that to me. Okay, thank you. Do you think you can do that today or no?
I think we probably could.
All right, that would be great if there's any chance. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah.
That's it.
Senator, if I can just qualify though, that won't go to what funding they require. It will be when corporations fill in their annual report, they self-nominate what industries they largely work in.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Collins, do you have anything?
I've just got one question for Office of Township Leasing, if you're happy for me to ask.
Please go ahead.
Can you, thank you. Ms Talbot, I understand you're still yet to release your annual report for the 2004-05 financial year. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Is that late?
No, it's not, Senator. Sorry. We're not required to submit an annual report for financial statements under the NIA PGPA Act delegations. They report the financial information into the NIA annual report. We do produce an annual report and we do that within a specific time frame. We have been slightly delayed due to unforeseen circumstances of our editor and printing.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. That's it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for your time. We do really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hope you have a lovely Christmas. And we'll release you from the program. I would like to invite the Aboriginal Investment NT and Indigenous Land and Sea... Sorry?
Conference. We've let them know.
We'll just suspend for a moment while we get the next set of witnesses online. I would like to welcome members from the Aboriginal Investment NT and from the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation. I believe Joe Morrison, the Group CEO for ILS, is online. Welcome. And we're still waiting for a couple of other people, so as they turn up, we'll move to questions to those. But we will start with questions to ILS. Do you have an opening statement at all?
No, we do not have an opening statement.
Okay. We'll just go to Senator Liddle to start the questions.
Thank you. Good morning. My questions initially refer to your annual report. I'd like to ask, given the ILSC's core statutory purpose is to provide economic, social and cultural benefits, why did nearly 3/4 of all new projects fail to integrate cultural or environmental protection components?
If I could, I might just turn to Matt Salmon to answer that. You're on mute, Matt.
So, Matt Salmon, Chief Operating Officer for the ILSC. Thank you for your question, Senator. Our projects are demand-driven and we have various categories of application. So in some years, the nature of the application or the funded project will not reflect an environmental or a cultural purpose. It may be economic or other. So it's simply a reflection of the nature of the demand that we are responding to in a particular year. But that relates to both management and acquisition projects. So it's simply a reflection of the demand for the particular period, Senator.
Do you see that as a potential trend going forward, that the greater focus is on the economic returns and therefore those returns support all of those other things?
I think that's a correct characterisation. It's been a noticeable trend over the last few years that as people acquire more and more country through native title or our channels, that they're increasingly focused on economic development or the return that that land might provide. So it's probably fair to say it's an emerging trend.
Okay, thank you. This question relates to your annual report again on page 59. I'm interested to understand how you justify not meeting your collaboration target, effectively indicating a 20% drop in your ability to broker external funding and partnerships for new projects. Can you tell me a little bit about why that's happening?
Yeah, I could take that question as well, if that's okay. Again, it's a reflection of the nature of the applications we receive for a particular year. Occasionally, we'll get a suite of projects that don't have partner funding, where people are bringing their own funds to bear or simply relying on ours. So while we have a target of co-funding, it's largely a reflection of the nature of the demand or the situation we have for the particular period.
So is there any concern from the ILSC that this drop, you're suggesting that it might be just a year-on-year reflection of demand, that it could also be about a decreasing confidence in external government, philanthropic or industry partners to actually partner on these kinds of projects that are being put forward?
I'd be reluctant to characterise a single year's figures as a trend, Senator. So I think it's possibly just a reflection of the year that we had at hand, but it's certainly something that we continue to encourage co-investment.
Okay. Does that decrease though indicate reduced confidence? Are you doing any work to understand whether that is also a component of this, given that's quite a significant drop? Or are you just going to wait?
Again, Senator, I'd be reluctant to characterise a single year's figures as a trend, but it's certainly something we're definitely watching this year. I can say that for the 3 acquisitions we've been involved in so far this year, they all bring significant co-funding with them. So it's something we will watch, but I wouldn't characterise it as a trend.
Thank you. I know we've talked about this next question with your CEO previously. Is the current ramp-up divestment strategy causing assets to be divested to Indigenous corporations without adequate capacity or support, leading to an increase in properties that are lost to the Indigenous estate, or being returned to the ILSC, as we've heard previously, because it can't be held by that relevant group or organisation, which is, in my view, just as bad.
I'm happy to take that first, and perhaps our CEO would have a view, but we have some fairly firm criteria about the circumstances under which we would divest, and there's certainly been no relaxation of the standards we apply to a group's ability to retain or manage an asset. So one of the criteria we apply is financial and governance sustainability, and those criteria have not changed.
Did your CEO want to add anything, or Joe, did you want to add anything to that, Mr Morrison?
Just to add that there are obviously more and more Aboriginal corporations coming online as there are native title claims settled, and so I think there may be an ability to skew the data, but ultimately at the end of the day I think we are not seeing a trend of properties coming back to the ILSC on the basis that any one year, particularly this year, for example, is not representative of what's happened over the last 30 years.
Okay, so how many properties do you have right now that have been divested and are currently being held by the ILSC because the traditional owners or the people that originally were able to purchase that land aren't in a position to hold that land right now?
I'm happy to take that. I would take that. I'd like to take that on notice, just so I'm providing you with accurate figures for the total period of ILSC investment across its history. But I'm aware that this year we have 2 properties in prospect of return, which have been previously divested, and we currently hold 41 properties still with title held by the ILSC that have not been divested, and we're obviously working through that as part of our accelerated divestment program with a target of 10 for this year. So I'm happy to give you more detail for the total period on notice.
Could you please, when you provide that data, also, along with those properties that have been returned to the ILSC, can you also provide a date and the location of those properties? Thank you.
Certainly, Senator.
Thank you. I'm interested in your not meeting core performance targets in a year where you've actually spent $11 million on consultants, a $3 million increase on the previous reporting period, and I'm referring to page 109 of your annual report. You have 112 staff already at the ILSC. What work did those consultants do that your staff could not?
Senator, I could take that question. I would say that the majority of the expenses on the consultancy for the ILSC has been spent on the Yalara transaction.
Right. And your list of consultants that you use, are they available in your annual report? In your annual report?
They are.
They're listed there. Thank you. If I can please turn to some questions about the resort and where you're up to in the sale. On notice, could you please provide a full list of the organisations that have been consulted as part of the negotiations for your plan for Ayers Rock Resort?
We can.
Thank you. And you said in your answer to a question on notice that divesting land and operations at Yalara and Mossman Gorge from 2022 to 14th of October 25 cost about $13.8 million. Are you able to disaggregate those 2 assets? You're saying most are related to Yalara, but can you disaggregate that for me?
Yes, we can do that as well.
Right. And does that include all the internal operational costs associated with the sale, or just the consulting costs?
That is what we provided previously on notice, was just the consulting costs.
Right. Okay, I'm interested also in the operational costs that actually relate to those the sale of those two assets as well, please?
We can take that on notice. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Can you confirm the current outstanding loan balance for Ayers Rock Resort is $343.3 million as listed in your budget papers, 2025-26?
I'll just bring our project lead into that, Trevor Edmund.
Thank you.
Trevor Edmund, ILSC project lead for the Yalara Township divestment. Senator, we'll have to take that on notice. There has been movement in the loan amount between the ILSC and Voyagers. There's been a reduction of that amount where, for example, cost of staying at the Ayers Rock Resort by staff and others have been offset against the loan. So the figure would be reduced slightly. There's been no further monies provided, but the figure of the debt will be slightly reduced from the amount as at 30 June.
Okay. That's still a pretty significant number. Are you expecting that the impending sale of the resort can clear that kind of debt?
As part of the sale transaction, the debt will be extinguished.
Right, so you're not expecting that there will be any further money that will be required to discharge of that asset?
There will be no further funds from the ILSC, other than there may be some adjustments that we will be required to make as any completion comes through. But the intention is that there will be no further funding provided by the ILSC to Voyagers between now and completion of the transaction.
Okay, so you're not expecting to have any further money from the Commonwealth to assist to clear those debts in order to make the transaction?
No, Senator, there's no funding from the Commonwealth to the ILSC to assist the transaction.
Okay. So the ILSC's mandate is to advance Indigenous land ownership, and in selling that, commercial operations to a US venture capital backed company, if that's where you end up. Is that going to in any way compromise your ability to generate commercial returns from the assets that you hold?
Pardon me, Senator. As part of the arrangement, there will be a significant return to both the Ananu community at Yalara and the Kluti LNG community at Oxman Gorge through rent and other activities and sponsorship and arrangements that have been negotiated with our prospective purchaser. Mm-hmm. We see there will be a significant multi-generational benefit that will flow to both communities once this transaction is completed.
Right. I know that we've kind of traversed a little bit of this previously, but contract negotiations change. Are you still expecting that there will be contractual mechanisms in place to prevent Journey Beyond from quickly selling that operation to another party and therefore potentially discharging its responsibilities that you may, at this point in the sale, wish to maintain?
There are safeguards and mechanisms in the draft documentation, which is still being negotiated, to assure that the benefits that have been negotiated are locked in and will be provided through the life of the occupancy and use of the operational asset at Yalara and Phillip.
Now, I understand that you are at arm's length to the negotiations with relevant traditional owners in relation to the sale. How confident are you that the Central Land Council is talking to the relevant people and that there is provision for those people who are maybe haven't made the relevant list but who deem themselves relevant to participate in that to prevent complications in the transfer of this asset?
Senator, we have, as part of the consultants referred to earlier, we have provided to community external assistance through Terry Jenke and Company and through Kerrigan Legal and Advisory, as well as through Yamagigu and other accounting firms to assist the community in identifying how they will deal with their membership in the broad-based community corporation that will acquire the land. We are confident that through those external assistants and advisors, there has been a broad engagement with the community in and around Yulara.
So I asked this question because I've had people contact me who are perhaps not even living in that region around Yulara. That doesn't mean that they're not still relevant stakeholders in this process. That's why I'm asking about sufficient inquiry into relevant stakeholders who may not be deemed relevant by your consultant or the Central Land Council for whatever reason.
Senator, I would note that in dealing with the issue of divestment of the land and the establishment of the community corporation, we have worked for over 2 years with the community as a whole. That includes those who do not live in and around Yulara, but does include members of Anangu community who reside elsewhere. For example, there have been meetings in Alice Springs with Anangu. We are very comfortable that the membership of the community corporation, which will cover Anangu, not just those in and around Yulara and the resort, has been well thought out and is a broad church.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
I might take a moment to recognise that I see Nigel Brown, the CEO, has joined us online. Would you care to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. I have provided an opening statement that's been submitted. I'm happy to have it tabled if that assists timing.
Happy to have you give a high-level summary, if you would like, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. The opening statement really just covered a number of different areas upon which AINT has been working over 2025 in terms of an increased focus on our governance and risk management framework, where we have improved a number of areas in our policy suite and continue to do so, including our compliance policy and public interest disclosure policy. We've also had changes and a refinement to the way in which we deal with confirmation of Aboriginality. That refinement was rolled out along with round 3 business grants that went live on 17 November of last month, and our engagement officers and grants officers have been engaging with quite a number of businesses here in the Territory in relation to those changes to ensure people understand what those requirements now are. In terms of our grant funding itself, we are moments away from finalising our round 3 grants. Round 2 grants. Our round 3 grants are already receiving quite a number of applications, which is a positive sign. The round 3 grants will be rolling, so the fund will exist for as long as there's money in that fund to assist start-up business and growth businesses. In terms of our investments, which forms a very large part of our corpus, as at 30 October, 250 million has been invested in the Future Fund with a total balance of 534 million. Based on what, by comparison to the ABA and the cash and term deposit strategy that the ABA has, AINT's investment in the Future Fund has outperformed and outstripped the ABA to the tune of about 6%, or around $9 million more in earnings for the period. We are looking forward to continuing to work with the Minister and NIAA in relation to ensuring that what funds remain in the ABA work as hard as they can for Aboriginal and Northern Territorians. Our community engagement team have been travelling across the Northern Territory for this period, visiting 8 regional and remote communities since October, and have held about 20 meetings with grant applicants. And perhaps finally, whilst we have produced and published our corporate plan, we have been unable to finalise the publication of our annual report due to factors relating to resourcing issues, constraints, I should say, faced by the ANAO. Whilst we are still waiting for that process to finalise, the rest of the draft audit is in place. Once the audit itself is finalised, we'll be able to publish our annual report post-haste. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Little, do you have questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying the matter of the annual reports. That was my first question, and I note your answer. We look forward to seeing that next year. In October, I asked you about your staff undergoing mandatory governance training. Do you have any progress on this that you can report to this committee?
So thank you for the question, Senator. We had intended for training to continue at the board at our board meeting that was scheduled for the 11th of December. Unfortunately, due to Cyclone Fina, the Northern Land Council's full council and election process has been delayed. That's now occurring during the week where we were to hold our board meeting, and as a result, the 2 NLC board members on our board will not be available, and as such, we will not have a quorum. So our board meeting that was scheduled has been put off, and we're not able to deliver that training on the 11th of December. We're hopeful that our board meeting will be able to be rescheduled for late January or early February, as soon as we can organise those dates. That training will occur at that stage.
Thank you. So that explains the new delegates. Are there any current board members who are yet to receive professionally accredited governance training? No. And can you tell me what positions they hold if they have not done it?
I think the only person would be Mr. Matthew McKenzie, who appeared before you yesterday as our new, or one of our new Anandaliapa representatives on the board, Senator. But I do note that obviously he comes with a very long history of experience both with the Anandaliapa Full Council and the Community Justice Committee that he has successfully been running for many years, which has seen quite a tremendous turnaround in recidivism rates in Anandiliakwa country. But we will be looking to ensure that he, along with the rest of the board, have a continuing and rolling governance training program for 2026.
Just on that, this committee has heard in previous committee hearings some significant issues that were occurring in the Anandiliakwa Land Council. So training needs to be ongoing and refreshed. When you talk about members who have undertaken professionally accredited governance training, have you got people that actually undertook training a very long time ago and may benefit from a refresher?
Yes, Senator. It's always good to have a refresh. It's when the governance training is offered, it's offered to all, well, in this case, board members, but also to staff as well, because it's important for our staff to understand governance, in particular, that which assists AONT to pursue its mandate. So all of the board is encouraged to sit those courses, and for some people, they're refresher courses. For some people, they're new.
Okay. Thank you. I'm assuming you'll outline that further in your annual report when it's concluded. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'd just make reference to your opening statement, and thank you for that. And you refer to, you've refined your confirmation of Aboriginality requirements to ensure they align with best practice. So what is best practice in your view, given that you've refined that?
To make, to ensure that AONT, and in the way that it deals with confirmation of Aboriginality, follows best practice, obviously pursuant to requirements under the PGPA, we have to, as a corporate entity, ensure that we undertake our own structured due diligence, but that also our risk framework is sufficiently robust in order to ensure that the money that is leaving AONT and going out into the Aboriginal business ecosystem is going to bona fide parties. So in that regard, we are now requiring applicants to provide AONT with their certificate of Aboriginality. There are a number of, there's 5 requirements for those certificates of Aboriginality. The first is that they are provided by a territory-based statutory or community-controlled Aboriginal organisation, that it appears on the organisation's official letterhead. It's accompanied by their common seal or official stamp, signed by an authorised representative of that organisation, and is otherwise legible, professionally presented, and that the person, the applicant, is recognised as Aboriginal by the Ring organisation.
So in essence, it meets the tripartite test, by the sounds of it.
It's what we have introduced to ensure, as we've had some instances, particularly this year, where even applicants that have purported to provide certificates of Aboriginality, there have been instances where those persons, through personal relationships may have acquired a certificate that they otherwise should not have been able to acquire. It only takes one mistake for us to press send on a grant fund that would otherwise have Aboriginal money going into non-Aboriginal hands. So we need to, the reason why we've improved our systems and processes in that regard. And just on that too, I should also say that whilst we have historically accepted certification from Supply Nation and Northern Territory Indigenous Business Network, the requirement for those to be provided are no longer mandatory. Applicants can still choose to provide those certifications, and that obviously demonstrates a level of commitment to a process for validation that they would otherwise perhaps not have achieved. But for AINT, to ensure that we acquit ourselves and our own due diligence requirements, we've now refined the process for people providing certificates of Aboriginality.
Thank you for that very comprehensive detail of how seriously you take their eligibility. That is it for me from AINT and also from ILSC.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator Little.
Thank you.
I would like to thank you all for joining us this morning. We do appreciate your time. We will now release you from the program and no doubt see you again in February. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask Aboriginal Hostels Limited and Outback Stores Limited to come forward. I believe we have Outback Stores on video conference and Aboriginal Hostels in the room.
I think they're on their way in.
So we'll just give them a moment. Here we go. Yep, Outback Stores.
Back online, yes.
Welcome to Mr Shane Hamilton, CEO of Aboriginal Hostels Limited. And I believe online we have Mr Michael Borg, CEO of Outback Stores.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Welcome. Mr Hamilton, do you have an opening statement?
No.
Excellent. Mr Borg, do you have an opening statement?
We do. We tabled it last Thursday, so it should be on hand for senators to read and discuss this morning.
Fantastic. We do have it. Yes. Thank you very much. We will go directly to questions unless you'd like to talk to any element of your statement. Noting we do all have it.
Yeah, we're fine this morning. Go straight to questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you very much for joining us today. My first questions are to Aboriginal Hostels Limited. We're in the room. Good morning. Mr Hamilton, my questions relate to the new emergency accommodation in Alice Springs. Can you please provide an update on the rollout of those 20 emergency accommodation beds in Alice Springs that were announced in late 2023? And can you also explain, did you deliver 20 beds or 20 rooms?
20 beds, yeah. So I'll just go to my... yes, in relation to the AMVP hostel, the Minister opened that on the 11th of November. And we received the... so there's a... Once it's built, it's completed, you have to wait for a certificate of occupancy, and we received that 21st of November, and we've subsequently we've got 16 residents in that facility now in those additional 20 beds.
Terrific, thank you. We've heard about the considerable delay in actually delivering this project. Can you give us a bit of an explanation as to what made up most of the 1.1 million more than was originally intended for this project?
Yeah, I think there was in total for the entire project 4.9 million. The 3.5 was for the 20 additional short-term beds, and then there was an additional 1.1 which essentially the front of that hostel sort of required a bit of an upgrade because our residents and those that visited would often sit in the sun. It wasn't ideal, and vehicles coming in and out as well. So we've changed the front of the hostel to make it easier for vehicle access in and out, and to have an area that our residents can sit in shade rather than in the sun. So we made some additions to the front of the hostel, which made up the 1.1, and then we put an additional playground, which was 250 on children's playground adjacent to the new 20-bed expansion.
Great. Okay. So the project in terms of the beds, the playground, the front entrance, it's all completed. It
Yes.
discharges any responsibility for the application of funding to that particular project now.
No, it's completed
Fully
and
delivered.
in operation.
It's
Yeah.
in time for summer. Terrific. Thank you. I'd like to now ask some questions related to the census result for AHL. Staff at AHL have reported discrimination, bullying and harassment at more than double the rates of the average APS agency. This is referenced in the census report, page 17 and 18. With that in mind, why do you not plan to have full delivery of mandatory anti-bullying, harassment and discrimination training until July 2028?
I'm not sure that we are going to wait until 2028 to do training. I think our existing training that we've had in place, but I'll refer to my colleague in the workforce area who can provide further update on what we've done thus far and what we'll continue to do. But, Sarah, I don't know if you can.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So we will be piloting anti-bullying and harassment and discrimination training to raise awareness within AHL because the numbers have been deteriorating. We're also working with our workplace relations team on managing issues as they come about and training our managers on how to deal with situations as they're arising as well, because we need to be taking a proactive stance around that. So whilst the Census Action Plan does talk about full delivery by July 2028, that's in light of the fact that we've delivered our first 3-year Census Action Plan as opposed to a 12-month Census Action Plan, where we wanted to really stage out measurable things that we can achieve over that 3-year period. So we will have mandatory training in place. We are leveraging what's on the APS Academy as well around integrity and harassment and bullying. But we do want to make sure that we put the cultural lens over that as well and make sure that
when I first saw this and the reference to delivering to all staff by July 2028, I wondered why you wouldn't front load this significantly and demonstrate you're going to front load it. Given you are an unusual organisation, you actually have service delivery to customers that come from outside for various reasons. However, the actual, when you dig into the detail, that's not what staff are referencing. They're not referencing that additional challenge that you have of dealing with people who essentially customers from off the street, the same as any other hotel, gets all sorts of people in there.
Yeah, they're talking about the other staff.
So can you front load it? Can you adjust it so that you front load it?
Yeah, we can look at doing that, Senator, for sure.
Minister Gallagher has announced that federal departments and agencies need to find cuts of up to 5% on top of the efficiency dividend of 1%. Have you been told if that applies to you?
I believe it does, yes.
Sorry?
I believe it does, yes.
And what's yours? What's your proportion of that? What's your cut?
I don't know that we've been given an exact figure of what that looks like just yet.
Given what you've had reported here about what staff say, and the main reason they say that they're feeling like they are is because they just can't do the amount of work that they're required to do is the main reason they're giving. Would that really concern you if you were to look at actually a greater efficiency dividend than others in the public service?
Well, I'd say that we don't know what that figure looks like. The challenges that we have with staffing, we have in particular locations across our network, and I'd say we're not alone in that, particularly in regional parts. It has been hard to get staff with, and that challenge. I'm currently going around to every hostel, so I started on the 30th of September, and I'm trying to get to every hostel in my first 100 days as a new CEO. And most of the places I've been to thus far, there are different times because we run an operation 24/7, 365 days of the year. There are times when staff go sick, and it is hard to replace staff in those areas. So we're always mindful of that, I think. But yeah, staffing challenges are, and different ways that we can manage that would be around trying to increase our casual pool so we can call on people much earlier to reduce our cost in having to take on contractors at different times. So yeah, it's whether we have to provide whatever the figure is we have to provide in a budget efficiency, those challenges will always exist.
All right, so I'm just going to go into a little bit of detail to understand some of the challenge that you have ahead. 31% of your staff feel burnt out, and 17% of staff who wish to leave AHL cite being expected to do more work than they reasonably can. Having a very long time ago been a board member of AHL and worked in the hospitality industry, I know how incredibly hard people work to deliver that service. What are the particular challenges you have because of the service that you actually deliver to people that use Aboriginal Hostels Limited that will mean that any impact on your not just revenue but your funding will significantly affect your ability to deliver those services? Because a lot of yours are in regional remote communities now, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. The challenge I think for AHL is it's a bit like public housing essentially in that we provide safe and culturally appropriate accommodation for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country at a much reduced rate that you would pay obviously in the open market. So people are paying $38 a night to stay with us, and that's appropriate for the people we're trying to assist. But we know that the cost of delivering that service costs much more than that, and we do get some funding, obviously the funding we get, and plus what residents contribute, and there's a shortfall, there's a gap, so it's a bit like public housing. So we are going to have to think about other ways that we can generate revenue through other opportunities and maintain our service. But it is an ongoing challenge for us, and we have ongoing discussions with our colleagues at NIAA about that.
Can I ask, we're coming into summer. We've obviously just had Cyclone Fina go through the top end. What are the things that are happening right now that cause you to brace yourself for the summer that's upon us?
Well, having just been, as you say, the cyclone in Northern Territory just recently, We have standard policies and procedures for when that event, those events do occur, ensuring that we have our sort of operations our staff are fully briefed around that. I mean, the end result of the recent Darwin cyclone, we got through relatively unscathed. I think we lost some power in one of our Darwin hostels, but that was in that particular area, and we had a minor leak in another hostel. But apart from that, that was it. So each year we prepare our hostels in particularly in those regions for those events that do happen from time to time, and we were well prepared for the Darwin cyclone, and as I say, we come through relatively unscathed.
Now, obviously the whole country is dealing with a cost of living crisis, the biggest cost being energy. What has changed in your energy bill in the last 12 months? What's the percentage change in your energy bill, or the number change in your energy bill for the operation of your hostels?
I don't know that I have that on hand, but we could get it if we don't. But you might have a.
Don't have that on hand, Senator, but we are doing a lot of work around environmental sustainability. So we've rolled out solar systems, we're rolling out water saving measures and a range of things to reduce our impact on the environment. But in terms of our net electricity cost increase, I don't have that with me, but we can try and get that for you.
If you could please provide that, and for your location, even if it's on a state basis, sure. State territory basis. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Little.
I've got Outback Stores.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, it's harder when you're online to remember that you're there. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. I'm wanting to ask a question about the breakdown of the $71.4 million commitment to the low-cost essentials for remote stores subsidy scheme. And can you tell me how much money, or how much of that $71.4 million has gone towards the subsidies as opposed to the administration of those subsidies?
Yeah, good morning, Senator. Thanks for the question. For the subsidies in general, out of that funding that you've described, the $23.6 million has been allocated for the subsidy scheme, which is broken up over 4 years, with the first allocation of $3.6 million for FY26. I haven't got a breakup of the administration fees which get applied against that money, but it is quite minimal, and I can take on notice and get that information for you. The scheme's been developed in conjunction with NIAA. They're administrating it, we're delivering it, and our main focus is to make sure that the majority of benefit goes to the shelf price in community stores. So we're very focused on ensuring that the funds that have been allocated are well used, Senator, but I can take that on notice and give you some further details.
Thank you, if you could. So what you've just told me is of the $71.4 million allocated, you're getting 23.6 over 4 years.
For the subsidy scheme, yes.
Yes, thank you. Are there any milestones you are required to reach for further funding to be released, or is it kind of just all rolling out?
There's a fair bit of reporting, and I would say that NIAA have done a really good job of setting up the scheme and the program. We have been allocated all of the funding up front, and throughout the 4-year program, there's a lot of milestones and reporting to be, I guess, not achieved, but reported on every 6 and 12 months.
Right. So you're on track to hit those milestones that are identified by NIAA?
Yes, absolutely. I feel like the program's going well. It's been well supported by the customers out bush, and we're getting pretty good feedback, Senator, on the outcomes and the savings from the program at the moment.
Okay. So as a statutory body managing remote stores, you will obviously play a role in the Albanese government's commitment to build a remote nutrition workforce. Is that the case?
Yeah, we are. Like another good program has been released. It's been released through another stakeholder in our industry. So Arnhem Land Progress Association are managing this program, and we're a subcontractee to that program, and we're quite excited about that piece of work being rolled out after Christmas. And we feel like it will have a great benefit to the stores that will participate as well.
So the Minister's media release sort of suggests that the money is going to, or the funds will go via the Arnhem Land Progress Aboriginal Corporation. So what you're saying is that's going to end up also in Outback stores and the stores that you run across the country, or is it only in Arnhem Land?
No, selected stores across the country, and the money provided will be to assist nutrition programs in store and provide further education and consultation with store directors, community members around healthy eating habits and good practices in store for nutrition and healthy lifestyle. So
you've got, I wonder if you can tell me what that will look like in a store. If I was to walk in there, am I just getting information on posters? Am I getting a lecture if I walk out with the 2-litre bottles of Coke in my arms? What happens? How are you going to do it?
Certainly not a lecture, Senator. It's all about education, as always in remote communities and in stores. For example, for the first year, we've been allocated some funding for 7 stores, and we'll have a part-time resource in each of those stores to focus on fresh produce ranging, healthy drinks available, healthy takeaway foods available, and also help with education of other store team members, community members, and certainly store directors. So I think the program, whilst it's in its early stages, it's been well put together. I believe ALPA ran a similar program some years ago with a great deal of success, which the model has been based on. So we're quite optimistic about the program and the success of it. And when you link it back into the program around the subsidy scheme, it just shows that we've got a couple of really good vehicles at the moment in community stores to help with assisting closing the gap.
So it's clear when you visit communities where there's an Outback store, the quality of food is often better than some of the community-run stores. But what is different then with you receiving this money than you already do? Because my argument would be you do it better.
Yeah, so firstly, thank you for the compliment. Secondly, for us, it's always about education and practice and improvement. Whilst we feel like we do a sound job across the 58 stores we currently assist, there's always plenty of room for improvement. Certainly in our operating routines around fresh produce management and our takeaways. So this small piece of funding in each store is certainly welcomed, and I feel like if administrated properly, Senator, will be quite beneficial.
Can I ask you, this kind of connects up to that question, how many community stores have you taken over in the last 2 years that weren't Outback stores that are now Outback stores, or you are in the process of taking them over?
So firstly, I'll just clarify saying we don't take over any stores. We're purely a service provider that will go in to assist the owners of a store to improve in many factors. Sometimes it might be financially, sometimes it might be from a retail standard point of view, sometimes it might be from a governance point of view. Over the journey, we've stopped the closure of 19 stores, helped 13 stores out of administration, and assisted 17 stores through some serious financial challenges. Each year, we probably grow by 3 or 4 stores, Senator. We're in no hurry to grow much bigger than we are. Our board has given us a mandate to run between 50 and 75 stores. But we do continually get, requests for assistance. I believe that the small team at Outback stores continues to do a good job, and it's probably why we get requested to come and to assist at times.
Okay, where I'm trying to understand here is whose responsibility and who picks up the responsibility to raise a red flag. If you've gone in to support a community to retain a store because there are governance issues, sitting behind those governance issues of the board might actually be a store manager that whose history and actions may need to be looked at much more closely. What's your role in red flagging so that we start seeing some prosecutions of these people rather than them going on to the next community and the next door? I'm just trying to work out where the accountability and responsibility is to stop these people from doing what we know that they do, if they are doing it. And it's not everyone. There are some great store managers, but we know that there are people that go from one place to another.
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, there are some great store managers who do an amazing job and are very committed to their roles. Unfortunately, at times, we do come across some individuals that may not be doing the right thing. It's probably the beauty of some of the larger groups like Outback Stores, CQ in Queensland, Alpa up in Arnhem Land, that there is an option for stores that may be having some of those challenges that you described, having us as an option to come in and to assist. We certainly feel like when we go to a store that may have some challenges that we certainly respect the owners of the store and their history, and we take a more of a proactive approach to move forward and fix some of the challenges that they may previously be facing.
Thank you. And we've got obviously the Christmas season coming upon us. Are there any particular challenges for you? And I'd also like you to tell me what the change has been in your power bill to run those stores as well, if you can please provide that. You may have to provide that on notice, but I'd be interested in understanding the change in your electricity bill in the past 18 months.
Yeah, I'll pick the first one, the second one up first. I'll take it on notice and provide you with some details. So you remember Outback Stores has a couple of offices around the country which have power allocated to it, which no doubt would have seen some increases. And then the individual stores are all managed independently, so across stores across the group of 58 would have all been impacted differently. So just really take that on notice and provide you some further information. In relation to your first question around the seasonal event, Christmas is a little bit different out bush, as you would know. For us at Outback Stores, with a lot of stores that are located high in the north of the country, we actually spend a lot of time in October, November preparing for the wet season and events like that occurred last week with Cyclone Fina. So we're fairly well prepared. We do see sales drop off a little bit through the Christmas period, where some of the community members may go to some of the regional hubs for the seasonal event. But in general, it's all about preparation for road closures and the wet season, Senator.
This is a question that's a bit in the weeds, but in many communities, and already we're seeing some communities are being left without power, people who've just stocked their fridges, gone down and bought from your shops. All of a sudden the power goes out, their food goes off, and they've got to either go back to the shop and buy some more, but it is actually contributing to their poverty and to their well-being. Can you tell me, is there any potential for you to help out in those times when we're actually talking about a significant event in those communities, even if it's the power going off for 24 hours or a few hours? Is there a role for Outback Stores or those stores to do more to help to ameliorate that issue for people?
I haven't got any specific examples of that, Senator, in the communities that we look after. But I do know that living and working out bush in communities is very challenging. And our managers, the community members and other service providers are very resilient. And we all work in together quite closely with local governments and Northern Territory government and WA government when the chips are down. And I believe in the last couple of years, Senator, we're starting to see a little bit more collaboration in that space between federal and state governments, helping us resolve issues and face into those challenges that you described.
So what do you do when there's a power outage? You've got most of your base in the city, and I've heard some power supply companies tell me they send an email to people in communities when their power's off, which isn't particularly helpful for people. How do you get notified? Are you treated differently?
Normally, our support office is in touch with our store managers. From a store point of view, a lot of our stores have got generators, so we can still run the power and manage through emergency services. I would say that Western Australian government are excellent in a crisis to assist when required. But generally, most of the power is generated locally in remote communities. So I actually don't have a lot of great examples of where we've had long-term power outages with no assistance.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. All good.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We will now release... Oh, you had something you wanted to add?
Yes.
Mr Hamilton?
Chair, Senator, just to clarify, just for the record, when I talked about the AMVP centre in Alice Springs, 16 beds, which equates to 12 people, and the playground isn't fully finished yet.
Right, okay. I just have one little clarification question. The pilot that you are referencing, that doesn't start till 2027, July 2027, is that right?
Sorry, the pilot?
The pilot project that you were
by July 27, so definitely planning to have it done by then, so starting much earlier than that,
okay.
immediately.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks very much. We will release you from the program now. We do appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We will now take our tea break early due to the fact that we're moving quite swiftly through this program, and we will aim to return at 25 to 11, subject to us being able to move everybody up the program that we are expecting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome back. I would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Finance, Women, the Public Service and Government Services, Ms Padma Raman, Executive Director of the Office for Women, and other officers of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. I'd also like to welcome the Honourable Mary Wooldridge, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
No.
Ms Wooldridge, opening statement? No, Ms Raman? Okay, we will then go directly to questions and we will start with Senator Collins.
I would just like to ask some questions for the Office for Women about the smart cars and devices being weaponised by violent men. Are you able to help with that?
Yes. Well, it depends. The agency responsible for our work on the National Plan and Ending Violence Against Women and Children is the Department of Social Services, and under the Minister for Social Services, Tanya Minister Plibersek, but we obviously do have, shared, interest, and we work together on implementing the National Plan and through the Women's Ministers' meeting. And certainly looking at technology-facilitated violence against women and children, of course, comes into the work that we do, but the agency that has primary responsibility is DSS.
Okay, we did wonder about which agency that was, so that's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll run through some questions, and if you can help me with them, that would be fantastic. Thank you. So I'm just wondering whether the Office for Women has been formally briefed on these reports that were, we had a report this morning in the Sydney Morning Herald, but reports generally on technology-facilitated abuse involving connected cars and smart home devices. You've been briefed on that?
Padma Raman, Executive Director of the Office for Women. We work very closely with the E-Safety Commissioner, and she has released a range of she's been talking about technology-facilitated abuse for some time. They've also got a service to help victim survivors of technology-facilitated abuse. And there's a range of resources and reports that she has released, alerting us to the dangers and the sort of extension of abuse online using a range of technologies.
Okay, so
the Ministers for Women and Women's Safety had a briefing from the E-Safety Commissioner on Friday, specifically around technology-facilitated abuse and violence, and a full briefing and papers to accompany that.
Okay, were any recommendations given by the E-Safety Commissioner on that day, or was it just a briefing on the risks?
It was a briefing, and also, the work that the Commission has done and can do, and with cases ongoing about addressing what they're seeing occur. But also, I think it was pretty confronting report from all the ministers in the room when we understand the extent of what is happening, whether it be the control of blinds in your house, fridges, heating, cooling, cars, as you say. It's moved from just tracking on your phone to quite extensive capabilities because of all modern technology. So it was very, very confronting, I thought, for all ministers.
Yep, I can imagine. So the Office for Women will provide a coordinating role, because will it be a whole of government approach? You'll have a number of ministers that will be working across it. So will you provide a sort of coordination role with all of that, or progress and monitoring of government responses to it? How does it work?
So Office for Women definitely have a role in the support they provide from a whole of government point of view, but there are, as just even touching on that issue, we would have Minister Wells involved with the E-Safety Commissioner. We would have Minister Plibersek involved. We would have the Attorney General involved. There's a number of ministers where, and I think that's been reflected in some of the roundtables that have been held, and the cross-ministerial work that's happening, particularly on apps like the Notify apps and things like that, where it does engage a number of ministers. And Office for Women, of course, provide support to me in my role that I play in that. The national plan, though, and sort of technology facilitated abuse and violence, fits in the sense of a government response to it would fit well within that plan. Okay. Not well is not a great word, but it fits within the objectives of that plan, which is about ending violence against women and children.
Yep. Do you think it might include the industry minister as well, given that it might have impact on...
Definitely would involve that, particularly Assistant Minister Charlton with the AI, developments in AI and how that's being used.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And would there be any sort of interdepartmental committee working group on this?
Yes, Senator Megan Leigh, First Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. So the Office for Women chairs a Band 2 Interdepartmental Committee on Women's Safety that sort of looks across efforts in government to end gender-based violence, and certainly the Department of Social Services is a member of that and has chaired that until recently, as is the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication, Sports and the Arts, which takes the lead around online harms and communications.
Is this part as well of the systems abuse audit, or is this separate?
So that's separate. The systems abuse audit is looking at our systems and how they have been weaponised to perpetrate violence, particularly against gender-based violence against women and children. So that's looking at how systems like child support and the way they operate can affect women and children. And so we're looking, that piece of work is really looking, and it came out of the rapid review and some other bits of work, I think, that said really we should be looking at government systems and making sure that they can't be weaponised.
Yeah. I might add the sort of the connection between the two pieces of work is that that focus on safety by design, with which the e-Safety Commissioner sort of, spearheaded in Australia and sort of globally, and we're taking a safety by design approach as well, internal to government for the systems abuse audit.
Okay. And do you think you'll be doing any kind of research or data or education program about this particular issue, the technology-based violence?
So the e-Safety Commissioner has a lot of materials online and provides a lot of support to schools and other, company. It's there for anyone to use. But I think this is, the thing against violence against women and children is, it continues to evolve, and as we've seen technology evolve, the way it's utilised and weaponised to perpetrate violence continues. So I think the challenge for governments is how we make sure that we're constantly looking at what we're doing and making sure that our response, and we can't solve all of these problems, obviously, but we have a role to play in them, is continuing to adapt and respond to the threats that we see.
Yeah.
And that is a challenge, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And given that it moves so quickly, do you think there's a particular agency or department that should be taking the lead on this, or is it, that it should just, fall on this interdepartmental committee?
Well, again, I would say on online harms, the e-Safety Commissioner is the lead on in terms of how we deal with that under the national plan to end violence against women and children. DSS would have the lead.
Yeah, but for technology facilitated abuse, is there a particular agency that could take the lead on that?
Well, I think, that's what I said, online harms, which is really technology facilitated abuse. The e-Safety Commissioner has a particular role, but it is a shared role. I mean, the Attorney General's Department has a role too, to look at how the law responds to some of the evolving threats. So I think the way we've been working across government, and we've seen it in our response to some of the threats online, so some of the dating apps, the Notify apps, we have been able to pull together people and respond to it in a coordinated way.
Yep, thank you. I just want to backtrack a little bit. You mentioned that the Office for Women chairs the Interdepartmental Committee on Violence Against Women. Why does Social Service no longer do that?
Senator, that is to do with Office for Women's, I guess, whole of government coordination role, and we agreed between agencies that was an area where Office for Women could, I guess, provide additional strategic support.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just want to turn now to the Building Australia's Future Labor's commitment to women. The incoming government brief you provided to the Minister for Women detailed the government's Building Australia's Future Labor's Commitment to Women package. I'm just wondering whether you provide any reports to the Minister on the progress of these measures.
So, Senator, I think periodically we meet with the Minister and speak with her about the status of the delivery of commitments that were made in the context of the election and more broadly.
Okay, so you're not specifically tracking the actual commitments. You don't have any measuring framework.
Well, they are being tracked in the sense that, for example, the systems design. The systems audit is one of those commitments, and like that is this, so we track it every time we meet. Yep. And I get briefs on it. So in that sense, yes.
Okay.
And I think the tracking of some of those commitments would fit into the broader efforts underway across government to report on progress under Working for Women, which is the national strategy for gender equality, including annual women's budget statements.
Okay. So how often would you brief the Minister on the progress of these commitments?
I don't know, regularly.
Yeah.
Through our regular briefing, but also constant work with, my advisors in my office.
Okay.
And in the lead up to, say, the meeting we had on Friday, which was the Women's Ministers' meeting, I get regular briefings.
Okay. So is there any sort of progress report we could that could be tabled to us that we could see, just so we can sort of see for ourselves the progress on these things?
Well, I can tell you in relation to that audit, the work is ongoing. There's cross-government work happening. The Minister, Plibersek, and I are being briefed on it. The focus in the first instance is on child support, and, it's before Cabinet in that sense, because decisions have to be made about how we respond to that piece of work that's been done, and it hasn't reached that point.
Okay. But for each specific measure, do you measure the impact and benefit for women?
So, we have gender responsive budgeting, and I get specific advice on impacts for women on particular submissions going to Cabinet, but through the budget process, yes, any measures are considered on their impact on women.
Okay.
We might rotate the calls, Senator Collins, if you...
Just one final question, is that okay? Same area. The Office for Women coordinates the Working for Women commitment. Do you also provide reports to the Minister on this measure?
The Working for Women
policy, I think, document.
The document. We do, yes.
Is there a copy of the report that we could see of that? Could that be tabled?
We do an annual report card.
There's an annual status of women report card which goes to the data against the baseline indicators, the baseline report,
okay.
And then there's also the women's budget statement, the annual.
All right, so those report cards come from that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the women's budget statement has been aligned to the priority areas within Working for Women. So that's an annual update that accompanies the budget as well.
And Treasury, I should just to correct the record, Treasury develops the women's budget statement. It's a budget document, but we contribute to that process.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Winton.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I know this is the Office for Women, so this is going to be a little bit different. I've got some questions. Look, I've got a mother, I've got a wife, I've got daughters. I think the work you're doing is amazing, and I don't want to detract from any of that. But my question's for the Minister. Is there anything in the pipeline for an office for men?
Well, though that responsibility would fall to the administrative arrangements, which is in the Prime Minister's area of responsibility. We do have a special envoy for men's health, which is Mr. Repcoli, who's doing an amazing job in that already. It's the first time a federal government has had a specific role. And I think he's really leading a lot of the debates, particularly around men's health, but obviously other issues come up, that are interlinked with that portfolio. But that's the first time we've ever had a position like that.
Yeah, look, a special envoy, I think that's a good start. But given that, men make up 77% of suicides, 96% of workplace deaths, they only get primary care of their children 10% of the time. 92% of the prison population. Boys under 18 are 3 times more likely to be on ADHD medication, and only 38% of boys are going to university. And that is not the fault of women, but I'm saying men, boys have their own special requirements that fall outside of the good things you're doing for women, which I think is very important. But is there any possibility that we might get an office for men at some stage in the future, given that we have our own challenges?
Yeah. Well, again, I can't answer on behalf of the Prime Minister, though how the admin arrangements are put in place are solely a matter for him. But I would say in many of the statistics that you've just outlined there, they have a link or some corresponding consequence to men's health, which is why he has appointed Mr. Repcoli to that position. It is exactly around those issues, mental health, areas that end up in incarceration are often linked to health. I don't disagree with you. I think the more we understand, a lot of the work I'm trying to do here is around driving gender equality, which means everyone has equal treatment. And there's areas where women are, on any assessment of the evidence, still behind men. And so if we can lift everybody up, and that may mean lifting men up in those areas you talk about to create a gender equal Australia, then we're all better off. Nothing comes at the expense of, as you say, you're not having a crack at women because we're trying to deal with these policy challenges, and the same around addressing some of those challenges for men. And increasingly, even if you look at the ending violence against women and children, I think a lot of the shift or a lot of the kind of discussion is around how do you better support men and deal with the issues that lead to men using violence, rather than just try to deal with the women who are the victims of violence once that violence has happened. And so certainly in my time in this role, the discussion about how we support men and boys, how we include them, has become a much bigger part of the conversation.
Yeah, I'd suggest that the more effort we can put in here, the better outcomes there would be for women anyway.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to put into boys to teach them to be good men, and I don't know that we're good at that anymore. Men have lost their way, and they're not. A lot of them aren't being good men, and I'd like to see that change. But without an office for men, perhaps we're not putting enough into it. So that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, but I appreciate
think we're probably on the same page around that. And looking at you use a figure around boys and university. Obviously how we kind of support boys and encourage boys through school, and as they're growing up into being those great men that you talk about is really important. So we're very conscious of that as a government, and I increasingly see some of the challenges we've got in relation to women can be improved by supporting men and boys better.
Yep, I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I wanted to return to the rapid review.
Recommendation 17 called for the Commonwealth and state governments to work with the alcohol and the gambling industries to prevent and reduce domestic, family and sexual violence, including restricting alcohol sales and delivery times, banning gambling and alcohol ads, and examining the density of pokies in areas with high prevalence of domestic and family sexual violence. We had a discussion in this room yesterday, in particular at the concentration of pokies, for example, in First Nations communities where their population density is higher. There is very specific targeting happening of advertisements and the placement of sales and so on. The Australian Government State and Territory collective response to the rapid review tabled on 28th of November shows some states are reviewing their legislation, but we can't see any action on the key recommendations. So, a Minister, for you and for the office, what is being done to coordinate and push for alcohol and gambling reforms? Is the pace of reform concerning, given their very clear links to violence against women?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. So, as you say, we released a quite extensive report on the implementation of measures on the rapid review, and I think at anyone's reading it shows you how seriously all governments are taking both the response to the review, but more broadly some of those issues, as you say, that impact on violence against women and children. We just had a meeting last Friday of the Women and Women's Safety Ministers meetings. As you say, some states and territories are looking at their legislation. I think all ministers agreed at the next meeting to invite FAIR to come along and speak with ministers as part of the continuation of this work. This report we have to provide a report to National Cabinet by the end of the year on the implementation of the rapid review, and that will happen. It just needs a couple of more sign-offs, I think. And that will then go to National Cabinet for further consideration. But, I mean, a lot of work has gone into this. It's not easy. There are multiple governments and multiple processes around that, but I think anyone reading the 30 pages or so of the response to the rapid review shows how seriously it has been taken.
Thank you.
The Council of Australian Federation, or the CAF, will also report back to National Cabinet on progress. So there is stuff happening, and there will be a report back.
So yeah, there was an agreement at National Cabinet in September last year that all jurisdictions would review, would do a piece reviewing alcohol laws, and that work is happening through the CAF. That process there, and we have drawn out a couple of examples of those efforts happening, particularly in the ACT and South Australia, for this report.
So you've both the Minister and you, Ms Raymond, have referred to a report. Is it the same report? Are there two reports being made? One.
It's the same one.
Well, there was, yeah.
The one that released on the 28th of November.
Oh, okay. No. So when is the Cabinet meeting likely to be that would consider this particular report?
I can't. That's a matter for the Prime Minister and First Ministers.
Unlikely to be before the end of the year at this point, you would think. Will the report be made public, Minister?
Well, this report is public, and I mean it's subject to, I think, final sign-offs from. I think where we left it on Friday was there was a couple of jurisdictions, wasn't there? Was that our annual report?
That was the annual report.
Right.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I think
we have to provide an annual report as well. I think that's a matter for National Cabinet. Yeah.
And do you have any awareness? Can you tell us whether it has an implementation timetable built into it?
On the CAF report on alcohol laws, we're not aware. We haven't yet seen that report.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to move on to board oversight of gender equality. The Wajir Gender Scorecard shows that only 15% of employers provide detailed reports to their board around company performance against positive duty goals. Does that concern you, that it is such a low figure?
Mary Wooldridge, CEO of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. Yes, that's a new measure that we have asked for the first time this year, and because of the work that the Australian Human Rights Commission have done to detail the 7 standards as part of the positive duty requirements. That's why we've asked the question, and we think there's an opportunity to do more work for employers to be reporting, for executives to be reporting to both the C-suite and the board in relation to that framework that's in place. And we actually found across the board that boards are a little bit wanting in terms of their engagement on the positive duty requirements, and we believe there's good potential and actually a need for boards to be fully engaged in what's happening in the workplaces as part of their governance arrangements.
And how will you encourage more engagement on that front? What levers will you pull to try and influence boards to do more on this issue?
So we certainly do it through our communications and even highlighting in our scorecard the issue and the need for board engagements is one of the critical themes that we drew out from the scorecard results for this year. I'm pleased to also say that the Respect at Work Council have it on their agenda for their next meeting to be able to engage across the broad membership of that council, including a discussion on this in relation to the respective players' roles and potential to lift performance in relation to the employer's positive duty requirements generally and specifically on that issue.
And how important is it, do you think, for boards specifically to be engaging to set the workplace cultural standards? Why have you prioritised it?
It's absolutely vital, and that was part of the Respect at Work. It was a report, it was articulated at that first stage. Boards set the authorising environment and the tone of the culture. That's why we capture information about, are they reviewing the policies in relation to sexual harassment and discrimination? Are they engaged in training? Are they communicating their expectations to organisations? And are they receiving data so that they can assess performance of the organisations that they sit on the board of? So all of those measures are progressing. There's improvement, but there's still a fair way to go in terms of boards' oversights of the implementation and effectiveness and whether workplaces are safe.
And how do you see the risks if boards aren't on board doing this stuff?
Well, I think it's very clear that this is a risk not only for business leaders but also boards. We are seeing some decisions in the courts in relation to workplaces being safe and the requirements of both executives and boards to ensure that's happening. We're certainly communicating to boards that we're talking to, as well as executives, that this is a key governance risk, that the positive duty requirements should be on their risk registers in terms of a clear awareness of them and therefore active monitoring. Yes, it's a vital part of ensuring both physical and psychological safety in workplaces.
Thanks for that. I wanted to ask about gender segregation. We're kind of internationally famous for being standout delinquents on segregation in our labour market. The scorecard also records that segregation's actually grown, as I understand it, for the past 2 years. What is Wajir and the government more broadly doing to address segregation? And by, occupational segregation.
Yeah, so this is something that we've been looking at. I think Jobs and Skills Australia have actually done some amazing work in assisting us to have a look at what's going on. And I think one of their reports from might have been July, the way I kind of summarised it was 70% of industries had stayed largely the same. 10% 10% had got better and 10% had got worse, roughly. Someone will, that's how I think about it in my head anyway. So it still shows that gender segregation is a huge issue. Where I think, when we look at areas like aged care, which had got worse, I think that was one of the areas that had actually got worse. We'll be looking at that post the, what happens post the wage increase, because there was a substantial wage increase, and I think anecdotally and early reports were that was changing the makeup of that workforce, or people were seeing more men come into that workforce, and certainly retention stopped being a problem. We're looking at this across government. We're looking at skills and training, and all the, effort we're putting into, TAFE and areas that are male-dominated, or more male-dominated than we would like. So looking at what tools we have available to us to encourage gender equality or better gender balance in the programs that we support, whether it be big infrastructure projects or through our training and skills. Is there anything else we're doing?
There are probably a couple of, sort of programmatic and structural pieces that we can point to as well. So certainly under Future Made in Australia, the community benefit principles outlined in the Future Made in Australia Act are there to ensure those projects promote safe and secure jobs and develop more skilled and inclusive workforces, including for women. There's the Australian Skills Guarantee, which I know we've spoken about before, Senator. There are also some other pieces of work happening at the sort of programmatic level, including the Building Women's Careers program, which the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations is leading on. There's the supporting measures coming out of the Pathway to Diversity in STEM review, which DISA is leading on, and then also another piece by DUA around advancing gender equality in gender segregated industries pilot program. So there's quite a bit of work happening across government. We're quite interested in, as the Minister, in kind of the skills system as well. There's more evidence emerging, I guess, from an Office for Women perspective. We're quite interested in looking across all of that and understanding what's working, where further effort is needed, what the evidence base says, and what the kind of, I guess, the structural pieces are to drive an improvement around gender segregation.
And the only other thing I'd add is obviously the gender undervaluation case that is, current, well, almost finalised, I think, now, which, if you talk to many people who have looked at these issues over many years, that one of the features has been the value placed on what has been seen as women's work. And so that, certainly from the government's point of view, is an important piece of work, and we'll have to work out obviously how we manage that once that decision comes down. But making sure that we're valuing work properly is an important part of us trying to use the levers available to us to deal with some of the inequality we see.
Absolutely. I was recently at a meeting.
I'll rotate the call when it's convenient.
I've got two more questions actually. I'm particularly interested in the question of the particular occupation of electricians. Their massive growth. It's a great spot. I was recently at a meeting of electricians in South Australia. The stories of sexual harassment, well, you've already got curly hair, but honestly, they were really frightening. And the use of NDAs to shut them down, women leaving their apprenticeships. I am very familiar with the 45-year stories like that, and they're still exactly as I first heard them in 1980. It's awful. And we've got a massive expansion there and an opportunity. I will pursue this with DWA,
definitely,
which you're encouraging. But exhortations are not enough, are they? We need to actually be pushing much harder. My last question...
Senator, could I just comment just on that, is from an employer perspective where we spend a lot of our time working, I think there's a high recognition of the need to diversify gender representation and broader diversity representation in their workforces. So the scorecard shows that 2/3 of employees are actually working in workplaces that are highly masculinised or feminised, and we've got to work on both because particularly men into feminised industries, and we've heard anecdotally that more men are applying to work in aged care with the increase in the wages, and there's some very some early positive signs that will need to continue there. But the target setting requirement with the legislation that was passed earlier this year, where companies will need to set targets, including a numeric target on gender equality starting next year. Those numeric targets are about the underrepresented gender, and it is about shifting compositions in those more segregated roles and occupations, which will, over time, have an impact on those employers and in the industry. So there's also a very positive step and very tangible step that large employers will need to take next year.
And we need to keep those women safe. They are not safe in some places, and that's a lesson of our history. Just last question, thank you for that, all of that detail. In response to a question on notice 585 in relation to menopause data collection, to Senator Waters, Wajir advised that you have had discussions with the department about what amendments would be required to allow Wajir to collect data regarding menopause support provided by workplaces, but you're not aware of any decision to progress reforms. Minister, are you or anyone else from the department able to provide any update on whether amendments will be made to allow Wajir to resume collecting menopause data?
We haven't got any planned amendments for the Wajir Act at this point in time. I don't know if there's any officials can add to that, but I haven't got any.
Thank you, Senator. So further work is, and I will hand to my colleague in a moment, work is being done to look at both the sort of the evidence base and the research that's required around that particular Senate inquiry recommendation and response, as well as the sort of the technical and legal aspects of what an amendment might look like. But I might pass to Ms. Hope to see if she has further detail.
Yes, Angela Hope, Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. What Mrs. Lay outlined is exactly what's happening. So we are undertaking some work to look at what a definition of workplace supports might look like. We know that the inquiry did define that as menopause leave, reasonable work adjustments and workplace flexibility. So that is the work that we are currently undertaking. I think it's important to do that first off because the question about what legislative amendments are required really fall out of how you actually define workplace supports. So we are also looking at what the technical options might be and have sought some advice in relation to that.
Great. Look forward to hearing about that in the future. Thanks for all your answers.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Sharma.
We'll go to Senator Collins first.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all right, and I'll come back to
Senator
me.
Collins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick follow-up question on the status of women report cards. I just wanted to wonder why, because there just seems to be a bit of inconsistency with the data that's used on what is an annual report card, because we've got data on there using ABS data in 2021, and that's been used in report card for 2023, 2024, 2025. I've got a background in research. I've used, millions of data points to do research on women. I understand the complexities of it and the issues with lagged data, but when you've got an annual report card, it does make it very, very difficult to pick out what is the actual change in a year, and I guess that's what you're trying to do here. For instance, Ms Woodridge, you mentioned before about a stat of 2/3 of women now working in male-dominated workplaces on 2025 report card, but how recent is that data? It's a bit difficult to pick out. So I just wanted to hear from you, whether you thought about those abilities to track the data year on year, and when you expect to get updated figures that will be included. Because the other interesting thing that I would point out is that this 2025 report card, I understand that you'll release it on International Women's Day, But this 2025 report card talks about the 47th Parliament, which was elected in 2022, and how many women we had in Parliament. Now, my new colleagues this year will remember with my 30-second chamber statement in Senate school that, the thing that I talked about was how wonderful it was to have so many women in the Senate. I think, 60% of the people in that room then, and I think probably overall as well, were women. I mean, this stuff does need to be updated and relevant for what is a 2025 report card. So just wondering if you can reflect on that.
But it wouldn't have been, in March, that wasn't the case.
No, that's right. That's what I'm saying. But this says it's a 2025 report card. And I recognise that you released it for that particular day, but whether it can be updated along the way, there's a whole section here that uses data from 2021, reflects on the 10 years prior and how much change has been made over those years.
I think the purpose of the report card was really is to do. I accept that statistics change, often not as fast as we would like in this area, but the idea behind the report card was to use it on International Women's Day to give a picture of a point in time of where we are, so essentially to track it from March to March each year, and also to remind people, because there is a growing view, I think, that that inequality doesn't exist, and so it was a matter of kind of having something that we could point to on that day that kind of talked through how we were going. So it isn't something that I think we would just update online as data changes, because then it's not really a report card at a point in time, which is International Women's Day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe it could be the March 25 Status of Women report card. I'd like to turn now to the systems abuse audit. Ms Ryman, last estimates you explained that the systems abuse audit needs to be handled carefully so that we don't accidentally reveal systems vulnerabilities to abusers, and I completely understand and respect that. And we take this very, extremely seriously, this issue, but, the public does deserve to know what can be safely shared. So I just have a few questions to ask you on that, and starting with what information from the audit will actually be made public. So has the Office for Women done a risk assessment about which parts of the audit can be safely disclosed without revealing any system vulnerabilities?
As we talked about last time, this is a sort of rolling audit. The Secretary's Working Group met earlier last month. They met on the 13th of November. They had a briefing from the pieces of work that have recently been done by the Ombudsman and the Inspector General of Tax, and also a person with lived experience. And in terms of an actual, as we said last time, we are taking a fairly cautious approach to what we release. Is there anything that we can point to that has a little bit of information?
So, Senator, in terms of, broader public information, there is some information about the work underway on the PM&C website, and there was also some detail contained in the Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commission's October 2025 yearly report to Parliament. The approach we've been taking is more of a, in terms of communicating particularly to the sector and interested people, is that we've been having some targeted engagements as well to provide updates to, including we've met with the Economic Abuse Reference Group, Single Mother Families Australia, Fleckwoody Ventures, which is Catherine Fitzpatrick's organisation. She sort of specialises in safety by design, and the Swinburne University of Technology. We have also done briefing to a parliamentarian as well, and that is something that we are happy to do to provide further detail. But I think you're right. As the audit progresses, we will be doing further risk assessment of what information can be released, so that the public, particularly women experiencing or people experiencing this type of abuse have got visibility of action that is being taken.
Okay, so all those consultations were about the risk assessment, what can actually be shared. Is that what you're saying?
That engagement was providing key stakeholders who have expertise and interest with updates on where the work is, where the work is up to.
All right, so it wasn't actually, so you haven't, just so I can understand it clearly, you haven't done the risk assessment on what can be shared, but you will do that in the future? Is that?
We're continuously doing.
We're continuously doing.
Yeah,
we're continuously assessing the risk, I guess. Yeah.
So this is about fixing up systems where there are loopholes or areas where the way we're currently administering programs has, based on feedback from women and women's organisations, are being used to perpetuate violence, whether it be about incurring debts, whether it be about, not being able to access your child support payments, things like that. And I would say that, so it's not that our programs are unsafe. I don't want that to be the kind of takeout out of here. These systems have been in place for a long time, and it's part of us making sure that we're tightening them up where we need to make sure that if there isn't a way to utilise the system to perpetuate harm on others. And I think there have been, like Services Australia has accepted all the recommendations from the Ombudsman's report about weaponising child support when the system fails families. That's public, that report. So I think that can give you a sense of what the issues are there. That is
Sorry,
public.
which one was that?
That was the Ombudsman.
Yeah.
They released a report, Weaponising Child Support when the System Fails Families. So Services Australia have responded to that. The legislative changes that would be required as part of that are something obviously that we have to bring forward in legislation. But where they can deal with the identified problem and respond to it within their system, they're appearing later today, so you can ask them. They're able to do that. And the ATO has accepted all of the recommendations from the Tax Ombudsman's review, identification and management of financial abuse within the tax system. I mean, obviously questions for that need to be given to the ATO, but that just gives you a sense of the area of work. It's really in those, when you think about it, Services Australia and the Tax Office, they're the big front-facing, they're the ones that have contact with millions of Australians, big systems, often legislated, so have to be implemented in a certain way, and where those issues, where problems are identified, and certainly it came to me as Minister for Women with NGOs and others coming and saying that, the way some are engaging with your system is perpetuating harm on others, and can you please have a look at it? And that's what this is about. But it's not in any way to say that our system is not safe for anyone who needs to access it. That's not the case.
Yep, just safe by design is the...
Well, those programs weren't designed that way.
Yep.
Safety by design wasn't done when, all of the requirements about how you build a child support system were put in place. So it's no one's fault. It's no government's fault. It's the way it's run for a long time. But I think there's increasing evidence of patterns of behaviour that occur that we need to respond to.
Okay. Which key Commonwealth systems have been audited to date?
So, well, the two I mentioned, so it's really child support and Services Australia and the interactions between the two, really, because they are linked.
Okay.
When we look at who's on it, who's on the working group, I mean, it has a broader representation across government. It's not just Tax and Services Australia, it's a much broader representation.
And each of those secretaries has tasked their departments to look at their systems.
Okay. And so it's just those systems, no other systems so far?
Well, they've all been given the responsibility to look at the systems they run. Obviously, they're not as big as the Tax Office or Services Australia, but, Home Affairs would have interactions with lots of people, and there have been complaints over time that I've been aware of about how visas are often used if you have a sponsored arrangement with your partner. And so, they have been asked to do the work in their departments. The ones that we are focusing on, I guess both as Minister for Finance, Minister for Services Australia and Minister for Women, are those big front-facing ones and how they interact with each other.
Have any state or territory systems been looked at as a sort of,
New South Wales has done a little bit of work that was commissioned by their Domestic and Family Violence Commissioner, Hannah Tonkin. And again, they looked at Services New South Wales in terms of whether the Services New South Wales, which covers a large number of services, looking at weaponisation in that system. I'm not sure, I'd have to take it on notice whether that's public or not, but there was a piece of work done in New South Wales. I'm not aware of any other jurisdictions at this stage.
But did it include consultation with them? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. Just with New South Wales or?
Just New South Wales.
Just New South Wales. Will you be consulting with other states and territories?
So what Ms Rahman's referring to, I think, is a separate process that was run out of the New South Wales government. So it's not, at the moment, we are focusing on Commonwealth systems of use. We have certainly provided updates to the states and territories about where that is up to, and we know that the states are interested, including around interactions with their systems.
Okay, thank you.
So New South Wales ran a separate process.
Right.
That's what I was trying to say.
Understood.
And I've just been advised by one of my hardworking staff that there's a paper out now combating financial abuse perpetrated through coerced directorships that the Treasury is running, and that came out of some of the work that's basically been commissioned through this audit.
Okay.
So, and that's looking at making it harder to register or appoint directors without their clear consent, making sure victim survivors can access defences for insolvency-related directors' duties, extending the time to respond to director penalty notices, and hold perpetrators to account for harm. So that's an example where, again, it had been brought to our attention that that is a problem, and the system is responding.
Yep, that's very helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Pass my thanks on to the staff.
Are you up to rotate, Senator Collins?
Yeah, I have a few more questions, so if you want
can
to
certainly come back.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. Now, we've discussed the fact that it's been illegal to pay men and women differently when they're doing the same job for 60 years. And the fact that your gender pay gap data doesn't even compare people working the same jobs. And the fact that you can't achieve gender equality on your own measurements at your own agency. We've done that at length in these hearings. Yet just days ago you released more data and didn't include any of these caveats in your commentary to the media. Why are you presenting Australians with data without context?
Senator, I assume your question is to me. We very clearly provide clarification on the information that we are providing when we release our scorecard. This is done, we've done now I think 11 scorecards over the years, and the data expands, but consistently the gender pay gap methodology has been the same, which is average remuneration for women and men and a comparison between the two. It doesn't seek to do an equal pay for equal work comparison and the like-for-like jobs. In fact, the data that employers report to us does not enable us to do that calculation. If there's unfair pay for equal work, that's dealt with by the Fair Work Commission and the Fair Work Ombudsman. Our remit is to calculate different data, which is the gender pay gap, looking at those averages across the nation, across industries and within employers.
And that, as we've discussed, and I have a strong opinion, is completely misleading. It doesn't show a gender pay gap because you've got to do it, but you're taking the easy way out and just using averages. It's misleading. Can I confirm that you still haven't achieved gender equality at your agency? What's the latest update on average earnings for men and women at the Workplace Gender Equality Agency?
So, Senator, just to reiterate, as I did last time, that the gender pay gap calculation we use is an internationally used methodology. It's used by governments and nations around the world to do comparisons, and we believe that being very clear what the methodology is, it is a valid mechanism to make the comparisons. We don't pretend that it is a like-for-like comparison. We're very clear on what it measures and that it's a proxy for gender equality, and that it's a mechanism to then look in more detail for where the inequality lies. We do encourage employers, as you've said, under the law, they need to do equal pay for equal work, and that is a part of it, but it's not the whole amount. I have no further figures to update you from when we talked about this about 6 weeks ago in terms of WGEA's numbers. We do have staff changes from time to time which change the proportion of men and women in our agency and the gender pay gap calculation, but what we talked about 6 weeks ago is still the same case.
So you're using a flawed methodology that distorts and misrepresents because it's international, even though it's not accurate, and it's statistically definitely not valid for presenting your case.
No,
so let's move on.
Senator Roberts, I accept that is your view that you are putting. That is not a view that is shared by the government, myself, or any witness here this morning.
So you support inaccurate use of data?
Well, I reject that
invalid methods.
I reject that it is inaccurate. I accept that you and I disagree on it.
Okay, so do I. I'm going to quote Janet Albrechtsen, a very successful woman, who said, quote, "The gender activists and their supporters have concocted a shallow stereotype about women in order to complain about a gender pay gap. They assume we want to work like men. I didn't," says Janet Albrechtsen. Millions of other women don't either. There is no shame in that. We put aside, slowed down, switched careers and big pay packets to raise our children. Motherhood is not the only driver either. And I'm sitting next to a woman who proudly is a mother and said so in her first speech just a few months ago.
I think you'll find there's plenty of proud mothers sitting around this table, Senator Roberts.
That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you. So pleased to hear people come in. Many women, continuing with Janet Albrechtsen, many women just value work-life balance more than do many men. From the instant they receive their HSC or ATAR scores, and for the rest of their lives, many women appear to make very different choices to men. What do you say to that?
Well, I'll jump in first. Like, everyone is entitled to their view on this. I mean, we live in a country where we have free speech and people have a view about data and policy, and sometimes that differs. I think that's probably pretty reasonable. I mean, the view I take is that we should enable everyone, in our strive for gender equality, we should enable everyone to have legitimate choices. And should that be that they take time out to care for their children, that's fantastic. We shouldn't penalise them for that, but there should be a whole range of choices available to men and women equally. And I think there's plenty of evidence that shows that there is inequality based on gender across our economy, and where that exists, we should be trying to close it and ensure that Senator Roberts, as you're growing up, as if you were a child today, that you and Senator Collins, if she was a child today, have exactly the same opportunities. That's what our policy is about.
Yeah, and we should be presenting the facts as they are. So have you considered that for your data to show a 0% difference between gender, we would have to have women knocking off work at 5 p.m, giving birth that night and being back to work by 9 the next morning? You're making no allowance for families who want to take time away from work to raise their children and not just be a cog in a corporate machine in their entire lives.
Well, no, I don't agree with that either. And I think in this report, actually, it showed that there had been an increase in fathers taking time for those shared caring roles, and that was about a 3% increase on the previous year's data. I think that, again, is a welcome move. Like, shared parenting shouldn't be considered controversial, but we haven't given men the same opportunities to have those caring arrangements in the past, and that is changing. And I think there is growing acceptance that that is legitimate choices for men in their career as well. So I don't accept the assertion, but I think some of the data in this shows that we are making progress.
Minister, I just want to take up that last point. There's a minister for women, but there's no minister for men. Now, I personally think there should be no minister for any particular gender. That's my belief. But surely if there's one for women, there must be one for men.
Well, Senator Whitten was in here earlier. He asked exactly that question, and I responded. And he read out a series of statistics that he used around men's health in particular. And we have, for the first time in any federal government, a special envoy for men's health, Dan Rapcolli, who's doing an amazing job. If you read any of his speeches and the work he's doing across the country in enlivening this area of policy, shows that the government considers this an area for further work. And again, the more we involve men and boys in the discussions that we have around inequality that exists, and it may be inequality for men, and we drive gender equality, the better the country will be. If we are all treated equally, which is what we are trying to work on.
I agree with you entirely, and that means presenting the data in an accurate fashion, not misrepresenting the state. I notice, and I'm not saying that all the people in this room are with your department, but there are no males here with you.
Well, there are men who work in the office for women.
Very few. There are 9 women in the room supporting you, including yourself, but no males.
Yes, and any man that wants to work at the Office of Women is more than welcome. I mean, people have free choice about where they work as well, and they make those choices. And I would say more women apply for positions within the Office of Women than men, but there are men, and they are valued colleagues.
Minister, is there any truth to the notion that some people hold, including myself, that, and you're saying you're following an international measurement standard, even though it's wrong, this is part of a globalist agenda to destroy family and put down women and sow division?
No, I don't accept that at all. I mean, as I said, everything we're doing in this space is something that I think you would agree with, which is how we ensure that we're using, that a little baby in that hospital down the road that's been born today, next to a little boy who's been born today, grow up with the same opportunities, whether it be the education choices they have, the job choices they have, how they manage family life and those caring responsibilities. We want just everyone to be treated equally. That's what this is about.
I agree. So why are you using data that misrepresents the situation?
Well, I've already addressed that in that I don't agree with the assertions, and that I accept that you disagree with us, but we think the data is robust and sound, and that it's important data to report.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. We will now move on to Senator Sharma.
Actually, we'll go to Senator Collins if that's right, but we'll just use one block, Chair, and then we'll...
Senator Collins.
That's all right.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple more questions about the audit. Just on these stakeholders, I just want to clarify the engagement process. Have any stakeholders who contributed to the audit been required to sign non-disclosure agreements?
No, they haven't.
No. None of them?
No.
Okay. At the last estimates, Ms White said the agency had engaged with approximately 60 stakeholders. The list provided in answers to questions on notice shows 22 stakeholder groups. So the 60 stakeholders, is that within those 22 groups, or are the numbers a bit askew there? What's missing from the list? Thank you.
Rochelle White, Assistant Secretary, Office of Women. That's correct. That's a representation. It's within those groups. So some of those groups, there were multiple people. We haven't given you a detailed list of every single person.
Okay, yeah. Understood. Thank you. And have any corporate stakeholders been consulted, like banks or insurers, utilities, telecoms, or technology providers?
Yes, they have. We've had Flequity Ventures helping us, and that's Catherine Fitzpatrick, who comes from a corporate background, but in addition we have spoken to some corporate groups such as banks, that's right.
Are you able to give a list of those on notice?
Yes, we can on notice, and banks were actually leading some of this work early on in terms of recognising that their systems, their transactions were being used by perpetrators of violence using tiny little 1-cent transactions to harass or intimidate their current or former partners. And the banks were actually leaders in this field of using AI to pick up on what was just one complaint. And when they looked at it, there were thousands of these transactions and thousands of... and so they were leaders in terms of looking at their systems and applying a safety by design approach to their systems. So in some ways, we're taking some of the lessons that the banks, and now that they're working with, Flexibility is working with the insurance industry and utilities as well. All of these systems have had technological systems that have been used by perpetrators who want to use systems to harass or intimidate their partners. So we're learning from those examples.
That's terrific. I'm just wondering if, alongside the corporate stakeholders, if we could also get on notice a list of the additional organisations that were consulted from the 8th of October to now. That would be fantastic. Thank you. Okay, just moving on to the gender equality targets and requirements for employers with 500 plus employees. Thank you, Ms Woodridge. So starting with the new target setting requirements that are being rolled out and supported, what is the status of implementing the new gender equality target requirements for designated relevant employers?
Thanks, Senator, for the question. So employers with 500 or more employees will be required in their WGEA reporting in 2026, which happens in April and May, to also select 3 gender equality targets as part of that process. There's been a comprehensive rollout underway, informing employers who meet the threshold that they are required to do it. Comprehensive communication campaigns. There's a targets hub on our website if you wish to have a look at the details, but there's all sorts of guides, advice on how to go about selecting targets, what can be selected, what will mean achievement of those targets, and also both drop-in sessions and a masterclass put in place so that employers, and particularly HR and D&I professionals, can come and engage on the process to learn how to best make good decisions. Because what the research shows, the evidence shows, is that the process of selecting the targets is very valuable in terms of progressing gender equality, as well as once the target's set to actually achieve that outcome. Yep. So we see this period in the lead up to next April as a critical time to progress gender equality as well.
Okay, so just on my quick question and answer here, but on my question on tracking data are you able to, can you switch targets? Let's say after a year you think, oh, this is too hard, switch target. Are you able to do that as a business?
No, you can't. So
how long do you stick with it?
The targets that are selected are then in place, and you have 3 years to meet or demonstrate improvement against those targets.
Okay. Has WGEA estimated the regulatory or compliance cost for these employers? And if you have, what is the estimate of that cost?
So there was an estimate done as part of the legislative process, so would need to, and in fact I think that happened. I'll hand over to colleagues at Office for Women if they're able to help with that response.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Senator. Certainly there was a regulatory impact process as part of the legislative drafting. I think we would need to take on notice. I don't have it on me. We need to take on notice what the cost was that was calculated.
Thank you. That would be fantastic. Is a post-implementation review planned?
So there's ongoing, we've done both pre-mortem, of course, to anticipate any risks or concerns and make sure we're ameliorating them. And certainly from a WGEA perspective, we do undertake an ongoing post-implementation process evaluation of that. Separately, we have an evaluation underway with Deloitte in terms of the WGEA reforms more broadly. We've published a baseline on our website in terms of the 4 key reforms that are in place, one of which includes targets, but the legislation's passed subsequently, and through that process we're getting feedback from employers about the impact and their planning and preparation for targets, and hopefully if that evaluation is able to continue into the future, it will include outcomes against that.
Okay, so do you have any hard dates for post-implementation reviews? And how long into the reviews will you start measuring? Will you wait before you start measuring?
Well, we measure every time we collect data. That's the beauty of this process, is that the data that we collect every year from employers gives us an indication of what's changing and what's shifting. So the scorecard that is released in 2026 will reflect the 12 months in the lead up to the selection of targets. Yep. And of course the data published the following year will reflect the first year after it, and also there'll be able to be an identification of what targets have been selected. So the ongoing WGEA reporting process will be the direct measure of what's changing and shifting in workplaces.
Okay. Have you considered expanding the target requirements to companies with fewer than 500 employees?
So that was not a recommendation in terms of... So the implementation of the targets setting requirements was a recommendation of the 2021 review of the Workplace Gender Equality Act, and it was recommended to focus on large employers. So that was the subsequent legislation that was put in place. Some of the logic that sits behind that, to give you the context, is about 25% of employers that report to WGEA will be captured by the target setting requirements, but they employ 75% of the employees that are covered by WGEA reporting. So there's a significant leverage in terms of the coverage of employees by focusing on large employers without adding an additional burden that you mentioned earlier to medium-sized employers. So that trade-off of we can get coverage and impact for employees by focusing on the largest employers and a smaller number is part of the logic behind why that target was set. Now, in terms of whether there's a future change in relation to that would be for consideration of government.
Okay. I just want to ask a few questions on the procurement rules related to this. So is an employer's certificate of compliance now directly linked in legislation to meeting or improving on their gender equality targets?
Thank you, Senator. Ms Hope can answer questions on the procurement principles. Sorry, Senator, I might get you to ask me that question again if you can.
Sure. Is an employer's certificate of compliance now directly linked in legislation to meeting or improving on their gender equality targets?
I think that's kind of two questions, Mary. So the employer certificate of compliance is a requirement for employers to contract with the Commonwealth. So yes, the Procurement Connect policy, that is the WGEA, the Workplace Gender Equality Procurement Principles, do require employers, when they are contracting with the Commonwealth, to supply a certificate of compliance from WGEA each time they do enter into a contract with the Commonwealth.
Could I just clarify that for as well for the Senator? It's not a legislated requirement. This is a procurement connected policy consistent with other procurement policies in that context that apply, and it's over certain thresholds as those policies are. So it's a requirement for procuring with government, but it's not legislated.
Okay. If they are not meeting their targets, if they're failing to meet their targets, does that mean you won't issue a certificate of compliance?
So that's right. In 2029, at the end of the 3-year period, WGEA will assess whether the targets have been met or whether improvement has been demonstrated against those targets. And if that's not achieved for each of the 3 targets, they will be non-compliant with the Act.
But if they have a reasonable excuse, then they will be issued a certificate of compliance?
No, the reasonable excuse sits after compliance, so it's an assessment of whether an employer is named or not. And these are the compliance processes for WGEA are consistent in relation to reporting and all aspects of the Act. So the same requirements apply for the selection and meeting of targets, those new requirements, as all aspects of the Workplace Gender Equality Act. So compliance is assessed with achievements of the expectations in the Act. The reasonable excuse relates to whether they're named or not.
Okay, thank you. That's it from me. Thanks very much for your time.
Senator Sharma.
Thank you. If I could just return to Senator Collins' earlier questioning just about that e-safety commission report into the use of electronic devices to pursue gender-based violence. I just noticed in the e-safety commissioner's communication on this that she calls upon tech companies to build safety into devices and accounts from the start. Is that government policy or is that a recommendation from the e-safety commissioner?
Well, that's her work, but I think increasingly safety by design is acknowledged as the best way to get ahead of or to put in place safeguards before, before systems are weaponised. Certainly safety by design is, in terms of our own systems, something that we are doing now, and I think even the tech companies would acknowledge that it's something that if it's done early, cut off some of these opportunities for them to be weaponised. But that report is the e-safety commissioner's work.
So that's a recommendation to government rather than government policy.
I'm not sure if it was couched in a recommendation. I read the report, but I can't recall whether it was a recommendation or it just formed part of the report. I don't have it with me. Sorry, Senator.
Yeah, no, that's right. I've just the interdepartmental committee that Ms. Lay mentioned that the Office for Women chairs. Has this been a topic of consideration at the IDC level, calling on manufacturers to build safety mechanisms?
No, Senator, not the IDCs that I mentioned. I mentioned before. There are other governance mechanisms around online harms. I'm not sure if there have been discussions in those contexts.
But we have to think about it. I mean, a lot of our work here is, looking internally, the stuff that we're trying to get our house in order. Like, even as we continuously improve MyGov and things like that, we have to be thinking about these things because it's clear that others are thinking about them.
No, I agree.
As more things shift digitally and engagement with government shifts digitally, we have to be trying to put in place arrangements to make sure that the systems stand up to some of this behaviour that we're seeing.
Is the e-safety commissioner part of the IDC process? Or anyone from the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner?
So the department is, and
the communications.
The communications department is. I think there have been some small changes to membership recently. Let me just check. No. Yeah, so no, the e-safety commissioner isn't part of that IDC. The e-safety commissioner, however, is part of another governance mechanism that Ms. Rahman chairs around working for women. So the e-safety commissioner attends those meetings and certainly shares information of this nature.
Okay. Was the Office for Women consulted about this recommendation from the e-safety commissioner? Would that normally be the case before it was made? Did it go through? Was it considered by the IDC process?
Not typically, no, but we'll have to take, in terms of the IDC process, not necessarily, but we'll take it on notice in terms of consultation at a more sort of individual level.
Okay. And would it be normal practice now that the e-safety commissioner has made this recommendation that the IDC would consider it and action it? Is that how it would be given whole of government consideration? Because I'm just conscious there's a number of portfolios that are involved in this.
So, Senator, I think that this piece of work, alongside, I guess, a number of other pieces of work that contain recommendations or findings in terms of ending gender-based violence, they would be considered in sort of, I guess, policy development to inform implementation of the first action plan under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, and also development of the second action plan under that national plan, and that both of those things will certainly be the subject of discussion and are the subject of discussion for that Women's Safety IDC.
Are smart cars and devices currently covered under the first or the second National Action Plan, like this sort of general rubric of technology?
I think there is certainly reference to technology facilitated abuse, but I don't think there is explicit reference. But let us take on notice around the references to technology facilitated abuse under the national plan. But I'm reasonably confident that there are references in there.
There are.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you could take on notice just what the references are and what steps are contained within the National Action Plan to combat technology-based abuse, if that's the right term. Thank you. That was all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. I think we're ready to move on. Thank you so much, Ms Drummond, Ms Woolridge. We appreciate your time this morning, and we will now release you from the program. And we will call on the Australian Public Service Commission and Australian Government Consulting.
At 3 o'clock at Environment.
Yeah. No,
Committee. And I think they were advisory, they weren't recommendations, but I just don't.
We might just suspend for a moment. Great. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Dr. De Bruer. Thank you for coming back. Must have had so much fun yesterday. APSC Commissioner. Also welcome Mr. Blair Excel, the Deputy Secretary, Mr. Andrew Knipe, Chief Consulting Officer, and other officers from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and the Australian Government Consulting. Would any of you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
No? Okay. Well, we will just go directly to questions, and we'll start with Senator Patterson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, as you know, the Briggs report has been subject to multiple orders of the Senate. Yeah. Why did you release it to journalists yesterday, presumably on an embargoed and no third comment basis, rather than just provide it to the Senate as the government was directed to do?
Well, it was available online today from 7 o'clock this morning, and we gave, I think, a couple of journalists who'd been following the story access to that.
But I saw the stories.
It's also been provided to the Senate at the same time.
Yes, but it was provided to journalists before it was provided to the Senate, because Ron Meisen at the AFR and Tom McElroy at The Guardian, no disrespect to them, good luck to them, they get a story.
They had been following the story. I don't think it's unusual.
Well, their stories went up.
You know, you provide things to journalists before you do things, like it's...
I'm not subject to orders of the Senate, and I'm not a minister in a government.
I've fulfilled the order
you
to
are.
the Senate.
But why did you provide it on an embargoed, no third third-party comment basis to journalists before you provided it to the Senate, given the Senate had ordered the production of this document multiple times?
Essentially at the same time.
No, it wasn't, because they were able to upload their articles fully written at 7 a.m. this morning. In order for them to do that, they would have had... Sorry, Minister, I haven't finished asking my question.
Well, I've complied with the order of the Senate.
I haven't finished asking my question. In order for them to upload those articles on time this morning, they would have had to have the report yesterday. Senators did not have the report yesterday. We've only now had the benefit of it this morning, knowing the APSC is appearing now. Would have been helpful to us to have it yesterday too, as journalists did, so we could prepare for our questions.
Well, I have no doubt you'll have plenty of questions. You were provided with an in-person briefing ahead of its release, which wasn't provided to journalists.
Yes,
and I've fulfilled the order of the Senate, Senator Patterson.
I think it speaks volumes about the government's approach to transparency and scrutiny, which is something you promised to do better than the previous government. You made much of that in the last couple of elections.
Well, we are doing a lot better than your government.
Well, I think it's pretty cynical to try and manage the release of this report by dropping it to selective journalists and restricting whether they can seek third-party comment and giving them strict embargoes, rather than just complying with the orders of the Senate.
I've complied with the order of the Senate.
Well, actually, no, you didn't, because the Senate directed you to provide this report many weeks ago, and it wasn't provided as directed by the Senate.
I've complied with the order of the Senate, Senator Patterson. I accept that you disagree with the way that was handled, but I've complied with the order of the Senate.
Okay. Well, why did the government sit on this report for 2.5 years?
For all the reasons that I've provided the Senate with, and my answer to that won't change.
Well, what are those reasons?
Because we were finalising the appointments framework, which has now been done, and this review was informing that.
Why did it take so long?
Because the work wasn't completed. You know.
What took so long for the work to be completed?
Well, there was a number of discussions across government, a number of discussions that I had across portfolios. It took longer than expected, but it has been finalised now.
There are lots of complex public policy issues that governments deal with. This is an important one, but not one of the most complex. It's about board appointments. It's pretty straightforward. The recommendation's pretty clear, as we've now seen. Is it because your ministerial colleagues didn't agree with the recommendations in the report?
Well, you can see the government's response to that through the appointments framework.
Yeah, I can, but I'm interested in your answer, not just the government's response.
Well, you can see there are a number of recommendations we didn't accept, but there were a number that we did.
Okay. Just confirm again for me the date that the APSC received the report from Linnell Briggs.
I think it was in August 2023, from memory. I'm not sure of the specific date.
Yes, Senator, if I could add, it's Rachel Bacon, Deputy Commissioner, Australian Public Service Commission. The report was received in August 2023.
So more than 2 years ago. When did the APSC begin its work in responding to the report?
So, Senator, we would have started analysing the report, and that would have been at Prime Minister and Cabinet in consultation with the APSC, given the current arrangements at that time. But work would have commenced on analysing the report and its recommendations.
But when?
In August 2023.
Right, from as soon as you received the report. So the government had been working on its response for 2 years.
We would have commenced analysing the report in August 2023, Senator.
When did you first provide recommendations to government?
Well, I would have been, I was briefed on it. We had a number of discussions on it. It was... So I don't know what you mean when you say when you provide recommendations to government. Well, I don't believe the APSC did. They were certainly working up advice to me on how to progress the report and some of the work that flowed from the report. And it also involved other agencies, as you would expect. Kind of understanding how... the thing about the Briggs report was, what she... And this is what I said in the private briefing, was what she found was that, support around the appointments process probably wasn't what it should be, and that the systems were opaque across government. She obviously was looking backwards at that time, so it was another government that she was looking at how appointments were being made, and, you know, responding to that has taken, you know, a fair bit of work has happened.
Sure. Yeah. This is a very simple process question that was asked, you know, lots of times in estimates on lots of different issues. When did the APC first provide advice to the Minister about the implementation of the Briggs report?
Well, I just told you. I mean, we would have had discussions.
There was no date in your answer,
well,
so it
we
wasn't
would have had,
an answer to the
you
question.
know, it would have been, well, it was after August 2023.
Well,
and in that
that's not very specific,
Well, and it's been ongoing.
Right.
You know,
so,
like I've been engaging with the APSC on this at different times over the past 2 years, as you would expect.
I understand that, but perhaps the APC can help here. When did you first provide written advice to the Minister about the implementation of this report?
Senator, we wouldn't normally talk about the details of what happens in the context of preparing for Cabinet submissions.
I'm not asking for what was put to Cabinet. I'm just asking when written advice was provided. It cannot be Cabinet in confidence when an agency provided advice to a Minister.
Soon after receiving the report, because they would have provided a brief, presumably, with the report, you know. I mean, I don't know specifically what you were after. There was a number of meetings I've had, there would be advice that I've had over the 2 years from the APSC.
I'm specifically asked after what I asked, which is when did the APSC first provide written advice to the Minister about the implementation of this report? Like, this is, I don't know why there's kind of sensitivity about this question. This is a very standard question.
It would have been quite soon after they received the report.
Quite soon after is interesting, but a specific date would be more helpful.
We'll see if we can provide something on notice. I don't have that before me.
Okay. Dr de Brouwer, do you remember?
Those initial discussions were with the APS Reform Office, which was in PMC at the time. It wasn't in the Public Service Commission at that time, Senator. And I can't recall the exact period. As the Minister said, there have been a series of ongoing discussions around the material and briefings through that. And I have no recollection of the exact first date.
Like, it would have, we'll see if we can find it on notice, because it is not a secret. I mean, you know, I'm sure we can confirm.
I wouldn't have thought so, but here we are.
I'm sure we can confirm the date that a first initial brief was sent up.
Great, that'd be really helpful. I'd appreciate that.
Senator Patterson, we're going to rotate the call. I'm trying to give it's 10 minutes each. Just because we're going to go to the lunch break, I'm going to give everyone a chance to have a crack first. We can then come back. Like, it's just going to circulate the call.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Pocock. Barbara.
Thank you for being here again. My questions also go to the Briggs report, which we've received this morning, and I also am really disappointed that we get it, you know, after the media and on the morning where we have the opportunity to question you, Minister. I think it's just rude and unhelpful. I want to talk. The Briggs found that the current board appointments process is, quote, not fit for purpose and undermines the integrity of the Public Service Minister. This review was part of your integrity agenda at the 2022 election. One of her recommendations was, quote, for ex-politicians and staffers to be barred from government board appointments for 6 months after leaving government, extending to 18 months for former ministers and their staff. Have you rejected that recommendation?
Well, we don't agree with that recommendation, and this is around a number. I mean, there's a ministerial code of conduct, of course, which applies around post-ministerial employment, which, of course, exists and overrides anything else. But we don't believe you know, that people should be excluded if they've got the right skill set and go through a process of appointment to a government board. It's quite different to, you know, some of the other issues that are dealt with under the Ministerial Code of Conduct, but we don't believe that saying someone, like, for example, the one that's, you know, well, actually I'm not going to name anyone because that'll be unfair to them, but there are people who leave work in this parliament who do have the right skills and would be an asset on government boards and committees. I think the thing we are trying to put in place here with the framework is a very clear and transparent way of those appointments being made in recognition of what Ms Briggs has identified as a problem in how appointments are made. But it's for a specific set of appointments made by government, not for all appointments, but the framework, I think, captures not only the boards that Ms Briggs looked at, but some other appointments as well.
Minister, I think many Australians will not buy that. They have lost confidence in democracy, and one of the main sources of their loss of confidence is the appointment of the boys, the brothers, and some of the sisters into jobs. You know, ex-politicians and staffers not barred, you know, for 6 months to 18 months. Former ministers and their staff who go directly with key knowledge about internal processes of the government and of cabinet, who go into positions. That is unacceptable to the Australian public. I think that is really clear. I think you are making a gesture here and failing to take the key steps that will make it a requirement. And that is a big difference.
Well, I don't accept that. I don't accept that at all. I think the point that is made by the framework is that very clear arrangements for who it applies to, the principles that underpin it, and the fact that the roles and responsibilities, who has what, the different pathways for appointment, and the fact that ministers have to publicly justify those appointments or be able to publicly justify those appointments. Now, the Ministerial Code covers things like post-employment arrangements, including in areas where ministers have had direct responsibility, and that remains. Nothing has changed there. But to say that somebody can't, so at 5 months and 4 weeks, 3 weeks, they can't be appointed, but at 6 months and 1 week they can, we don't agree with. We think that getting the processes right is the important thing, and having to publicly justify those appointments and be accountable for them is a key part of the appointments framework.
Minister, I think what your government is becoming is a government of gestures, a government of codes, as opposed to a government which delivers what the Australian population want, which is an end to jobs for the boys. My understanding is that you've also rejected a recommendation to enshrine the new rules in law, despite former public Linnell Briggs expressing real concern that there was, quote, little that would make the integrity reform stick without legislation. Is that correct? And has there been an argument about a stronger approach? Because what you've got here is a gesture. It is not what is needed to deal with the size, nature of this problem, not just for your government, but for all governments.
Well, I don't accept that. I think the framework that we have released as part of this really does provide very clear guidance around appointments, around how to implement this, and how to make sure that the boards that we have, or the appointments we have to boards, deliver the best outcomes for those boards. I don't agree, and I don't agree that putting it in legislation would have delivered anything more than this framework does. Frankly, people have to abide by the framework. Ministers, yes.
Well,
that is very clear.
Briggs has recommended you need legislation to deal with what she describes as fundamentally flawed culture, and you have refused that key approach. So what we're going to have is another set of encouragements, endorsements, exhortations, no real legislative teeth here, in a report which documents the nature and extent of a problem that many Australians need no more evidence to be convinced about.
Well, again, I don't think... I think the framework that we have put in place provides very clear guidance about how the government expects appointments to be are made and put in place, and the roles and responsibilities under that appointments framework. And that is something that hasn't been as clear as it should have been, as Ms Briggs identified, and this is the government's response to that. We commissioned the Briggs Review because we wanted an assessment of how, across the board, including speaking to people on boards, speaking to ministers, speaking to public servants, of how that process was operating. And I can tell you from my point of view, when I came into government, the system wasn't working as good as it should be. I was getting similar names being coughed up for positions. We had people who'd been on boards for long periods of time, and it was clear that we needed to improve the system across the board. And I think if you talk to my ministerial colleagues, they felt very much the same way. There were boards which had every board member, which had boards that didn't have the skills or the requirements that would match a skills matrix that was done for a board. Like, that is the world we inherited, and we've been going around changing that ahead of this appointments framework. The system has changed. We're getting a better pool of candidates. We're aligning that with the skills matrix. There's a lot of work that goes on to getting the right people in the right job and making sure boards are performing properly. And that's because of the work that's happened over the last 18 months.
I've no doubt that we need to have processes of merit in relation to appointments, but that is not dealing with what this report, which you commissioned, is telling you is essential.
Yeah, but
it is arguing.
We didn't commission the report saying we're going to accept every recommendation.
No, but the report
don't do that.
is very clear, Minister. It is saying it is not enough to interrupt this culture with just another set of exhortations. It is asking you, recognising that in some portfolios, as many as half of appointments had no proper process, no formal process. And I quote her, she says, "This level of direct appointments is without parallel in other similar Westminster countries and has brought about a climate where Australians now think that all appointments are political processes, are political appointments. This is a serious problem for democracy. If we want people to take our Senate processes seriously out there, and we know that their views about democracy and their confidence in democracy is changing. And here you've spent a considerable amount of resources, you've made us wait for years for this report, and now you have ignored its key recommendation,
well, I don't accept
which means
that.
we have a toothless response to a key problem for our democracy.
I don't accept that at all, Senator Pocock. I don't accept that at all. We have systematically been cleaning up the appointments process, and we haven't waited for Briggs' review, although her review has informed some of our thinking absolutely about the framework, but also how we've been dealing with appointments in the interim. And I think if you go and actually give this framework, without just ruling it out, if you go through and look at the principles that we are clearly outlining about ministers' responsibility, about seeking the best possible appointments on the basis of merit in the interests of good government, ministers are responsible, should be transparent about appointments.
These are all shoulds, they're encouragements. There's no teeth here.
No, these are the principles.
We've waited a long time.
These are the principles that underpin the government appointments framework that will apply from the 2nd of February next year.
And where's the penalty if they don't do it? What's going to happen?
Well, it's public. The penalty is public, isn't it? I mean, part of the job here is ministers have to publicly account for the appointments they make. Like, for a politician, that is how you serve the public and how the public judge you is the appropriate way of dealing with some of the issues that you have identified.
But
I do not agree. Like, we did not, when we commissioned Linnell Briggs, we explained the problem, certainly in the meetings I had with her, and I know she had with other ministers. We did not say, make all your recommendations and the government's going to agree with every single one of them, Ms Briggs. That report informed our thinking about the practical improvements we could make to the appointments process across government, and that has been delivered through the government's appointments framework.
And now we're going to move on, because I'm trying to be fair and get everyone a go before lunch. You can come back. We'll go to Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I will get straight to it. I want to ask some questions about the Commonwealth Public Services growth, recruitment and cost to Australian taxpayers. So the Australian Public Service Commission released its 24-25 State of the Service report on the 26th of November. Ongoing and non-ongoing public service employees have grown from more than 159,000 in June 22 to more than 198,000 in June 2025. So under the Albanese government, ongoing and non-ongoing public servant employees have increased by more than 39,000, and that's equating to about 24%. The ABS published a release on the 6th of November. The Commonwealth Public Servant wage bill has grown from about $32.3 billion in June 22 to $40.8 billion in June 25. So under the Albanese government, the Commonwealth Public Servant wage bill has increased more than $8.5 billion, or roughly 26%. Both the Coalition and Labor governments have been well served by our public servants, and many public servants perform indispensable roles such as frontline service delivery or protecting our nation, but we can't escape these facts that Australia now has one of the largest public sector workforces in the world on a per capita basis, and 4 of every 5 new jobs over the past 2 years has been in the public sector. Australian taxpayers have the right, I suppose, to question whether a bigger Commonwealth public service is translating into a better life for Australians. Now, I note the Minister, Minister Gallagher, has asked secretaries and agency heads to identify the 5% of their lowest priority work to rein in government spending, and that's in addition to the standard 1% annual efficiency dividend. So to get Labor's spending under control, the Coalition took to the last election a policy to reduce public service numbers in a responsible way, and this included through natural attrition and excluded cuts to frontline positions. Prior to the election, Senator Gallagher criticised any cuts to the public service. In speaking about the growth of the public service under Labor, the Minister said on the 30th of March at a press conference in Canberra, those additional staff, the vast majority of them, are in frontline service positions, whether it be Services Australia, Veterans Affairs, the NDIA, they are defence and the national security agencies. That's where the additional resourcing has gone, and they're all at risk. So I'd like to draw the APSC's attention to some recently advertised positions on the APS Jobs website for various agencies and departments. And I'll start with this example. The Department of Parliamentary Services has advertised for a Senior Inclusion Advisor in Canberra with a salary up to almost $110,000. The advertisement states, you will play a pivotal role in implementing and supporting initiatives that foster an inclusive and respectful workplace across the department and broader parliamentary service. Key responsibilities include the coordination and delivery of the health, wellbeing and inclusion calendar and associated events, supporting employee diversity networks, implementing reconciliation action plans, initiatives and providing tailored guidance to managers and staff. What I'd like to know is, does the APSC consider this to be a frontline position?
Well, can I just start before handing over? I think in the comments you read, so a couple of things. One, the ABS data and APS data are different data sets, just so that's the first point. The second point is when I was talking about the increase in the size of the public service, I explained they were, a lot of them, the vast majority were in service delivery roles, as you say, and in other areas like Defence, Home Affairs, Health, Veterans Affairs, Services Australia and the NDIA. That's correct. But I don't think I've at any point said that all of the jobs were frontline service delivery jobs. There have been other jobs in different parts of the public service that deal with policy and support roles, you know, as part of us rebuilding the public service from what we inherited in 2022.
Thanks. Thanks, Minister. Senator, you go through a lot of material there, and the State of the Service report does outline that. It also outlines that, again, a lot of that increase is in policy priorities and frontline service delivery, and it's also outside of Canberra, so there's a relative increase in the share of public servants across the nation. The public service is a national institution and it serves the nation through that, so that's been part of that story. In relation to the specific example you raise, that really is a matter for that department, so that's the authority lies with that department. The underlying, I think, thrust of that issue is also then around recruitment for inclusion and diversity, and I'd highlight that the Public Service Act has places a legislative duty on the public service to represent the people of Australia. So that's a requirement, and those inclusion and diversity jobs are related to that requirement. What that does mean is that public servants are best able to do their job. If you reflect your people, you can do your job better, and you also have a workplace that is typical of the Australian.
So the APSC would consider that this position is an efficient use of taxpayers' money in that regard?
That is a matter you should take up directly with that department. It's not for us to provide commentary on a particular position, but I thought it was useful to say why there is a focus on diversity and inclusion in the public service, and that is a legislative duty. It's part of the employment principles that the public service must reflect the people of Australia.
I suppose also the Australian Public Service Commission's 25-29 corporate plan outlines its key activities, and part of that is, of course, integrity, capability and workforce management. So I suppose I would like to understand, and there are a few more examples I'd like to put to the APSC as to the APSC's view on whether these are efficient uses of taxpayers' money. So another example is the National Health and Medical Research Council, which is advertised for an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander advisor in Canberra or Melbourne with a salary of up to $165,000. A key responsibility of this position is to provide strategic guidance and advice on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health and medical research opportunities, relationships and policy across the agency, and it also involves collaboration with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander researchers, health organisations and communities. So can the APSC explain how this is a frontline position when it's based in Canberra or Melbourne and not near our most disadvantaged Indigenous communities?
Thank you, Senator. It's not my role to comment on individual positions. That really is a matter for you to take up with that agency. They are the accountable authority for that. I'd again just highlight, though, that it's not all the jobs are frontline, but they may be frontline in particular cities as well. Not just in rural or regional parts of Australia. And there's a general principle of the public service reflecting the people of Australia. And in providing services to First Nations peoples, it's important that there are also First Nations staff involved in that. Not just involved in the service delivery, but involved in the policy formation and program development. The specifics, though, Senator, are really a matter for that agency in particular. What I'm highlighting is the general principles around employment and a well-functioning and capable public service.
Okay. I suppose, again, back to the corporate plan, it also highlights by prioritising workforce planning and operations, we aim to create an APS that is not only efficient, but also a model employer. With regard to, I suppose, the issue, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander issue, is it the view, I suppose, of APSC that a person of that heritage is better placed simply because of their heritage in those positions?
It's the key is to have people with the skills and backgrounds and experience in jobs that matter for the communities in place. And that may or may not involve particular people of different backgrounds. It is essential, though, that communities see themselves in the people who develop programs and provide services, and that they see themselves in those people. We know from the experience of COVID that if you're talking to a community and you can't speak their language, or they can't recognise you as someone who has authority and can engage with them, then it's very hard to persuade and have them accept a government's policy or a program. So it's not a black and white issue there, Senator. It really is ensuring that there's the full range of people with the different experiences, different backgrounds that can reflect the community and engage with the community on the ground.
I suppose they wouldn't be language speakers, though, necessarily if they're based in Melbourne or Canberra.
I don't know, Senator. I think when I'm referring back to that other example is Australia is an incredibly diverse country in terms of all the mix of people, and it's really important that we have people who can speak the language of our local community and reflect those local communities in both policy and program development, but also on-ground service delivery.
Okay, well, I'll have to agree to disagree on that point. I've got
We'll
one
need
more
to rotate
example.
the call, I'm afraid.
Can I
Senator
ask one more,
Nampa, just a quick one.
Just one more. So the Climate Change Authority has advertised for an assistant manager, green growth and just transition across multiple states with a salary of up to $135,000. The role is set to focus on growing Australia's green industries, hydrogen, green ammonia, green metals domestically and for export, and that work is set to enable a prosperous, inclusive shift to net zero. Can the APSC explain why taxpayers are funding a public servant to do what should be a private sector-driven and market-led position?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I think consistent with my previous answers, and it really is a matter to go back to that department about the recruitment of the staff that it thinks it needs.
Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Minister, thank you for releasing the Briggs Review. I'd also like to put on the record that I think it's a dangerous precedent to release an OPD to media before releasing it to the Senate, and I want to thank Senators Patterson and Barbara Pocock for all their work on this over many, many months now. Minister, how many of the 30 recommendations contained in the Briggs Review has the government committed to adopting?
So if we're looking at covered or partially covered, it's 19 of the recommendations. 3 are further covered by guidance or recommendations, and I think 3 are subject to further consideration, and 5 recommendations are not covered by the framework.
Are you able to table that breakdown for us?
I'm sure I can have a look at providing that to the committee.
Thank you. You've obviously had this report for 2 years now. Has the Albanese government made board appointments in line with what you knew was in the Briggs Review, or is that just sort of starting from February you'll change how you make board appointments?
Well, I think it has changed in the approach that we've taken, but this formalises it and sets it out in a much clearer way. Certainly I'm involved in hundreds of appointments and have been since 2022, as I'm a shareholder minister in a lot of the special investment vehicles and the government companies that fall under this framework, and there has been significant change to the approach around appointments based on actually having merit processes and looking at a pool of candidates, having things like a skills matrix that underpins what skills we're looking for on different boards, and committees looking at the gender balance, a whole range of things have changed.
And Minister, why aren't you proceeding with key recommendations like applying restrictions on appointments in the 6 months leading up to elections?
So I just answered that with Senator Barbara Pocock. We just disagree.
Was that not around the 6 months after leaving a job? There was another recommendation saying that there's a flurry of appointments just before caretaker.
On that recommendation.
There should be 6 months before.
Well, we think the caretaker guidelines provide guidance there. We don't think you should start caretaker or have a subset of caretaker starting 6 months ahead of when caretaker starts, and so we didn't agree with that recommendation.
What about the limit on board terms?
So the guidance, the framework does say that the term should be normally 4 years but that there is the opportunity for extension. I think the thing that the framework allows is some flexibility by setting clear guidance. And I can certainly, like, I think it is good governance to turn over board appointments. That is my own view. And I think it's probably the view of it's the view of other ministers that we should be looking to turn over appointments and making sure you're getting the right people. But there are also occasions where you need continuity of appointments as well. And that may mean that a longer appointment is warranted in that particular situation. I think one of the issues here with the discussion about legislation or through this policy guidance, the framework, is the issue that we have hundreds of appointments from very small committees and boards to very big, and sometimes you need some flexibility in how you approach the appointments. It's just the practical implementation we felt was better addressed, and I think Briggs herself acknowledges that in the way she handles that in the report, which says if it's not, if this is not practical, actually, if legislation is not practical for the job that you are, all the appointments that you're trying to manage here, then, consider codifying some elements of it, I think is the kind of the approach that she took in the report. We've chosen a different path, which is to pick up essentially what she's saying about how the system wasn't working prior to 2022 and reflecting that in a framework that allows flexibility, because it's the nature of it. And again, I've been in that position where, ideally you could have advertised for another position as someone's term comes up, but the reality was we needed that person to stay on because of the particular job they were doing at that point in time. And so some, having you can only have one term, or I think Briggs did have some flexibility about that. Yeah, two terms max. In some instance is not practical and not going to deliver the best outcome for the job that you're asking those people to do.
Minister, you said that there's lots of board appointments, it's complicated, there's a lot going on. It seems to me that's exactly why the Noel Briggs recommended that the APSC actually take control of the board appointments process, given their expertise, and actually pull out all the various legislation and put it into a single piece of legislation when it comes to board appointments. Why has your government not accepted either of those recommendations?
So there was in reality there was mixed views on that, and again on practically how it would work.
Mixed views
across the public service and across the cabinet.
But it was a recommendation of the Briggs Review.
I know, but just because, I tried to say this before, just because there was a recommendation made, there wasn't a commitment to agree to every recommendation before the report was handed down.
Sure.
I have a huge amount of respect for Ms Briggs. I've worked with her and engaged with her, and the work that she has done for us has been very helpful in this regard, in trying to look at how you steer a process that affects probably every department and every agency and every minister. And I have, of course, a lot of work that I do with the APSC, and the reason we've rebuilt the APSC into the role it has now is to have it at the centre of setting standards for the APS. But in reality, there were different views across all levels of the APS and across ministers' views around, their portfolio and the responsibility their portfolio has, including under the PGPA Act, to drive outcomes in line with that, and felt that, where we landed was having this centralised framework, but allowing entities to manage appointments in line with this framework. So it's more of a hybrid, I guess, than a one or the other.
Sure. I mean, one of the recommendations that seems to make a lot of sense to me is a single, open and transparent pathway for appointments. And I note in the new framework, you still allow for closed, competitive and direct appointments. Isn't the direct appointments pathway under your framework basically a get-out-of-jail-free card that allows you to keep appointing whoever you want? You can say, we've got this process of merit-based appointments, but if we really want to give old mate the job, he gets the job.
So the appointments pathway, again, this is one that we had lots of discussions over, and it allows for open competitive, closed competitive and direct appointments. But the framework also makes it very clear that ministers are responsible for being accountable for those pathways.
Sure.
And again, I can think of, like I haven't counted up how many appointments I've been involved in, a lot. I have been involved where a select group of, because of the nature of the work that we were asking that particular appointment to be, that it has been a curated list of people that we sought. In that case, it would have been a closed competitive pathway, and that, you know, that was appropriate for that appointment. But, you know, in the future, when appointments are made, ministers, you know, have to be accountable for that and say, yes, there was a closed competitive process for that appointment, and be able to justify that in accordance with this framework. So again, it provides some flexibility, knowing the breadth of different appointments that happen, and the range, you know, and they're very different from non-paying boards to, you know, really well-paying boards and everything in between. That allow the flexibility to choose and be accountable for the pathway that you have chosen for that appointment. This is a big step up in what has existed. I know I can see the looks on your face, but this framework, the merit and transparency policy, which didn't apply to as many appointments as this will now apply for, it was in 2008. This has used Briggs and all of what she has found in order to build a framework that is more fit for purpose and also allows the appointment system to practically work, but provide that accountability for it. It's very clear, and I'm sure we'll have many conversations going forward about appointments made under this framework.
And just finally, because I think I'm getting the hurry up. Minister, how can you make an argument that ministers should be able to just directly appoint someone? Why have you got this direct appointments pathway in your framework? How do you explain that to the public? And what does ministerial accountability look like? If a minister does actually appoint their mate directly, what happens? What are the consequences, you know, particularly when it's so hard to actually get information and OPDs complied with? What does it actually look like?
So, well, the ministerial code of conduct applies, of course. That is in place, and that sets very clear standards for ministers and their the work that they do, including having to meet the highest standards, and this appointments framework aligns with that and setting out expectations and the principles that should underpin it. Ministers must always seek to make the best possible appointments on the basis of merit and in the interests of good government and delivering positive outcomes. There are, you know, we're very clear that under the direct pathway, identified candidates or candidate are approached, and on the basis of that they can go through that pathway, and the ministers have to be accountable for that. And
so
I think publicly
what
accountable.
Is accountable?
Well, public must be able to publicly explain that decision, and the framework includes that language.
And at this point, we are going to break for lunch. The committee will suspend and resume at 1:45, and we will resume with the same people at the table, with the Australian Public Service Commission and PMNC, the Australian Government Consulting. Thank you. I'd like to welcome back the Australian Public Service Commission and PM&C, the Australian Government Consulting. We will go directly to questioning, if that's okay with everyone. Excellent. And we'll go to Senator Patterson.
Thanks, Chair. I have some questions about Treasury's unauthorised payment of $2.3 billion. Dr de Brouwer, are you familiar with this issue?
I am, Senator, yes.
Thank you. When did it first come to your attention?
Mr O'Brien wrote to me, I think on the 12th of November, asking for some information around it.
You weren't previously aware of it?
No, I wasn't.
The Treasury reported it in their annual report for 24-25, and there's also been extensive media coverage of this issue. Is anyone on your team aware of it?
Sorry, I am aware of the news coverage. I think when there are breaches of finance law and then they're reported through financial reporting, that actually is not an extremely unusual occurrence. So, but I was aware of it through the media.
Right,
Senator.
okay.
Sorry, I was.
So you first became aware of it due to media reports?
Look, I'm trying to remember. I'm particularly aware of Mr O'Brien's letter to me.
Yes. I may have questions about the letter, but I'm just, in the first instance, want to know how you, or by extension your office, became aware of this issue. Was it reported to you by Treasury, reported to you by the ANAO, just through media reports?
Either through media reports or through Mr O'Brien's letter.
Right. Are any of your colleagues more familiar with this issue, involved in managing?
Senator, like Dr de Brouwer, I was aware of the media reports, and also Dr de Brouwer shared the letter from Mr O'Brien with me. Okay,
so Treasury didn't report it to you on a proactive basis?
No, Senator.
Okay. Just on this letter, so you're right, the Shadow Treasurer wrote to you on the 12th of November about it. And you wrote back to him on the 20th of November, is that right?
I did, yes, Senator.
Why was it only emailed to the Shadow Treasurer's office yesterday?
That was, I thought it had been emailed when I wrote the letter. It was an administrative error, and I apologise for that. It was meant to be sent to Mr O'Brien on the 20th. So it was an administrative error, Senator.
By whom?
My office, right. Or within the Commission, Senator. It was a misunderstanding between officials about who had responded to the letter, and one party thought the other had, and I take responsibility for that, Senator.
Who's the other party?
Well, within the Commission.
Right. Because, I mean, it's 11 days since you signed the letter and it was being received, and it also just happened to land on the eve of your Senate estimates appearance. That's an unfortunate occurrence, isn't it?
It was unintended that way, but my intention was that it would go on the 20th, and it was, as I say, I realised it hadn't been sent yesterday, and then we sent it straight away. And I said it's an administrative error, and I apologise for that.
People more cynical than me might say that there's a connection between it being given to the Shadow Treasurer's office and Senate estimates.
No, Senator. I understand that, but I can assure you that's not the case.
Okay. All right. Well, all I can do is take you at your word, and I will take you at your word on that. In your letter to the Shadow Treasurer, you say that you're unable to provide any answers to him because the APSC's management of this issue is confidential. Is that right?
Yes, Senator. And in my response, I was very clear that we take all these matters seriously. We get a range of matters raised with the Commission, so we take them all seriously. Because Mr O'Brien raised questions around code of conduct, and both within Treasury and potentially more generally, that information is typically protected information under the Public Service Act, and that under the Public Service Act we have very strict restrictions on talking about individual cases, and this is a long-standing issue. So my comment to Mr O'Brien was, we received it, we're taking it seriously, but I cannot provide any public comment on the individual matter, either whether it's going to proceed or not. We don't talk about whether things are proceeding or not, because if we talk about not proceeding, then by implication it's you aren't proceeding, and we don't, because it's, again, protected information under the Public Service Act, don't talk about it.
I understand that. You understand, though, that it's one thing to decline to provide this information in response to a letter from the Shadow Treasurer because you're not under any particular legal obligation to furnish things in response to a letter, and it's a different matter about your obligations towards the Senate through the Senate estimates process. You understand the difference, don't you?
I do understand that difference, Senator, and I go back to saying that it's protected information under the Public Service Act. The intention in that Act is that this material cannot be used. I can't talk about this or can't use this in court proceedings, and that if I declare it publicly, then that's potentially a criminal act from me. So I'm just saying the Public Service Act is very clear.
I've got good news for you. You're protected by parliamentary privilege here. You cannot, no adverse action can be taken against you because of evidence you give in this forum.
And I've been through this also with Robodebt and other code of conduct cases, Senator, and I will stick by this being protected information that I will not discuss.
Protected information under the PGPA is not grounds to refuse to answer questions in the Senate.
Well, then I will take that on notice and consider whether I need to make a public interest immunity claim, Senator.
This has been well litigated in the Senate in relation to other agencies. The ATO tried in 2018 to say that they were prohibited from answering questions because of protected provisions, and in the end, they decided to cooperate with the Senate and provide the documents as requested.
Senator Patterson, Dr de Bruin has said that he is going to take it on notice and see what he can provide and come back to us. And should he provide a PII, we can then assess it within the committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still want to probe this issue because I want to understand what advice you're relying on, Dr de Bruin, to say that you're prohibited from answering the Senate's questions about this. I'm
saying that it's this is protected information under the Public Service Act. I take that very seriously, and a long-standing practice has not been, including in Senate estimates, not to talk about individual cases.
Yeah, well, I haven't even got to individual cases yet. We're at a much earlier threshold than that. We can debate whether that's appropriate or not if and when we get to it, but you're not even willing to confirm whether or not you've commenced an investigation?
Because if I say I've had discussion with Treasury about the matter, and you can raise that with Treasury at Senate estimates. And that's the normal practice, Senator, is when an issue is raised about a department that we follow up and talk with the department about those matters. So that's a factual matter that I will say. But I am restricted in being able to talk about the specifics of what the particular view is over that matter. And I do that because I don't want the precedent of saying, yes, there's nothing here, which may imply that in future cases there is something there. And I think for individuals,
but let's save ourselves the time. That would not be a valid PII claim. The Senate has no grounds on which that would be a valid PII claim.
Well, I'll take that on notice, Senator, and we'll come back if I go down a PII claim on that matter.
So you can confirm, though, that you have had discussions with the Treasury about this matter?
Yes, Senator.
How often and when?
Well, I wrote to the Secretary of the Treasury, and then I've had correspondence back from the Secretary.
When did you do that?
I wrote at the same time on the 20th of November that I wrote to Mr O'Brien.
Hopefully that one went in the mail and...
It went through someone different. Yes, Senator.
Okay.
And I've heard back from the Secretary of the Treasury.
When did you hear back?
Today.
Okay. And what is the usual process in an investigation like this?
Senator, if I could explain, the usual process is for an agency head, where every agency head's required to have procedures and processes around the conduct of investigations and other matters within their own agencies. So the usual process is for agency heads to take responsibility for questions of this nature that arise within their department or agency.
So, to be clear, it was the current Treasury Secretary you wrote to, not the former Treasury Secretary?
Yes, Senator.
And can you table the correspondence?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Can you, on notice, include both your correspondence to the Treasury Secretary and their response?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. Yep.
Is the matter concluded now these letters have been exchanged, or is there further matters?
If I say that, then it tells you what the outcome of the correspondence was, and I don't want to talk about the material or the content of that conversation.
Spending $2.3 billion of public money without lawful authorisation is a serious issue, isn't it?
Well, yes, Senator, but you should really go back to, I think, that's a matter for finance law and Treasury and raise that matter with them.
But I'm just trying to understand the APSC's view of this matter. It's not a trivial matter, is it?
Well, finance law is not a trivial matter, Senator, and the Public Service Act is clear about the requirements to meet finance law. That's part of the expectations that Parliament has on the conduct of public servants.
It's also a violation of Section 83 of the Constitution, isn't it?
Well, I'm not a constitutional law expert, Senator. That's certainly in the statement by Mr. O'Brien.
You don't need to be a professor of constitutional law to know that the executive can't spend the money without the authorisation of the Parliament. In fact, I would hope every public servant involved in spending money knows that.
Well, yes, Senator.
Well-established, centuries-old precedent. So it's not a technical breach, is it?
I think that's really a matter for you to raise with the with Treasury, and I think they've gone through. They discussed the matter with the Auditor General. It's been in their financial accounts. That's all publicly available. It's really a matter for you to raise with Treasury, Senator.
Well, the ANAO was very happy to answer yesterday when I asked them. They said they didn't understand what a technical breach was. They said a breach is a breach, and it is a serious matter. Well,
that's a matter for you to raise with the Treasury, Senator. That's not in my competency.
Okay. Under the APS Stewardship and Integrity Framework, is the accountable authority responsible for ensuring payments not made without lawful authorisations?
So there's a general obligation, Senator, for every public servant to comply with the law.
That's would hope so, but specifically about spending money unlawfully?
Well, that would include the finance law, Senator.
Okay. Is repeated violations of that more serious matter than occasional or incidental?
We'd probably start getting into hypothetical questions here, Senator, that are hard to answer in the hypothetical. I know you're referring to a specific matter. As Dr. de Brouwer said, we wouldn't comment on specific matters, but we do, as a matter of principle, we look at every matter on a case-by-case basis in all of the circumstances of a matter.
Is there anything in the APS Code of Conduct that goes to these matters?
What are these matters?
The lawful expenditure of public money.
As I said, I think the Public Service Act is clear that there's a requirement to meet finance law, so that would be, I think, covered by that matter.
I'm asking about the APS Code of Conduct, though. Is there anything specific in the APS Code of Conduct?
I might ask.
Yeah, we can ask Ms Barber to come to the table, Senator, who looks after these,
yes, please. Thank you.
These matters in the Commission. And I'm just looking at the values that are under the Act in Section 10 of the legislation. There's a relevant value of ethical, where the APS demonstrates leadership is trustworthy and acts with integrity in all that it does. So that would be consistent with acting lawfully. And there's another value around accountable, where the APS is open and accountable to the Australian community under the law and within the framework of ministerial responsibility.
What's the advice that you provide when an accountable authority of an agency is to be investigated for a code of conduct breach?
That would depend on the circumstances of the particular matter, Senator.
Well, do you, who do you advise if an accountable authority is under investigation for a code of conduct breach? The Minister, the Prime Minister, the Secretary of PMNC, who's advised?
Senator, are you talking about a matter where an agency would be undertaking a code of conduct
where the APSC is conducting
process, or where the
investigation for a
APSC
code of
does?
conduct breach?
So, Senator, that's the power of the Commissioner, his own motion power to conduct code of conduct investigations into agency heads. I can give you the section, but I can tell you the section if you want. That's a matter for the Commissioner. That's a matter for me,
yes.
Senator.
And so I'm asking, what do you do when you are investigating someone? Do you, in terms of notice, do you tell the Prime Minister? Do you tell the relevant minister? Who is informed?
yeah.
Kylie Barber, Assistant Commissioner, Integrity, Performance and Employment Policy. So it would be typical that we would advise, obviously, the respondent to the matter, certainly with notice of allegations, but also the relevant minister would be advised, and it would be common for us to advise the Public Service Minister.
The who, sorry?
The Public Service Minister, just out of courtesy.
Okay, so not the Prime Minister.
Well, we're getting into when there's an actual finding, then there's a requirement that the Prime Minister is advised if there's a finding. That's under.
Yes, okay. Well, we might come to the conclusion of an investigation if there's a finding, but just the commencement of an investigation. So you let the responsible minister know and the Public Service Minister know.
And we'll need to rotate the call in a minute, Senator.
I think that.
Yeah, I'm just seeking the.
I think we need to go back. We've got specific procedures for inquiry, and I'd like to go back to those specific procedures for inquiry into a code of conduct, into an agency head. So I'll take your question on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
Just to refer it back, so I don't want to mislead you in any way on that.
Okay, and just before we rotate the call, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Senator. I was just going to go back to your earlier question around the actual code of conduct. I was referring to the values before.
Yes.
But if we look at section 13.4 of the code of conduct, it talks about complying with all applicable Australian laws.
Thank you. Okay, final question for me, just to the Minister before we rotate the call, Chair. Minister, have you been notified about an investigation into any official in relation to this matter?
Well, no, and I wouldn't be.
We just heard evidence that you would be.
Well, I think not if... Well, my understanding is normally agencies do their own code of conduct investigations if there are code of conducts, unless it's been an agency head.
We literally just heard that if the APSC commences a code of conduct investigation, they notify the Public Service.
Well, they do it into specific... Well...
I'll come back.
Well, sorry, I'll just say what I get. So
Please.
I have been notified in the past when it's a code of conduct into an agency head.
Yes.
I am not routinely briefed on every code of conduct matter across the APS or indeed even in the APSC.
So if it's not an agency head, it may not rise to the threshold of notifying the Public Service Minister. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I'm sure I'm briefed appropriately on, like, when the officials think I should be briefed, that I would be briefed, and I have been briefed in the past on agency heads having a code of conduct investigation into them.
But not in relation to this misspent public money?
No, it was in relation to robo-debt, which of course, if we want to talk about the use of public money to pursue citizens for debts that they didn't owe, that was something that was done under your government.
And we'll just rotate the call. We'll go to Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I had one more question on the Briggs review.
Yep.
Given your government hasn't accepted the majority of the recommendations in the Briggs review.
That wasn't the evidence I gave before lunch. I took you through the numbers that's your interpretation of our position. I told you we had covered or partially covered 19 of the recommendations. A further 3 were covered by guidance, and there was 5 that were not covered.
Sure. Okay. I mean, that's not what an analysis that I've seen says. But be that as it may, do you accept that by failing to adopt many of her core recommendations, particularly around stopping direct appointments by ministers, that you're not in fact adopting the highest standards of integrity and transparency in public sector appointments, as was claimed in your media release today, and this won't actually restore trust in the community?
Well, I think your interpretation of it and the public messages I've seen from others about it will certainly try to perpetuate that it's not about instilling trust when it's exactly about doing that. You know, we have used this to inform our decision making, and anyone comes in here and says that the appointments framework is not an improvement on what existed previously or the problems that Ms Briggs identified is simply wrong. You know, and I understand people want to get clicks and views and criticise the government and all the rest of it. We have taken a different position on a number of the recommendations, but I do not accept that this isn't a significant improvement in the way that appointments processes are done across government. And in relation to the direct appointment, and as I said, there are times when that is the most appropriate pathway for appointment, where there is a person that is by far and away the outstanding candidate that the government is seeking for that position, then that pathway should be available, but ministers are accountable and need to be transparent about that, and that's what this framework provides for.
Okay. I think most people probably think that if there's an outstanding candidate, then a merits-based process would
it might be an urgency.
Get them there.
It might be that you need someone quickly. Like, part of the problem here, which neither Senator Pocock's are accepting, is that the appointments process across government for the positions on boards, committees and other appointments are so varied that having a rigid set of set-in-stone processes does not work. And Ms Briggs acknowledges that herself in the report, where she says, if this is not practical to do it this way, then maybe think about doing it this way. And so what we've done is we've taken what she said and we've tried to work out the most practical way of implementing that. This framework, I mean, I can't think of another time a government has gone this far to put out this sort of detail, apply it to all of those appointments and have ministers clearly accountable for the decisions that they take. Now, that might not be enough for you, but as someone who's involved in hundreds of appointments, this, I think, is the best way to make sure the appointments process works across government and that we remain accountable for all of those decisions.
Thanks, Minister. Dr de Bruers and Dr Bacon, during the bill inquiry into the FOI Amendment Bill 2025, the APSC's evidence included reading out examples of where FOI officers and officials had been abused. And I think, Dr Bacon, you read out a number of them. And one example starts, just because your feelings are hurt doesn't absolve you of legislated obligations. I actually have a copy of that email, and it wasn't about FOI at all. It had nothing to do with FOI. It was actually part of a Comcare claim dispute. I asked for a copy of that email through a question on notice, and your response was that you don't have a copy of the email, and you referred to a document on APSC letterhead titled Attachment A. What is that document, and who produced it, and how did you get those quotes if you don't have the email?
Senator, I'll ask my colleague Ms McIntyre. She can talk in more detail about this, but in order to be prepared to provide information to the Senate committee looking into the FOI bill, we did engage with a number of portfolios, departments and agencies across the public service in relation to concerns that we had been aware of, but looking for or asking about details of concerns people had about the treatment of public servants from FOI applicants. So there were a number of departments and agencies who gave us information. I think what we provided to you on notice, Senator, was examples that had been compiled out of that engagement process across multiple portfolios.
Who compiled that?
That was one of the teams in our General Counsel branch, Senator.
So how did they compile it without seeing that email?
We were provided information from different departments and agencies, but I'll ask Ms McIntyre to expand.
Thank you, Senator. Melanie McIntyre, General Counsel for the Commission. Agencies submitted examples of behaviours that related to FOI processing to the APSC in a de-identified way. That was in order to protect the privacy of both the individuals that processed the matters and also the individuals that made the FOI applications. So the way the agencies submitted examples was by extracts and examples rather than source material.
And who submitted that example?
I can confirm that example is from Comcare.
Have you followed up with them, given it's not related to FOI and the APSC told the Senate that it was related to FOI?
Senator, questions about the source material should be directed to Comcare.
Are you not concerned that you're essentially misleading the Senate because you're being given faulty information?
Senator, I don't think it's the right characterisation to say that we've misled the Senate. We take our obligations to provide accurate information to the Senate extremely seriously. The information that we had collected from departments and agencies was all in the context of asking for examples around the treatment of public servants from FOI applicants who had exhibited threatening or intimidating or harassing behaviour, which then impacts on the well-being of public servants.
Dr. Baker, I said
New Senator Pocock on casting such accusations.
I said potentially misleading the Senate, and I thought you'd probably be a bit more concerned about that, Dr. Bacon. You read out this email in an FOI inquiry warning the Senate that these are the kinds of things why we need to overhaul our FOI legislation. And you said this is an example, and it has nothing to do with FOI. It is part of a Comcare claim.
So I think, as Ms McIntyre has said, Comcare is better placed to provide detailed information. It is not the case that Comcare claims and FOI applications never coexist. So in this scenario, my understanding is that those two processes coexisted in this matter. I would defer, though, to Comcare, who received applications from FOI applicants and responded to our request for information about the interactions between public servants and FOI applicants.
Where did you get that understanding from? Have you spoken to Comcare since my question on notice, or?
I personally haven't had a conversation with Comcare. I think Ms McIntyre has had discussions with Comcare. We talk to Comcare on a regular basis on a whole range of
McIntyre, is that
matters.
your understanding that this was actually somehow some merged Comcare FOI interaction? I don't understand how that could be the case, but
when I reached out to Comcare, remembering that the request was for examples of behaviours relating to FOI processing, I did confirm with them that that was their understanding of what they had submitted to me, and they confirmed that that was their understanding.
Okay, I've got very serious concerns where you have the APSC reading out an email, which I've got, that clearly isn't to do with FOI, as a reason to overhaul FOI, and then when questioned about it, you kind of just palm it off and say, oh, well, it's Comcare's problem, not mine. Like you are...
Senator, I might just correct the record there that rather than reading from an email, we're reading from material that we compiled from different departments and agencies.
Which came from an email?
We were reading from the material that we'd received from Comcare, Senator.
Okay.
We will need to rotate the call, Senator Pocock.
A couple more questions on...
You make it swift, yeah?
Sure.
I'm happy to come back to you. I'm just sharing the call.
I wanted to ask about robo-debt and the FOI bill. Rick Morton has obviously written a lot on robo-debt, and I think it's well worth checking out both his book and his Saturday paper article. And it sort of really draws attention to the APSC's submission to the FOI inquiry bill, which reads, the comments quoted above by major leaders in public administration in Australia highlight that the current exemptions for deliberative materials have made it harder for public servants to do their duty, and the consequences of avoiding written advice about serious risks are evident in the robo-debt and home insulation Royal Commission reports. But as Mr Morton said in his article, the Royal Commission made no such findings at any point in its final report linking FOI to the failure of public servants to give frank and fearless advice. If anything, the report found that the bigger issue was that the public servants just stopped writing things down and demonstrated careerism above public service, despite these things already being against the law. And so, Commissioner, can you point me towards any recommendation within robo-debt that says we need to change the FOI Act to enable sort of frank and fearless advice?
these are my own observations, and they're the observations of public servants, Senator. So can I go through the argument around this? And the fact that it wasn't something that the Royal Commission highlighted doesn't mean that we can't highlight it and we can't talk about the experience of public servants and the trade-offs that are involved in FOI. If I can go back just on Mr Morton's comments, can I please refer you also to my public statements in September 2024 around robo-debt?
I've read
and just the disgust and the sadness that the public service felt going through this, and I'm not walking away from all those behaviours that were exhibited by some public servants. So can I put that in? Because Mr Morton rewrites some of these things to say that I only represent FOI as the problem and not culture and behaviours of people and leadership, and how do you deal with those things that you've highlighted. So please put that back into please see what I've said in the context of the history of robo-debt.
Can I just ask you to add to your answer here, but you're the one who linked it to the Royal Commission, not me. In your statements, you linked this to the Royal Commission. So I'm interested for you to explain that to us.
I will, Senator, but I just want to be really clear about what I meant with robo-debt, and it's not using FOI as an excuse for what happened in there. My comments were drawn on a range of observations by Peter Shergold in his review of the implementation of home insulation and the NBN, and the observations in the Thodey review around what the impact of FOI is or can be on the willingness of public servants to provide their deliberative advice in writing to their colleagues, to their colleagues or to ministers. The observation certainly, Mr Shergold or Dr Shergold, Professor Shergold refers to home insulation in respect to that Royal Commission. The observation from robo-debt, the robo-debt Royal Commission, is that people didn't put their advice in writing, and you mentioned that. My observation is that, and the observation of people who worked through these code processes, was that part of that was concern that that material would be FOIable, and certainly there's an element of trying to please people or have cultures of oppression or other things, but also what the impact of FOI would be. That came up certainly in the Code of Conduct investigations. So I am properly entitled to make observations around the impact of FOI on behaviour of public servants in robo-debt in my role for what I saw as Commissioner of the Public Service. Now, the Royal Commissioner didn't make those observations. They're my observations and I stand by them.
Okay. So you think that...
And I am going to need to rotate
the illegal behaviour we saw in robo-debt, the way to fix that is to actually reduce transparency so that people feel like they have the courage to actually just abide by the law. Surely it's just about actually ensuring that public servants are putting things in writing, are taking notes and abiding by the Public Service Code of Conduct and the law.
So I don't take your conclusion. I don't agree with that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that culture and leadership and a leadership that enables people to say what's on their mind, to express problems and say where problems are, that's really important. That people have a willingness to engage and talk about issues, that's important. And supporting people in doing that rather than oppressing them or bullying them or intimidating them, that's just, we just can't go down that route. The impact of FOI in terms of a deliberation is not to hide stuff. It's actually to enable people to write down and encourage people and support people, have the system supporting people, putting in writing their advice and their discussions with their colleagues so that they can talk about that.
Isn't that the law already, though?
Well, it is the law, but this is what I tried to say is that the system can support people in doing their job, or it can make it harder to do their job. And if people think that if my email is going to be released publicly, it makes it harder to put it in writing.
Why? You should stand by your advice, surely.
Yeah, I do, but it's whether the system comes in to support people in doing their job or it makes it harder. And the observation from Peter Shergold, from a range of ministers and senior public servants in the Thodey review, is that the system, the changes to FOI in 2009, make it harder. They don't support and enable people to do their job. They make it harder. And what I was trying to say in my evidence was to highlight this as an issue for the Parliament and to see if there are solutions to find a balance in it. It's not walking away from transparency. In fact, that's inimical to really what we've been trying to do, is to increase transparency. But how does the system support people in being transparent? And
surely not by making it more secretive. That's not the solution. The
well,
solution
I think
is frank and fearless advice is a requirement by law, and so let's change the culture that way. You're giving frank and fearless advice. If it comes out, sure.
Well, yes, Senator. I agree. It's frank and honest is actually what the law says, but I can't agree more. And I'm not. It's though. How do you help and support people in doing their job? And what that proposal was saying was thinking more about the deliberative, or what's the impact of having to release something early when an issue is being discussed. Does it stop or enable a conversation between officials? Does it stop or enable an early conversation with ministers about the risks or about how things are connected? And what we've observed, what many public servants have observed, is that if everything is always out there live all the time in a public debate, people don't put things in writing. And they tend to do their advice verbally. We've had conversations, and I think this came up in the Thodey review, of people who would send up a brief to a minister but have a yellow sticky with what they genuinely thought to give the written advice to a minister. Now, in the record, the yellow sticky disappears and you get the
illegal.
brief. That's a lousy way to run advice to ministers.
But that's illegal.
No,
so,
it's not illegal. They've given the advice. They've given the advice to ministers. They've just been selective in what they've written down in that advice.
How is that consistent with the obligation?
So I'm actually going to rotate the call, so you can actually continue on this line, Senator Patterson, because I'm going to go to you.
Thank you. And in fact, I was almost ready to move on to finance, but my interest has been piqued by that answer. How is that consistent with the public servant's obligation to keep accurate records?
Well, I think that's right, and that's what we found in Robodebt. Was also people didn't keep records.
Well, hang on, Dr. DeBarrow, you just said it was perfectly fine to write it on a sticky note and then lose that sticky note.
I'm saying, Senator, that that's not fine, and that's actually the behaviour.
That's not what I heard. I don't think that's what Senator Pocock heard either.
Well, I'm trying to describe what people saw as the incentives in the system. If you're writing material in a lot of detail to a minister or to your colleagues, and it's immediately released, then it becomes harder. There's all these pressures that emerge on people to put less in.
Sure, I understand the argument you're making.
Just one moment. I think you're both kind of just confirming what Dr. DeBarrow is saying.
I don't need your
is that if you're going to attack
translation.
someone for trying to tell you what the situation and the circumstance is, then you're going to discourage people from doing it.
Chair, thank you. That's an interesting interpretation, but I'd just like to ask questions. Senator Pocock just told you when you said that public servants were writing things on sticky notes and then losing those sticky notes, that that's illegal, and you said to him, no, it wasn't.
I don't think the sticky notes themselves are illegal.
But failing to keep records is.
Yeah, but no, that's I take that, Senator. No, that's I understand that.
I'd be very concerned if the public servants watching this thinking the head of the APSC is sanctifying writing what you really want to say on a sticky note and losing that sticky note rather than putting in a proper brief and keeping records. So I'm giving you the opportunity. I'm giving you the opportunity to correct the records just so there's no misapprehension.
Okay, I think that is completely unacceptable.
Great.
And it's not a practice I've done or I accept or I think is right. But I'm just observing that public servants, in my experience, I do know public servants who've done that in the past, and it's been a conversation, including at senior levels, of how do you give advice to a minister, or talk about an issue very frankly with your colleagues, when that may be playing out very quickly in the public domain, and people don't, I mean, then things get closed down.
Sure, but political discomfort for a minister or a senior official is not good grounds to write something on a sticky note and lose the sticky note.
I agree.
Good.
I agree. I
We've made
couldn't
that
agree
clear.
more.
Chair, I'm actually happy to move on to finance.
Okay, we'll go to
Senator
Senator Pocock
Sharma.
then.
Sorry, Chair.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Sorry, Chair. Senator Sharma did have a question.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, I can go now? All right, thank you. Dr de Brouw, you mentioned that you were notified about the potential breach of the Constitution, or you became aware of it through media reports and then subsequently through a letter from Mr O'Brien. So as I understand it, it was first disclosed by Treasury in their annual report, which was published, I think, on the 24th of October. Is that an appropriate way to be reporting a potential breach of the Constitution involving $2.3 billion in taxpayer money?
I think that's really a matter, you should take that up with Treasury, Senator. There's a whole range of financial reporting and techniques or methods for financial reporting, and that's a matter for those financial authorities.
I mean, it features, because I've looked, it features in the notes forming part of the financial statements on page 142 of the annual report. It's given the sum of money involved and given that there were multiple breaches, at least 8 separate breaches of the law and the expenditure of public money, don't you believe it should have been reported, firstly, more promptly, and secondly, in some sort of standalone document? I'm just trying to understand, was this hasn't been disclosed to you separately by Treasury, as far as
I think when it comes to details of finance law, Senator, please take it up with Treasury or the authorities responsible for financial law of how people report breaches. It's a normal in an annual report. That's where you report any breaches, and the audit office examines those, and that's done through the reporting process.
But you didn't receive any separate reporting of this breach?
Senator, I think as Dr de Brouw's explained earlier, we wouldn't normally comment on the circumstances of individual matters.
Well, I think the claim there for protected information is about investigations, as I understand it, right? If you're conducting an investigation. Now, I'm asking you whether you were notified of this by Treasury. I'm not asking about an investigation.
We're not the place that would normally be reported to on that. That's a matter for Treasury, and you should take that up with Treasury and the audit office.
I will, but you didn't receive a separate report or
I've said no, Senator.
No, okay, right. And just to go to the claim of protected information, so as I understand it, you're relying on Section 72A of the Public Service Act there for that claim, is that right?
That sets out requirements in relation to protected information.
In relation to Code of Conduct investigations, Senator?
Yeah, okay. So as I understand it, that section provides a level of protection to information in connection with Code of Conduct investigations under sections 41A, B, C, D, etc. That's right?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. There's also an exception, as I understand it, to disclose information if it's already in the public domain or if the disclosure of it's in the public interest. Have you examined that provision?
There are exceptions. There's a limited exception, Senator, that's set out in Section 72A of the legislation.
Yep.
And that is to be considered on a case-by-case basis. And it does say at subsection 5, the Commissioner may disclose protected information if satisfied of certain things. And there are reasonably narrow sets of circumstances. There are certain things that would need to be met. And it is a judgment that would be made in the circumstances of a particular matter.
So can I ask, have you examined that particular provision and decided it's not in the public interest to disclose this information? Because that's what that, I think it's 72A5 that provides for that. And it also provides, incidentally, for the protection of the names of individuals or material that would allow an individual to be identified.
I'm really saying that the protections on protected information when it comes to particular investigations, that's a very important issue. On occasion, I have considered these and I have talked about particular things and given information to people with an exemption through this provision. I've also named people in the past based on these provisions. So I'm very mindful of these provisions, Senator. What's issue at here is that in a general discussion around potential breaches, that I'm not going into detail about are they or aren't they, or are they being investigated or aren't they, because down the track they may be relevant for these sorts of decisions.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you've examined whether it would be in the public interest to disclose the existence of investigation and decided it's not?
I'm not talking about any specifics of these instances and the provision of any particular part of the Act to those considerations.
Okay, well, let me just put a proposition to you. It would be my view that the expenditure of government money, $2.3 billion on 8 separate occasions without authorisation, is sufficiently in the public interest to warrant some level of disclosure, even if it does not disclose the names of the individuals. But you don't agree with that proposition?
No, I think it's a matter for you to raise this with Treasury. In terms of, I don't talk about individuals in relation to any code matter.
Yeah, but this is about your powers under the Public Service Act as the Public Service Commissioner.
Yep, and yes, Senator, that's right, it is.
But I will put some questions in on notice on these powers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I wonder if you can just clarify for me. I'm reading the Australian Government Appointments Framework. Is that the document, the full extent of instructions to be that the principles, the practicality, the detail of what is expected in the process of government appointments henceforth?
Well, I'm not sure what you've got there.
Something with 7 principles?
Yeah, but it's more than that. It's about 14 pages. So it's
I also have
the
that.
framework, the principles, the responsibilities, the pathways, implementation. That is the framework, yep.
And can you draw my attention to the particular provisions? The summary I have of the principles says that this framework is scheduled to take effect 2nd of February and it replaces and supersedes the Australian Government Merit and Transparency Policy, correct? Mm-hmm. So when I have a look at that policy online, and this is the trouble with getting something just before you have to ask questions about, so my apologies, I haven't been able to do a detailed comparison. But what exactly in detail does this new process do that this previous, quite detailed, though poorly delivered badly, no doubt, what does it do that deals with the problems of the earlier procedure? What's different specifically?
Well, it covers a different range of appointments than the Merit and Transparency Policy. So it covers a broader set of appointments. The principles are different and incorporate the work that Ms Briggs did. The roles and responsibilities are set out in a much clearer way, as are the appointment pathways, including what features of those employment pathways. And so, yeah, what are you asking for, a compare and contrast?
Well,
or?
yeah. I mean, for example, if I can just go to page 9 in your 14-page document, it says that a role for the APS Commissioner, they may participate on assessment panels or provide support and advice within the scope of their functions. When I look at the previous document, which was there from 2020, I understand, there is a very specific role for the Commissioner, spelled out in detail what they'll do and what they'll need to do if they don't, you know, if different advice is given to the Minister than was agreed by the panel, etc., etc. I don't see that. I see a may here. You know, I see a difference in the role of the Commission. So I guess I'm just, you know,
I'm sure we can provide you on notice the difference between the two documents.
Thank you. That would be helpful to...
I mean, scope is one of them.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just want to say, you've suggested that I'm here asking questions for clicks. I mean, I imagine frustration might drive you to that view, but this is a decade, you know, this is something we're not going to come back to, you know, probably in the near future. It's incredibly important, and when I read those 7 statements of principle that we expect people to make appointments around, nothing wrong with motherhood, I love motherhood, but these are motherhood statements which actually, you know, of course you would expect people to make the best possible appointment based on merit. That is not actually something you can hold a departmental process to. You could drive a truck through that, through a million behaviours, because it's not specific and concrete.
And ultimately, like I keep saying, I mean, I guess what I would say to you is, and I accept that you have a different view on this than the government, but also we have been improving the appointments process across government.
I'm not arguing about that.
We have
I know that. Bar was low. You would admit the bar was low.
The bar was low, and that's what Briggs found. And she also found that ministers weren't supported well, and roles and responsibilities weren't clear. The systems were opaque, and this tries to deal with all of that. And I think, from my point of view, as a minister responsible for a lot of the appointments, this framework sets out very clearly an expectation from the PM down about how appointments should be proceeded with, and ultimately makes ministers responsible for that. And I think, people, I think Senator David Pocock asked about what's the consequence. I think if a minister is not following this and consistently appointing people that shouldn't be in jobs, there is a consequence for that. And so part of what this tries to do is make it very clear to ministers that yes, they have a role in appointments, they have a role in the appointments pathway and determining that, but ultimately they are responsible for it as well. You know.
So before lunch, you said, I might be paraphrasing you incorrectly, but something like there were diverse views around the cabinet table and out of the public sector advice to you around where to go here, where to land.
Well, that was specifically in relation to the centralised or decentralised model of, you know, should the APSC take a much bigger centralised role versus agencies having this themselves. And part of that is the structure and cost associated with that we had to think through, you know, building a whole new capability in the APSC versus essentially having those skills embedded within departments with some of those considerations. But also ministers quite rightly felt strongly about in those areas where they are responsible for the outcomes, or the board and committee or company is part of their portfolio, that their portfolio should have key responsibility for those appointments. And, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, having that view. And I, as someone who is responsible for a lot of appointments, I understand it, that, you know, if you've got your, you know, part of your job as a minister is to make sure you're delivering certain things, but somewhere else has a greater role on those appointments, I can understand that tension that exists. Anyway, I think where we've landed is this very clear centralised framework. Everyone has to abide by it, but ministers ultimately have responsibilities for the appointments they make.
I can only imagine what some of the conversation might have been around the contest of managerial prerogative of some ministers around this issue. I imagine it was quite a warm discussion. In view of how distant, the fact that you have not adopted a range of recommendations that I see as quite central, will you consider a review in 2 years to look at how this is working?
Well, this framework falls within the PM's portfolio and mine. I think it's something we have under constant watch. I can't agree to a review today. We've just done a lot of work trying to get this in place. We think it will improve appointment processes, including transparency around appointments, and this is something that we keep an eye on.
I guess what I'm wondering is, you say there is accountability to the public in terms of the appointments that people make. That is a very long thread. Most public are actually just hoping that we're getting on with things properly and with transparency and merit. And at the ballot box, they're not thinking about, did the Minister of X appoint the right person to Board Y? So it's a very thin process of accountability. It would be good to be able to review whether this has worked or not.
Well, I think we feel, certainly the government feels like we've had the review, this is the work that's come out of the review. I think, and I can only speak from my own experience, but when I am appointing people to positions, I am very mindful of the responsibilities I have to the public to make that appointment in the public interest. And I think all ministers think that way. So I think public accountability for those decisions is really important, and people form their own views on that, including by commentary from you and other colleagues when they criticise appointments. I think there is a public interest test that ministers take really seriously, and I think this framework allows for that. We have things like skills matrix. We have when we think about, okay, on this board now, what is the gap that we are trying to fill here? And sometimes that does mean, like if you look at an area like submarines, for example, it is a particular, it's probably a small group of highly skilled people in some respects. Sure, you need governance and other skills on the board, but sometimes you will be looking for a very specific set of skills to go on that board, and in that case, a direct appointment might be the best way to proceed with that. So that's the flexibility we're trying to build into this framework.
But I don't want to labour this too long, but I've just spent 4 years just watching management, for example, in the Bureau of Meteorology. 4 years of really poor leadership, a very bad appointment in my assessment from a long distance. But, I just thought that was a real failure of leadership in the BOM and poor management of massive contracts. And there is really no accountability for the person who made that appointment all that time ago. It was, that is not an accountability that has meaning.
On a board or into a position?
It was a leadership position.
Yeah, so that's different. That's not covered by... Oh, well, there is secretary and agency heads, but covered by this process. But I think boards and committees in general, it's different to if you've got a problem within your senior management of your agency, in which other processes can apply.
I'll leave it there. I've got some other questions if I can proceed. Can I?
Do we have any further questions on this side of the table for these witnesses? No.
Thank you. I just wanted to come to the consulting agency, if I may. Thanks for your patience sitting there. I'm just wondering if you could give us a short summary of how it's going in terms of growth of business, the nature of... last time we spoke, you were doing a lot of strategic work. How is the trajectory of growth and staffing and so on going?
Thanks, Senator. Andrew Knight, Chief Consulting Officer for Australian Government Consulting. It's going very well. We're at 33 people as at the end of October, and we're in the middle of onboarding a future wave of recruits this weekend into February. We expect that to continue to grow. Since we last came, since commencement, AGC has displaced $8 million in consulting spend and have generated $5.5 million in revenue in that time. So we started charging at the start of the last financial year. We are increasing our cost recovery. So we were not charging in the first year, so 0%. That climbed to 67 at the end of the first charging financial year, 4-5. And we're at about 74% this financial year. So that number is improving year on year. The work has been still consistent with the service lines that we've outlined in the past of strategy and policy and org transformation. So I can give some examples at some point if you'd like, or take them on notice. And we also have been continuing to do work in the buy better space, so particularly the consultancy playbook. We've done some mastercraft sessions with APS Academy and occasionally advise clients on how they might go to market better, whether that's with a specific project or in general.
And are you playing any role in assisting officers across the service to be more alert, more savvy contractors of external consultants?
The consultancy playbook is probably our best at-scale tool for that, Senator, and so that outlines a range of steps that is consistent with the procurement approach that finance take, but particularly targeted in consulting, and some of that is around how you might scope and approach the market, and then some of it also is how you would manage throughout and implement the recommendations. So there is some advice in there that would go to that general topic.
Great, thank you. And on notice, I would be interested to see a bit more detail about the work you're doing.
Absolutely, we can give some examples, Senator.
Terrific. If I can go to the strategic commissioning framework and ask some questions around that. When I look at it, was an idea, of course, with a couple of years under its belt now, and requires disclosure levels and results. Sorry, Minister, I don't want to cut across your conversation.
Sorry.
I wanted to turn to the strategic commissioning framework and ask you a question. And the Mandarin published an article yesterday. It says, quote, disclosure levels and results are mixed in terms of how agencies are performing against the commissioning framework. Some are exceeding their goals, the ATO I understand did, but others say there's plenty of room for improvement. I'm wondering what you are going to do about agencies that are not achieving their goals. Will you be intervening?
Yes, so it does require more work, I think. I think the fact that we're having this discussion is part of our transparency around this, that agencies need to report against it. I mean, that's why we can measure actually who isn't and who is. And there might be, and there often is, legitimate reasons for some of that, but we want to work through it and make sure, you know, that it's not a kind of a set and forget arrangement. We genuinely want people to reach the targets that they themselves have set, but also that this is part of changing the culture of how public service operates, that, you know, core public service work is for the public service to do, and that immediate reflex to outsource, or, you know, it's not an immediate reflex, but that reflex that we saw certainly when we came to government in 2022 to outsource is repositioned. So we will keep an eye on it, and I know from this might be the first or second reporting. Second. Yeah. I know from just looking at the second reporting, there were some areas where I think some further understanding of what's going on would be useful.
Given the variability of the way people report in their annual report, some say these are our savings, some say here was our target, here's how we fell short or got ahead of it. Would you consider implementing a standardised process for reporting so that we can actually have more of a sense, a comparative sense of how people are going, something which showed the targets and savings over time? I'm just asking if you'd look at that.
Yes. Yes, in short.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My last set of questions relate to NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, if I may, and to a response to a question on notice 463, which showed that APS agencies using non-disclosure agreements in non-sexual harassment settlements have shown a certain growth pattern in the last year compared to previous years somewhat. The APSC directions are requiring the Commission to be consulted on agreements with NDAs came into effect, I understand, in 2022. From the figures, it looks like the directions led to a change in approach and lower numbers of confidentiality agreements initially, but NDAs have since increased in use so that now in 2024-25 there were 64 settlements. Is that kind of your reading of that data provided to us?
So we have data, Senator, in relation to both employment matters generally and then in relation to sexual harassment matters specifically. So I think the numbers you were talking about were employment matters generally, is that correct? Yeah. Yes, so the data that I have in front of me is that we had an increase from 2022-3 to 2023-24, a fairly significant increase, and then a slight decrease again from that year to 2024-25.
Okay. Your response on that, Kwan, said you were not aware of any change in policy that led to the that kick-up in 23-24. What do you think has led to that increased use of NDAs in employment matters?
So, Senator, there's a range of factors that, on a case-by-case basis, will go into discussions and considerations about whether a non-disclosure agreement is appropriate. There's roles and responsibilities in the public service between ComCover, the Attorney General's Department and the APSC. We each have a different slice or a different type of role and responsibility. As you said, our responsibility, there are notification obligations with the APSC. I probably am not able to speculate on what might be driving a difference in those years specifically. We haven't done a specific analysis of those things. And what I am aware of, though, I mean, it is the government's policy generally not to seek confidentiality in the settlement, particularly of workplace sexual assault or sexual harassment claims. We're very conscious of the need to respect and acknowledge the wishes of claimants in those matters. That's very important. Our observation, I think, is that it's not uncommon for claimants to be requesting non-disclosure agreements. There are privacy matters and things that are important to individuals. So that's the Commonwealth's or the government's general policy position, is not to seek them, but we will also be very respectful of the wishes of claimants.
Exactly, as appropriate. And can you just tell me what the number of sexual harassment NDAs were in the latest year? I'm sorry if you've already provided, I haven't got it in front of me.
24-25 was 2, Senator.
Just 2.
2.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for all of your answers.
Thank you. I think we are now in a position to release you from the program. Thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate it. Sorry to have kept you longer than we had scheduled, but we do appreciate your flexibility. And I would now ask the Department of Finance to come forward. I might just suspend for a minute while we change up the room. Thank you and welcome to the Department of Finance, Ms Giannopoulos, Secretary and other officers of the department. Would you care to make an opening statement?
Just a brief one, Chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'd just like to inform the committee that since we were last here, the department has had a change in senior leadership. Ms Kath Patterson, who'd been leading the budget group for the last 4 years, has transferred to the Department of Defence to take on the role of Associate Secretary. I'd like to thank Ms Patterson for her leadership and dedication in preparing, delivering and managing the budget and providing crucial expenditure advice to our Minister, other senior ministers and a host of Cabinet committees. Ms Patterson has also been a trusted colleague to finance staff and others across the APS. We look forward to continuing to work with Ms Patterson in her new role. Mr Richard Windier, officer to my right, will transfer into the Deputy Secretary of Budget Group at the beginning of next year. Today at the table we have Mr Stephen Sorbello, who's acting as the Budget Group Deputy Secretary. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. We will go directly to questions and we'll start with Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. When did Finance first learn that Treasury made unlawful payments to the tune of $2.3 billion?
Just get the relevant officers to the table. I'm not sure whether we will have a specific date for you, Senator.
Let's see how we go.
Senator Lucinda Atkinson, First Assistant Secretary, Governance and Resource Management Group. We first became aware on the 10th of November when the breach was reported in the AFR.
Right. I would have thought that Treasury would have brought it to your attention earlier. Obviously not. Finance, Treasury departments that work pretty closely together. This hasn't come up prior to media coverage?
Sorry, Senator Anna Harmer, Acting Deputy Secretary, Governance and Resource Management. It might assist if Ms Fox sets out perhaps a bit about how we would typically become aware of such breaches.
Yep.
So we receive certain information through the reporting of financial statements, which is the normal form in which we would expect to become aware of a breach of this nature. Those are declared in those statements, and Ms Fox can perhaps outline how those are received and when they are provided to us and when those might be typically published.
Please.
So Amy Fox, First Assistant Secretary, Governance and Resource Management. So breaches of Section 83 are required under finance policy to be disclosed in entity financial statements, as was the case in this particular example. And they're also referenced in summary in the consolidated financial statements, which for this financial year are yet to be tabled, but very soon. We collate information from across the APS from entities on an annual basis to prepare for the consolidated financial statements. So Treasury did include information in their financial statements, as you would be aware, as part of usual and expected process in working with us in our preparation of the consolidated financial statements. Those statements, as you would know, are generally audited by the Auditor General. No issues reported by the Auditor General in their work with us. And we do work very closely with officers of the ANAO. There are a number of standard disclosures required when a breach of Section 83 occurs, and Treasury have complied with those disclosures in their financial statements. I understand in this particular example a valid appropriation existed, and it was more an issue of delegation, and represented in total about 1% of these types of payments that Treasury make. That's an overview of the process.
There was an appropriation, but there was no ministerial authorisation. And didn't the appropriation require a ministerial authorisation?
So there should have been a delegation in place, which I think Treasury have disclosed, but you would need to discuss that with the Treasury Secretary when Treasury appear tomorrow. I believe it's tomorrow.
Yeah, and I will. What role does Finance have in ensuring that expenditure by the Commonwealth is properly appropriated and follows due process?
So we issue policy and guidance to entities. As you would know, the PGPA Act is a devolved framework, so accountable authorities have ultimate responsibility for internal controls within their entities. we don't have a particular compliance role in terms of checking detailed transactions, but we do require entities to include information in their disclosures, in their financial statements, as I mentioned. And on this occasion, Treasury have complied with that requirement, which is, of course, how the AFR have come across this particular example.
Sure, but maybe it's just my naivety, but it kind of seems a little informal for finance to learn that Treasury broke the Constitution to the tune of $2.3 billion through media reporting and not some kind of formal notification or reporting from Treasury.
So, Senator, as I said, I think the reporting came to us through the financial statements, as Ms Fox has outlined. I think, as Ms Atkinson mentioned, we were aware of the reporting. I think there's simply a question of timing here. It may be best to follow up with Treasury just in relation to the timing of the publication of their statements and sharing of those with us. But the reporting of the breach has been made to us in the manner that we would normally expect it to be through the compilation of their financial statements, which are then consolidated with the broader Commonwealth financial statements.
And I do look forward to discussing it with Treasury, but I'm still just a little bit perplexed that, as you say, it is a question of timing, but I think timing is important. Shouldn't this be something that is notified by Treasury to Finance prior to the media reporting on it? Shouldn't Finance have better means of finding out that billions of dollars have been spent unlawfully than relying on a subscription to the AFR? Great newspaper that it is.
So I think what I would say to that is those are questions of judgment and that perhaps they might be put to the Treasury, but we have received the information in the way that we would normally expect to do so. Whether there might be a question of providing it to us in an additional form as well is perhaps a question of judgment.
How long after the article was published in the AFR did Finance receive the notification through those channels that were described?
Senator, I believe I'd have to take that on notice just to have a look at the timeline.
Do any of the other officers have any insight onto that?
So we receive various forms of information from across APS entities in their financial statements as they are audited and then as they are subsequently tabled. So we would have received this information from Treasury in their financial statements at some point around when the annual report was tabled. I don't have the annual report tabling date in front of me, but I believe it was mid-October.
But I think the article was published on the 10th of November. So if they published their annual report in October, how come you weren't aware of it then?
So we do issue what we call a supplementary reporting pack to entities to collate different pieces of information that they wouldn't otherwise disclose in their financial statements. Section 83 breaches are not something that we collate through that particular mechanism. So it's not unusual for us not to have a full gambit of information that entities might be including within their financial statements. As you would know, they go through various review processes, including through audit and risk committees, etc., and then through the Auditor General. So often there are things that are amended and changed very close to the time of financial statements being signed.
I guess what I'm trying to work out is if you didn't have a subscription to the AFR, when would you have first found out?
So as a general rule for Section 83 breaches, we will identify that information by going through entities' financial statements as part of our collation of the consolidated financial statements. That would be, from my perspective, the first opportunity that we would have to have full visibility of that information. There's no, we don't have...
So when would that be? Just give me a time.
Month of October. We prepare the consolidated financial statements.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm genuinely trying to understand here. If this is something you would find out in October, but your evidence is you didn't hear about it until it was in the AFR in November, what happened there?
So it wasn't specifically reported to us, but it would have been within Treasury's financial statements. Part of our process to consolidate the Commonwealth financial statements is quite extensive, and I'm not sure at what point we would have looked at Treasury's financial statements to identify this information. It definitely happened after the AFR article, but as to when officers in the department specifically looked at this, I can't answer that question for you at the moment, I'm sorry.
Okay, so kind of didn't get around to looking at the documents, would have in due course?
It would have in due course. It would not have been, I did not get around to looking at the documents. We consolidate over 200 entities into the consolidated financial statements. It is quite an extensive process for us to go through.
But this is not a small breach. This is $2.3 billion of public money.
we don't specifically just look at disclosures for breaches. We have to look at all of the disclosures that are made. So, yeah.
Okay. Minister, when did you first learn about this?
I think for me it was when the media reports became public.
Right, so the Treasurer didn't mention it in passing. Oh, by the way, Minister, I think we made a boo-boo
Well, I've
to
answered
the tune of $2.3 billion.
Well, I think I've answered, and I mean from the information I had was the department itself, and I'm sure you'll go into this tomorrow, had identified the problem, reported it, fixed it, and I think that is the most important part about what has happened here.
I would say the most important part is not unlawfully spending public money. So the Treasurer's office didn't raise it with your office prior to the media reports?
I've answered the question of about when I became aware of it.
Well, the first question was about you personally, and this question is about your office.
I'll come back on that. I don't recall, and I don't think so, but I will check the record.
Don't you think it'd be a good idea for the Finance Minister to know that billions of dollars of public money had been spent unlawfully?
Well, when I looked into it, Senator Patterson, what I understood was that there was authority for these payments to be made. There was a problem around the delegation and the ministerial approval, I think, but the department itself had identified the error, had self-reported it and had addressed it, and that to me is the most important thing. I don't think anyone is suggesting that those payments being made to the states didn't have authority. We had been very clear about that.
They literally didn't have ministerial authority. That's what they lacked, a ministerial authorisation. The Treasury Department spent money without the Treasurer's written approval.
The authority was granted from normal government processes, an agreement, and I think we were very upfront about it. Anyway, the issue here is those questions should be... I'm morphing into Treasury estimates tomorrow, and I will be there tomorrow, but I think those things should be put to the Treasury.
I do look forward to discussing it there.
And I think there have been, you know, I think there have been errors of this type, I mean, that happen across the public service, including in the Treasury before, including when you were in government. I mean, they happen. Sure. People just need, you know, we have to ensure there's an environment where a problem is identified, that it's reported and fixed and processes are changed. That's the most important thing about here. Yes, I agree. I know where you're going next, but that is the point here. When a problem, the worst thing would be to create an environment where people have made a mistake or an error and it isn't reported and it isn't, people aren't made aware.
No one is suggesting that's a good idea. Literally no one's suggesting that's a good idea. What I'm interested in is that as Finance Minister, your counterpart, the Treasurer, did not tell you, nor officers nor departments, and you also were reliant on a subscription to the AFR to find out that money had been spent unlawfully by the federal government to the tune of $2.3 billion. You're the Finance Minister. Shouldn't you have known? Other than via media reporting?
It was reported in the normal way, and it has been dealt with through the consolidated statements as well. So all of the areas where it should have been transparent and notified have been undertaken, and that is important.
Yeah, I mean, I just... You're not more curious about how this happened and not more concerned about this?
Well, of course I looked into it. But
okay, what steps did you take to look into it?
Well, I was satisfied that when I saw that the problem had been identified, self-reported and fixed, that addressed the problem.
Were you satisfied that you were learning about it through a media report, not through a formal reporting mechanism?
Well, I also, I mean, it comes through the consolidated statements, and it did.
Yes, but as we've heard, not until after it was reported on in the Financial Review.
I think we're checking all of those dates. But it's come through and been identified and declared as you would expect it to be done.
No, it's not as I would expect it to be done. I would expect it to be done
as
formally.
You would expect it to be done when a problem has been identified and reported.
No. Then it's not as I would expect it anyway. Maybe I'm unique in this, but I would have thought that...
Go back and have a look at all the times you had to do it when you were in government, Senator Patterson.
We asked the ANO about this, and they said they couldn't remember an occasion with this amount of money involved. Maybe if you go back far enough, there is billions of dollars that were illegally spent.
That's the nature of the program, isn't it? It is a big program, being payments to the states and territories.
Yes, and you would think with such a large number of money, such a large amount of money involved, that I's would be dotted and the T's would be crossed.
Well, and that's why the department has identified the problem and fixed it.
But just not notified you or your department?
Well, they have notified the department through the normal way.
Yeah,
as you would expect.
After it was reported on in the media. Anyway, I think we're probably not going to get much further on that.
I'm going to rotate the call when you're ready,
This is a good time
Senator
because I'm
Patterson.
changing topics. So.
Excellent. We'll go to Senator Barbara Pocock.
Oh my God, I'm not quite ready, sorry.
Oh, well, we'll
No,
go to...
no, I'm good.
No?
I'm on it now. Thank you. I have a number of lines of questions. I have some questions about the recent reported cuts to the public service. Minister, did this directive come from you or the department?
It's a decision. Well, firstly, let's be clear. People are using the word cuts. That is not what the government has asked for. The government has asked for departments to identify their lowest priority 5% of funding to consider as part of the next budget in terms of available resources. Essentially an exercise in fiscal discipline. There is no mention of cuts. That is something others have chosen to adopt.
So did the directive come from you or the department?
It was a decision of government.
Decision of government. Why have you made this directive?
Because we can't keep adding into the budget for all the things that departments want to do by simply adding more expenditure onto things. We have to ask departments to be looking at what they're doing and whether they can free up resources to reprioritise to more pressing areas. And we've been doing it every budget since we came to government. We've found about $100 billion, whether it be in savings or what we're calling reprioritisation, where agencies identify resources internally and they seek approval to move that money into new priorities. This is a continuation of that. We have to have, I guess it's a message from the government to the public service that, you know, yes, we understand that new pressures are coming and new ideas are coming, but it isn't just simply coming to budget or through the ERC process saying we want additionality. We're saying have a look at what you're doing and tell us about that and whether or not you can shift resources.
Did you consider instead directing departments to specifically cut consulting services?
Well, I mean, we'll be allocating the 6.4 billion in savings that we took to the last election, where we believe that should come from contracting out and consulting. That will be allocated through the budget process, and so we're already doing that. This is kind of an extra exercise in let us know what you're doing and whether you can shift resources to some of those more urgent priorities.
So the 6.4 billion, I've got questions on it later,
Yeah,
but that is a reduction across the board you're expecting across
We will
departments.
be
removing 6.4
resources,
billion.
Yeah.
And that's just sort of on paper, here's what it does across departments. How do you allocate that 6.4 billion across departments? How's it going to be spread?
So, I mean, I think that's probably something we should talk about at the next next hearing.
Sure.
I'm kind of not in a position to do that, but you'll see from the way we've allocated it in the past, but also, you know, trying to be sensitive, like being thoughtful about how we allocate it, but it's probably something I can answer next time round.
So Labor campaigned against Peter Dutton's pledge to cut 41,000 public service cuts in the last election. Why have you decided now to use your language, to do away with 5% of services, which no doubt will include some people?
Well, we haven't. I think, you know, there's been I think there's been some misreporting about what's going on. And I'm not pointing the finger at anyone, but the way the story's been written is not correct. We've asked agencies to look at 5% of their bottom 5%, essentially, of what they're doing and provide that information to us alongside all of their other wishes and desires through the budget process. Nobody has been asked to cut their budget by 5%. Absolutely nobody. So that element of the story that's out there is simply incorrect. This is an exercise in fiscal discipline.
Some services have people attached to them, so there will be very unlikely that you would eliminate 5% of programs across a whole public sector and not have implications for employment, though. Is that correct, do you think?
Well, yes, it varies across agencies, but that's why there hasn't been any suggestion that we would do that. Like the reprioritisation effort, which we have done in every budget without too much of a raised eyebrow at all, which this is a natural extension of that, has been around essentially, people, the ASL remaining largely the same, just shifting to meet different and more pressing priorities. Like almost every department has a list of areas they would like additional funding for. I can't think of one that doesn't. And I guess what we are saying as we continue to repair the budget over time is that you have to be continually looking to your own budget and how you deploy that as the first kind of stage of the budget process before we just come out with a request for new expenditure.
And so what is the difference, Minister, then between that process and the Coalition's favourite method of efficiency dividends? What's the difference?
Well, there is an efficiency dividend that's already in place, that's kind of been in place for some time. Well, I think the difference was that they were, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the Coalition, but their policy was to reduce the public service by 41,000 public servants. This exercise is asking agencies to look at how they're spending their resources internally.
So what's the efficiency dividend you're expecting in the next financial year?
As to the existing efficiency dividend,
yes.
I'm sure we can provide you with that.
So the departments are coping with an efficiency dividend, a 5% cut in services.
No, not a 5% cut. I don't know how many times I have to say it.
A 5% reduction.
Identifying 5%, their bottom 5%. There's no reduction. There's nothing. We're just saying, you've got this budget. What's your lowest priority 5%? How are you spending that? And is there an opportunity to redeploy that into a more pressing area? No one's talking about reductions or cuts.
But the only way they'll get an expansion of something new, is this correct?
No. No, it's not. I mean, the only way they'll get something new is if we've decided that they can't reallocate. Is that where you were going? Sorry, I did cut you off. My apologies, because I was kind of moving with you. Not necessarily. I mean, it may be that an agency's bottom 5% of allocated resource is still very essential to the functioning of that department, in which case their arm is probably strengthened for if they need further money to do a new pressure or a new priority. It's strengthened by identifying that and saying, okay, yeah, they can't stop doing that, so it is more reasonable. But I can't believe across the public service that there isn't somewhere where a secretary might go, you know what, actually, maybe we should redeploy some or all of those resources into this area that is more pressing than others, in which case we will say, yes, thank you very much, because that means we haven't had to find more money for you. And in part, that means, in a sense, it's a fairer way, because other agents, because it's an opportunity cost as well. The more, one department we have to meet its priorities, means another department might not get a look in. So we're trying to just be a bit fairer across the board.
So, sorry if I've misunderstood, but are you expecting the total service to make a 5% reprioritisation? No. It's an exercise in discipline and information. So it's right that for us, at the ERC level, that we have some understanding or a granular understanding on what the situation is in each agency as they are coming back for more, which, do you know what, as I said, I can't think of someone that doesn't have, or some minister or some department that doesn't have a very good
very reasonable requests for additional resources. It's not possible to meet all of that without looking internally.
What do you expect to happen to the total headcount, the total numbers for employees in the public sector as a consequence of this reprioritisation?
Well, I think I said last week, I think I was asked this, the public service, I think, is kind of largely remain the same. I think the big increases have happened. There may be some ons and offs in particular areas where programs finish and, resources shift to somewhere else, but largely I can't see significant reductions across the board, but I can't see significant increases either.
So remembering your earlier statements about consulting reductions, 6.4 billion now, and the need to rebuild in the face of reducing dependence on consultants, how will departments and agencies pick up the big pull-in of work from the consulting sector if there's no scope to grow their numbers? So, as I said, there'll be some movement around, I'm not going to stand here and say the number it is today. Like, it will move around a little bit, as it always has. I mean, part of the reason why we're building and investing in Australian government consulting is to help agencies with that work. It's 33 workers, it's not...
Yeah, I know, but it's amazing.
I'm totally in favour, but it's not many
I'll arrange for you to go down and have a visit with them. They are an amazing team, and over time they will grow. It wouldn't be fair to start them off. It was always expected to be an incremental increase in that new function, but they are doing amazing work, and there's more opportunities there, I think. But the capability we've also brought into the public service is about that as well. I can't think of a department that hasn't had additional resourcing put in to build up their capability. Part of having the strategic commissioning framework has been to be very clear about what we want public servants to do. But we still believe there is room to reduce the reliance on expensive external labour arrangements.
Senator Pocock, we will need to rotate the call. Is this a good time to break?
Sure, I'll come back.
Fantastic. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on Senator Pocock's line of questioning, Minister, you've expressed a bit of frustration that this issue's been mischaracterised in the media.
I'm not frustrated by it. I actually don't think, I'm being honest. The way it was portrayed, does not reflect accurately the decision or the exercise the government is going through.
I have a helpful suggestion to solve this problem for you. You could release the correspondence publicly as ordered by the Senate, and that would clear it up.
I know, but and I knew that might be a point you raised.
Well, you've got great powers of anticipation, Minister.
Look, and I mean, partly it's a budget in confidence. All matters relating to, say, my EFO and budget are budget in confidence, and so there are reasons why that we wouldn't do that. But I'm happy to answer questions you might have. I can say that the word cut was, we haven't used that in the decision we've taken or the request to agencies.
I know. Cuts is something your political opponents do. Reprioritisation is something you do.
Well, reprioritisation isn't a cut. We weren't removing expenditure or ASL from departments, which is the contest we had in the election campaign. I thought this is something that you would support. I mean, I have read plenty of your transcripts, Senator Patterson, talking about fiscal discipline, etc., etc. This is right in the middle of what you've been saying.
Well, I don't know whether my honest answer is I don't know whether I support it or not, because I'm not clear what you are talking about still. I don't think any senator is particularly clear.
I don't know.
Oh, that's good.
I don't know what more I can do.
Better talking points than
I don't know what more I can do to assist you with that.
You could table the correspondence.
Well, I'm not going to do that because it is, and I don't remember Matthias sitting here ever tabling correspondence relating to budget decisions either, or cabinet decisions, frankly. And he always had He was always very clear on that, and we accepted that, and we didn't do OPDs calling for a whole range of things that were clearly documents that were being used in the formulation of a budget. Now, the Senate has changed. I accept that, but ask me. Ask me any question and I will answer as much as I can.
Thank you. Let's just get to the bottom of the document first, because I think that's important. Senator Chisholm disclosed in the Senate on behalf of the government during the business of the Senate that after my office submitted an OPD on this issue, that your office contacted my office to tell us that these documents did not exist. Is that right?
I would have to check that, sorry. Last week I was in the chamber.
That's what Senator Chisholm said in the chamber. He said, your office contacted my office to tell us that these documents did not exist. But we now have a letter from you saying that you can't release these documents. So which is it? Do they not exist or can you not release them?
I would have to check both of those things. I think the original thing was a letter, and that might be the confusion.
Well, in what form is this document, if not a letter?
Well, as you would imagine, during the course of a budget process, there is a range of communication that comes from finance out to agencies, reflecting minutes, decisions, minutes of the meeting and/or decisions that have been taken, and that is, as it has been forever and as it will continue to be.
Is it a sticky note?
I've told you, there is a range of information that flows from finance to agencies through the course of a budget process.
Sure, but when we submit an OPD and your office says that document doesn't exist or that letter doesn't exist, if the reason why they're saying it doesn't exist is because actually it's a minute and not a letter, I think that's pretty tricky use of language to try and avoid transparency and scrutiny at the Senate.
We're not trying to avoid transparency. We've answered, I think the original OPD sought a letter, is my understanding.
Yep.
There is no letter.
Right. What is it then?
Right.
If it's not a letter, what is it?
Well, I've just said to you.
Is it an email?
There's a range of things there's a range of information that moves from finance to agencies that reflects decisions that the government has taken.
Sure, but there's no need to be so tricky with language about this. I can't compel you to provide anything, but I just want to know for future purposes, if I'm putting an OPD, what do I ask for? Do I ask for a minute? Do I ask for an email? Do I ask for a memo? What form does this
I'm not going to tell you how to write
take?
your OPDs.
Why not?
Because I'm not the author of them. So, you write your OPDs. You seek... Look, and we can get into an argument about OPDs. OPDs used to be about particular documents. That's what they used to be. So there is no document. There is no document to the letter that you sought. There is none.
Well, hang on.
Now, other OPDs seek a whole range of things. They think briefing notes, the way OPDs have been written now encompasses at times a whole range of different information. But I am not going to tell you how to write your OPD. And the information that I think you're seeking would be budget in confidence. But ask me about the 5%. I don't know what you don't understand about the explanations I have given publicly on a number of times about it, because I will be as helpful as I can to bring you up to speed on it.
Minister, you can't on the one hand complain about senators doing fishing expeditions using broad language to try and capture documents, and on the other hand refuse to say what form this communication took place. If you want us to ask for specific documents through OPDs, which is my understanding of your position, then let us know what we should be asking for.
No, that's not how it works. You asked...
It's the most transparent government ever.
No, you asked for a letter. I said that didn't exist.
Yep. So, and then you complain about senators asking for a broader range of documents. Do you see the inconsistency?
No.
We can put in very precise OPDs, but if you're going to be deliberately obtuse about what form these documents take, what form these communications take, then senators have to ask for a broad range of documents. You are forcing us our hand there.
I'm not telling you how to write your OPDs.
Okay. How about you just tell me
are you interested in the actual issue?
Yes,
Senator
I am.
Patterson?
And yes, I'm very interested, but I think this is a really important issue to resolve. How about you just tell me, in the lead up to preparing a budget, when a directive is sent to departments to identify potential savings, in what form is it sent?
Senator Ruston's done some time in cabinet. You could ask her.
I'm not sure that I'm a government. I'm not sure that's actually appropriate from the chair, by the way.
Well, I mean, I don't know, to be honest, how it was sent, but
Well,
how
you told me it's not
information
a
was
letter, so you
how
obviously know it's not a
information
letter.
was relayed. I would imagine. I don't know if the secretary can help there, but I would think
Please.
it was via email. I would imagine that if you were trying to get a message out to the whole of the public service about a decision that is being taken, I would imagine that is probably the method you would use.
Okay. Secretary, is that right? Is it an email?
There was an email and there was correspondence from Prime Minister to ministers.
Right. So,
isn't a letter.
yeah, what form did the correspondence take?
Well,
was it attached to the email?
I'm unsure.
Right. Was it a PDF?
If I talk generally about how budget prioritisation processes work...
Well, let's do that in a minute, but you just gave me some specific information there that I want to clarify. There was an email from the Prime Minister, or there was an email which contained an attachment from the Prime Minister?
There was correspondence.
Correspondence, right.
From I believe the acting Prime Minister at the time.
Yep, okay.
To ministers asking for these 5% options to be generated.
Right.
For the budget 26-27 process.
Okay, what did the correspondence look like? In what form was the correspondence that was attached to the email? The officials seem familiar. They were nodding before. They must be within their state of knowledge. Mr. Sabello or...
Paul Fitzner, First Assistant Secretary, Budget Group. The Secretary referred to correspondence being sent from the Acting Prime Minister that was in the form of a letter. I think when the Minister was speaking before, in the context of the initial form of the OPD and a document not existing, I think that was in reference to a letter sent from Finance. There was no letter sent from Finance.
So, Minister, what is it? Is there a letter or is there not a letter?
There was not a letter from Finance as set out in your OPD.
That's not what you said like 2 minutes ago.
Yes, well, it related to your OPD. It was, exactly.
So no wonder senators have to go on fishing expeditions when we're told in estimates under oath that there's no letter, only to learn by pursuing it a little bit longer. In fact, there is a letter. It just came from the PM or the acting
Your
PM.
OPD saw a letter from the Department of Finance. There was no letter. That is my answer then, and it is my answer now.
In fact, there was a letter.
Your OPD sought a letter from the Department of Finance.
Excuse me, who are you?
When I just asked you that question before, Minister.
Excuse me, that was exceptionally rude, Senator Ruston.
Many people would say
Chair,
that, Senator.
Chair, I think your interventions
Now,
are making this more difficult rather than less difficult. How about we just...
And that's not very helpful either, Senator Patterson. There was some rude comments going on and it's not necessary.
A document that didn't exist.
I'm not sure I started it.
So, but Minister, when I was asking this about this before, I did not specify the Finance Department. I just asked if there was a letter. I asked how this is being communicated. We can go back and review the Hansard if you like.
By all means.
But I was very clear. I just asked if there was a letter. I didn't specify that it came from you or the Department of Finance.
My answering was based on what you were seeking through your OPD.
Well, that's not what you said in your answer.
Well, I think it was.
Okay. So there was a letter and it came from the Acting Prime Minister. Why is it the Acting Prime Minister writing to departments and agencies to seek these savings?
Why?
Yes, why? Wouldn't it be the Finance Minister who would ordinarily ask agencies and departments for savings?
Well, the PM sets out budget priorities routinely. So, no, I don't see anything unusual about that.
Right. So the Acting PM has written in a letter to every government department and agency to identify these 5% savings.
It wasn't to departments, it was to ministers.
Right, okay. Thank you for clarifying. So the Acting Prime Minister has written to all ministers to identify 5% savings.
No.
Well, correct me.
To ask, well, I don't know how many times I have to say this. They have asked to identify their lowest priority 5% and to provide that information through the budget process.
Okay. So why couldn't this just been disclosed? Why did it take 15 minutes to draw this out? What's the secrecy?
There is no secrecy. I've been answering questions on this for some time.
I don't think any independent observer watching this would think that you're being transparent. Like, this is
Well,
straightforward.
it's a budget process. I have been as helpful as I can be while we were in the
If this is helpful, I would hate to see unhelpful, Minister.
Oh, come on. I know you can...
Seriously,
yes,
why does
okay.
it take 15 minutes to... It's like drawing blood out of a stone to learn
I've been
that the
answering
acting
your
Prime
question.
Minister wrote a letter to ministers.
I've been answering your questions, Senator Patterson. Like, I'm not going to ask them for you.
No, clearly not. The CPSU National Secretary, Melissa Donnelly, told the Canberra Times, and I quote, "The government should come clean on their plans and immediately release the letters they sent to agency heads about potential cuts. As an employer, they need to be upfront with their staff about what they are proposing and the impact it may have on jobs, workloads and delivery of services to support millions of Australians." Don't you agree that that's a reasonable request from the CPSU?
Well, I've already answered that. It's their budget in confidence documents. We can't, you know, we're going through a process now. Like, no, they are not released.
Will these correspondence, will these letters ever be released after the budget?
I would have to take some advice on that.
Is there a reason why they couldn't be?
I don't think it's been practiced to release those documents, even, you know, that I can recall, or under your government when you were in power.
Okay. What was the date of the correspondence?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know if people...
Does anyone at the table familiar? Well, obviously, while there was an acting Prime Minister, I assume it was Mr Miles?
I'd have to check, but
Yep.
yes.
So
it would
presumably
yeah.
the Prime Minister was on leave. Was it when the Prime Minister was attending an international summit, or...?
I think we'll get the date for you, Senator Patterson.
Well, I'm just trying to see if officials have any knowledge here today.
They've said no, and we will try and find the date for you.
I didn't hear them say no, but...
I said, do you have the date? And there was a shake of the head, so you may not have heard them. But I thought you were watching, that's all.
No, I was looking at my next question. I'm not sure Hansard captures shaking of the head. So you can't say when it was sent. Are ministers required to reply, and how are they required to reply?
Yes, they were asked to reply.
By when?
From memory, it was the end of October.
In October. And have they come back with suggestions of the lowest 5% priorities?
Well, ministers routinely, they do reply to a letter from the Prime Minister.
Yes, that's probably a good career move, but I'd like to know whether they've provided savings in...
Well, it hasn't been an exercise in savings, no matter how many times you say it, Senator Patterson.
I don't mean that in a gotcha way,
well,
Minister.
No,
I'm just,
they've been asked to identify the lowest priority 5%. That's what they've been asked to do, and that's how they're
just
replying.
Trying to be economical with language. If you want me to say lowest priority 5% spending every time I ask a question, I can do that. Have they provided examples of their lowest priority 5% spending?
Ministers are engaging, as you would expect them to, through the budget process. Yep.
Good. And can you guarantee there'll be no job losses as part of that?
Through that exercise, that's not what it's about. So
so you can't guarantee that.
No, that is not what it's about, and that's what I have said publicly.
But
it's not about an exercise in reducing staffing across the department. So as a result of this, there would not be.
Okay, but maybe I need to reframe the question, because I said, can you guarantee there'll be no job cuts? And you said no. Do you mean, yes, you can guarantee there'll be no job cuts?
As a part of this exercise, that's right.
Yes, so there'll be no reduction in the public service in that next budget?
As I said, there will be some ons and off where there's terminating programs. Like, I haven't seen... We're still finalising the mid-year economic and fiscal update. I don't know that we report ASL as part of that, though. We do not. Yeah, I don't think so. But, you know, there are movements across the public service. So I just want to be very careful that it's not as a result of, you know, we are not looking to reduce the size of the public service.
Sure. Okay.
And when you get to a convenient point, Senator Patterson, we will rotate
Yes, Chair, that would be
again.
convenient. You can rotate the call. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Minister, have you in the Department of Finance begun the process of deciding your 5% reprioritisation projects?
Mm-hmm.
And can you give us some examples of the kinds of things?
Currently before the budget process, so no, I'm not in a position to do that.
Can you give us any examples of the kinds of things that other departments are looking at?
No, I don't think that's right when we are in a, you know, still in an active process.
Is the target of 5% service-wide or department and agency specific?
So I think probably a finance official is probably best to explain this part of it.
Well, do you want to just describe it, Paul?
Yeah. So I'm not sure I quite understand the distinction.
So is every agency required to find 5% to reprioritise in favour of new priorities, or is it across the service that you're expecting that level of reprioritisation?
So the Acting Prime Minister asked each minister to look at the activities that they do within each portfolio. So it was done at a portfolio level and said, can you identify, as the Minister has said, can you identify up to 5% of the activities, the lowest priority that you would consider the lowest priority, to provide options for government consideration.
Is any agency exempt from this requirement?
The letters went out to each portfolio minister.
So every agency is expected to do this. What will happen if they don't do the reprioritisation? What will be the consequence of that?
Well, agencies, portfolio leads are taking part in that exercise. Like it's not a kind of do we or don't we. We've asked them to. Yeah.
So they will all do it,
yep.
Including Defence. How will Defence do it?
Well, they'll do it as requested. You know, in line with everybody else. Senator Patterson, the letter was sent on the 26th of September.
Thank you.
And have you calculated what the percent of priorities, what would be the ballpark figure in an area like defence for that kind of reprioritisation? 5% of the programs of defence will be a very large number, would it not?
Yes.
And that they will be expected to achieve
Well, it's about identifying expenditure, current expenditure.
If I can go to consultants, in the October estimates I asked questions about the discrepancy between your government's claim to be reining in spending on consulting contracts and the fact that the information we've been provided by the Parliamentary Library, as I recollect, that there is more going out now on consulting in 24-25 than in the last year of the Morrison government. Senator Wong said, and I quote, "The advice I have is we can't reconcile some of the figures you provided, your party has been using publicly." And I asked a follow-up question on notice about spending on consulting contracts and received a figure back just for the Department of Finance rather than for the whole agency, which is where my question was actually aimed. So just to be completely clear on notice, could you provide now the aggregate value and the number of consulting contracts awarded from 1 July 2021 inclusive onwards to the present in the form of both a table and a graph on notice, just so that we can be clear about
that? Would be a lot of work, Senator Pocock, I would imagine. I'm happy to look at how helpful we can be. I wasn't here at last estimate, so I wasn't.
Yes,
I'm not fully across the conversation you had with Senator Wong.
Yep.
You know, I think we come from the same page on this. We both want to see a reduction in the use of consultants and external labour more generally. We do believe we've made progress. It can be, but more definitely needs to be done. And I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I still think that we are spending too much. And so we wanted to, which led partly to the decision we took about the further saving that we wanted to seek from this area. I can see whether there is some way, in a kind of not too difficult way, to align years to have a look. Of course, they can jump around a bit, and also where you are doing big procurements for, I guess this is particularly relevant in areas like defence, that can make things look a bit different, where we're definitely seeing changes in some agencies, but I'm happy to look at what we can provide. I'm kind of reluctant to take on notice a big exercise that has us looking through AusTender for the last 6 years.
Totally understand that. Spent enough time down that rabbit hole myself. But however, it is a core claim, and it is incredibly important. So I'm happy to have a discussion to make that as useful as possible. But the key comparator is last year of Morrison and where we are now. I always have a question on notice about the $6.4 billion of savings on the external labour that your government has mentioned. How did you arrive at that number? Why $6.4 billion?
Look, that was based on work we had thought about in government that, we believed was more that could come out of the public service, acknowledging that we had invested a lot into the public service between 22 to 25.
So how did you estimate it, how those savings would be achieved across departments and agencies?
Well, it was similar and building upon the savings we'd made in the first term, essentially.
How does this relate to the reprioritisation, the 5%? Is there any relationship between the two?
No, it's in addition.
It is in addition.
They're separate things, yeah. I mean, the 6.4 is a definite save that we want and will be allocated. The 5% is an exercise in sort of how our agencies are using their resources currently.
So could you provide on notice the breakdown of how that $6.4 billion will be reached and what kind of external labour will be cut? There's often a real conflation of external labour hire and consulting, so I'm asked for that on notice. Thank you.
So we can at the right time. We can't do it ahead of
understand
other published decisions, but so we will do that, but it will be after my EFO's been published.
Thank you. I come to some questions about the recent changes to the Commonwealth procurement rules that came into effect last month. There's some positive changes here about prioritising Australian suppliers, which I think would be very welcome, improving AusTender, and Lord knows it needs it, and launching a supplier portal. But I have some concerns. Did Finance give departments and agency advance warning of those changes? I want to go to the new threshold for open tenders. Previously, the threshold before a contract had to go to open tender was $80,000. Now it's raised to $125,000. Your media release said this is, quote, the first time the threshold's been increased in over 20 years. Didn't explain why you've gone to that level. Is there a rationale behind that?
So that aligns with some of our international commitments, but also was done in response to, I think, suppliers raising the fact that it hadn't risen in 20 years. And the advice I received was that by lifting it, it would capture an approximately 4,000 additional procurements in that threshold, which if you listen to small and medium Australian companies, they would say that's pretty material to them. So this has kind of come about for our kind of iterative thinking about how to strengthen the procurement rules and align them with the Buy Australian plan, but also respond to stakeholder feedback as well.
And what sort of international commitments are you talking about there?
Through our trade obligations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And I need to rotate the call.
You want to go now?
Is that all right? Yep. You good to break there?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of others.
Okay. Senator Patterson?
Thank you. Yes, I just want to move on one other issue quickly while I have the opportunity. Ms Maniopoulos, last night I mentioned to you the CTM issue. I see reporting in the AFR today that the department has written to CTM effectively, please explain. When was that correspondence sent?
Andrew Danks, First Assistant Secretary, Procurement Division. We wrote to CTM on the 28th of November.
Thank you. And can you table that letter?
I can.
Oh, great anticipation. Thank you. Much appreciated. What is Finance's level of confidence that what CTM is alleged to have done in the UK has not been done here in Australia to the Australian government?
Look, I think the the way that our travel arrangements works quite differently to the UK arrangement. For example, airline tickets, we pay directly through our credit cards. We don't use CTM as a middle person merchant. The commitments we've had from CTM is that it is quarantined to their UK and European operations. CTM did this morning offer to fund an independent audit of the Australian contract to give us that confidence. We've taken them up on that offer, but we've said that we will commission that audit and we will pay for it to make sure it is truly independent.
That sounds like a very good idea. I hope we're not reliant on them telling us that it's quarantined to the UK division. Of course, they would say it's quarantined to the UK division.
Look, I think it's one of the reasons we're doing an independent audit, Senator, so we can give that assurance separate to CTM.
Yeah. When did you first learn about this issue?
We were advised initially on the 26th of August. That was when the second ASX announcement was made. So CTM informed finance of what was happening. They flagged at the time that there will be a material restatement of financial accounts and that their new auditor had identified some significant auditing issues spanning several years. We have been in close communication with them over that period. On the 28th of November, before that letter was sent, there was a discussion between CTM and finance at the same time that the latest ASX announcement was released to give us a briefing on what the substance was and their position.
So the 28th was Friday. That's
Yes.
when the first media coverage was about the UK issues. But as you say, they've been in trading halt for months. Wasn't that a good reason to ask more robust questions earlier? Why did you wait for media reporting before you wrote to them?
It wasn't the media reporting, Senator. It was the latest ASX announcement where there was more clarity as to what the UK situation was. The initial ASX announcements were around a potential misstatement that revenue may have been put in the wrong bucket. The latest ASX announcement was more concerning, and that triggered the letter on the same day.
So CTM had not disclosed to you issues about overcharging prior to the ASX announcement. You learnt that from the ASX announcement, not from CTM.
What CTM had told us was that there was a material restatement of financial accounts in their UK operations, and they told us that in August. That was understanding we're based on until we were briefed on Friday with the new ASX announcement. But for clarity, we didn't read it in the media. We did hear from CTM directly.
Sure, but only on the same time as the ASX announcement, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, but I think that's part of their constant, continuous disclosure obligations. They shouldn't be telling us things that they haven't told the market.
Fair, but it doesn't sound like the previous disclosures they made to you were exactly illuminating. A material misstatement could have been something much more minor than defrauding the UK government by $162 million.
Look, I think that the statements that have been made publicly so far haven't gone as far as use the word defrauding, Senator. The statements that we've had from CTM is that it was some irregularities in their accounts until Friday last week. When that new information came to account, we wrote and we asked for more information. Sure,
but if up until then they were just telling you it was irregularity in their accounts, that's kind of understating the seriousness of this, significantly, isn't it?
I don't disagree with that, Senator, but that's why we're doing an independent audit.
Correct, and that's why I'm interested in what they told you, when they told you, because it goes to whether or not we can trust their assurances now. And they're saying now saying it's quarantined to the UK division, but only a few days ago they weren't telling you that that their auditor had independently found they'd been overcharging the UK government $162 million.
I think they told us when they could ensure they didn't breach continuous disclosure obligations, Senator.
Okay. I was concerned by an observation in a report by Liam Mendes in The Australian last night that said, that quoted a fund manager who tracked it, that said they had unusually high margins. I mean, unusually high margins could be evidence of a couple of things. Could be evidence of an uncompetitive market where they've got market power and they can charge more. That's not the case in travel bookings, right? It's a highly competitive market, or it could be indicative of fraud. Are you concerned about observations like that?
I think those observations are made by a short seller who has an interest in having the CTM share price drop.
Yep.
And I think those...
It might also be right, though.
That they could be, Senator. But I think those observations were also, again, based in the UK market. The profit margins for CTM were high in the UK market, but there was no similar observation in the Australian market.
So you don't think CTM's Australian profits are anything unusual?
Not that we had any cause of concern when we did the tender last year, Senator.
Right. There was also observations about some, I think, British Virgin Isle arrangements, corporate structure. Do you have any concerns about that?
We haven't been informed of any issues around that structure, but certainly we would expect all our suppliers to be applying their normal ethics when it comes to taxation issues. So that was news to us, the British Virgin Island link. We'll be sure to kind of raise that with CTM as part of our further discussions with them.
Who will conduct this independent audit? Has that been decided?
Look, we only agreed today that we do an independent audit, Senator. We will commission someone to do that, and at arm's length from us as well.
Yep. When will you do that?
The intent is to try to get somebody on board before the end of the year, and then depending on how comprehensive the audit needs to be, it'll be sometime in the first half of next year. We should be able to give you an update at next estimate, Senator.
Okay. Presumably it needs to be different to whoever's been auditing CTM, whoever CTM's auditor is?
Absolutely. So we will work with CTM to identify those conflicts to make sure we don't approach the similar firms.
And when would you expect it to report by? When would it be concluded by?
Look, it's hard to say to determine how big this issue is yet, Senator. So I think at February estimates, we should be able to give you a time frame as to when we think it will be able to be delivered.
And you said the Commonwealth is going to pay for it. I understand why you're doing that, but what is a budget for a project like this?
I don't know yet, Senator, to be honest. We're going to talk to our IPA colleagues to see if they also want to partner with that audit, because they would also have similar concerns, I would think, based on the evidence last night. We might go and talk to Australian Government Consulting and get a view from them as to how much we should be spending on an audit like this.
Okay. All right. Minister, when did you first learn about this issue?
I think it was around the time of the media reports.
Mm-hmm. Not prior to then. And what action have you directed the department take?
Well, the department is taking the action that they've outlined. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to rotate the call to Senator Ruston, if that's okay with you.
We are going to break in 4 minutes. Senator Ruston, would you like to take those 4 minutes, or would you like to come back?
I'm quite happy to break 4 minutes early and come back 4 minutes early so that we don't break it. That's
Excellent.
fine
Let's
with
do
everyone.
that.
Okay.
We will now break for 15 minutes and come back at a smidge before 4:15. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We will go to Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. I've got some questions regarding the briefing of council in relation to the Reynolds and Brown cases. Thank you. Has the Department of Finance briefed any council at rates above the $5,000 per day in relation to proceedings involving former Minister Reynolds or Ms Fiona Brown?
Senator Rachel Antone, First Assistant Secretary, Commercial Group. Yes, we have.
Okay. So in evidence provided in Senate estimates yesterday, the Attorney General's Department confirmed that approval is required for daily rates above $5,000 for senior counsel, require approval directly from the Attorney General. Can the Finance Department confirm it's aware of these requirements, has complied with them?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you very much. How many times has Finance requested the approval of AGD for the retention of legal services with costs over $5,000?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. In relation to these two matters.
In relation to the matters of Reynolds
and Brown?
Once each time, I think, but I will confirm that for you, Senator.
Okay. Are you able to provide the cost estimates for the services that have been retained that required the Attorney General's approval?
The costs are commercially negotiated, Senator. So we obtain or procure the services of lawyers under the Whole of Government Legal Services panel, and we go through the usual processes to do that, and of course apply the requirement that you were referring to where that is appropriate. But the outcome of those processes involve us negotiating rates that are commercially confidential, so we're not in a position to share them.
Okay, so, I mean, obviously we know that lawyers and barristers are obliged under their own rules to give cost estimates in relation to their clients. So you're not saying you didn't receive that advice, just that you're not prepared to provide that advice?
I am simply saying, Senator, that their rates are commercially sensitive and we are under obligation not to share those.
So you have advice that you have received to the effect that you are able not to provide that advice?
Senator, I'm not sure what you're referring to or what kind of advice you're referencing, but just as a matter of course, with rates under these arrangements where they are commercially sensitive.
Okay, so you're in no way intending to sort of to advise, you know, so for instance, Mr. Justin Gleeson SC. I mean, it's a matter of reasonable public record the kind of rates that he attracts per day, but you're not prepared to tell us whether those are the rates the Commonwealth's paying.
I'm not in a position to do that today, no, Senator.
Okay. So can I just confirm that the Department of Finance has retained the services of Mr. Justin Gleeson?
We have.
Ms. Kate Eastman?
Correct.
What about Dr. Ruth Higgins?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And can I confirm that all three of these are operating at fees in excess of $5,000 a day?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, because I'm not sure that that's quite right, no.
So when would you be able to provide me with that information?
I can take that on notice or ask my team to come back to you later if you'd like.
Okay,
we'll see if we can find it.
Sure. Normally there's a requirement for exceptional circumstances to be demonstrated in relation to fees over the rack rate that's normally charged or provided through the department. So what were the exceptional circumstances that you relied on under the Legal Services Direction to justify higher rates?
Senator, the relevant part of the Legal Services Direction, Section 10 of the relevant appendix, it actually lists a range of considerations when counsel is paid above the specified rate, and these considerations are taken into account by the Attorney-General in making these decisions. Would you like me to share those?
No, I know what they all are.
Yes.
I'm just keen to understand which of those exceptional circumstances were the reason for the determination that fees above the $5,000 were able to be paid.
Certainly. So in these instances, as in all of the instances in which these circumstances arise, we go through a fairly standard process. As always, we first start with the recommendations of our solicitors. So in this instance, the solicitors would have recommended particular barristers that were suited to the circumstances of these claims. So it would take into account their special expertise, skill and relevance of their experience to the legal issues at play in those matters. We also consider their ability and experience in working with those types of matters in the context of the Commonwealth, because the Commonwealth tends to be a fairly unique player in these sorts of situations. As well as that, we take into account two very important other factors. One is availability at the right time, because we do not like to unnecessarily protract these claims. That is mainly because of the second point we take into account, which is ensuring that all of our legal advisors in these claims are able to operate in a trauma-informed way, which is something that we hold very dear to in the management of our claims.
So back on my previous question, so do you have any legal advice about whether commercial sensitivity is the basis for which to withhold informations about government expenditure, which obviously the purpose of this particular forum is to scrutinise that expenditure?
Senator, the arrangement we have with our legal services providers is a contractual one, and so legal obligations stem from that. I will need to come back to you on whether or not we have legal advice.
Okay. Are you able to provide us with the total amount spent to date on legal fees defending the Commonwealth against claims from former Senator Reynolds and Ms Fiona Brown?
Senator, we publish and can provide totals of amounts that we spend as a department on legal services, and we can do that in an aggregate. What we don't do is go into the detail of claims that are on foot, because it tends to complicate the management of the claim in a way that then can jeopardise the actual legal strategy and the management, and detract from our ability to manage the claims in an appropriate way. I'm not really able to share that information with you at this point, because both of those claims are still on foot.
But you'll provide that information in due course?
Senator, we would have to deal with that at that time.
So do you have any advice to suggest that it's appropriate for you to be withholding a quantum of information? There's nothing commercially sensitive about any individual and the payment to any individual. Do you have any advice that you are relying on for you withholding this information, this really important information from the Senate inquiry?
Senator, as I mentioned, it does actually jeopardise the management of the claim. The other factor is, of course, that sometimes it is possible for people to deduce from the figure how much individual legal service providers are charging. So again, it skirts close to the issue that we've referred to earlier in relation to commercial sensitivity.
But I've just asked you a very specific question. Do you have any advice on which you are relying to provide me with the answers that you've just provided me?
I'll have to come back to you on that, Senator. I don't know off the top of my head whether we have actual advice, and again, I'm not really sure what form of advice you're referring to, but we can think about whether there's any form of advice that we have on that.
I would contest you are being quite obstructive to provide me with the information that I'm requesting. You obviously are providing an argument as to why you would not be providing me with that information, but you are not providing me with some incredibly important information in relation to an incredibly important matter, and I'm just seeking to understand whether this is just your interpretation of what you should be doing, or whether you're relying on some basis, firm legal basis on which your determination is being made. So I'd be very interested to understand which of the two it is. Okay.
The officer has said she will
Yeah,
take
no,
it
that's
on
fine. No,
notice.
that's absolutely fine. I just need to be very clear here. So how many barristers and solicitors are currently engaged on each matter?
If you give me one moment, Senator, I will provide that information for you. So in the matter of Reynolds and the Commonwealth, as is kind of usually the case with complex matters, there is a team of solicitors and a team of counsel. The solicitors on the record are AGS. I don't have the number, but they work through what they need to work through with the appropriate personnel on their side. And in terms of counsel, we have 3, which is, again, usual in terms of seniority and junior counsel.
Okay, so how many of them... So in the case of Reynolds, how many of them are paid more than $5,000 of those 3?
I'll come back to you on that, Senator.
Well, if you could tell me how many are paid more than $5,000 and how many sit within the 3,500 senior counsel and the 2,300 junior counsel, if you could provide that to me today, that would be great. And what about in relation to Brown?
In relation to Brown, we have a team of solicitors, as mentioned earlier. I don't have a precise number on that because they do what they need to do on their end in the usual fashion. And we have 2 counsel, again, a senior and a junior.
Okay, and are either of those paid more than $5,000?
My understanding is one of the 2, but I will confirm that for you.
Okay, and if you could give some more information around the solicitors within the AGS about the quantum of their activity, that would be great.
Appropriate point, I'll rotate the call.
Sure. So just on this particular bit finally, were alternative, less expensive counsel considered and why not?
It was some time ago, Senator, so if you'd like detail on that, I will take it on notice.
Yep.
But as a usual process, and these matters have been dealt with in the usual way, we would be provided with options by our solicitors of who has the expertise, their rates and their availabilities. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we would take into account, of course, their rates, but also their expertise and who is best suited, who is able to deal with the set of particular circumstances with the Commonwealth, and lastly, who is able to deliver for us in terms of our expectations in operating in a trauma-informed way.
Okay, so who made the decision to brief senior counsel, particularly of the seniority we're talking about? We're talking about some very, very, very senior people here. I mean, one of them was previously the Solicitor General. So who made the decision to brief senior counsel? Was it made at ministerial level or departmental level?
It was made on the advice of our solicitors by us, but only, of course, with the approval of the Attorney-General because of the rate.
Okay, so the Attorney-General, so it was a ministerial decision to engage the 2 people that you've confirmed, at least, who are being paid outside of the standard band that requires
Senator,
approval.
to be clear, the Attorney-General isn't the individual who chose these counsel. We obtained advice from our solicitors on who would be appropriate. We then applied the factors that I mentioned earlier to our considerations. We then proposed that to the Attorney-General for the decision to be made about the rates. That is the decision that's relevant in that aspect of the engagement of the Attorney-General.
Minister, would it be possible to get the correspondence that related to the decision-making in relation to the appointment of these councils to understand who actually what was the process for decision-making?
Well, I'm not involved in this matter in any way, nor have I been briefed on it in any way, so I'm not sure. Perhaps it's a question for the Attorney-General.
The Attorney-General sent me here. I asked a lot of questions of the Attorney-General yesterday and they appeared quite frankly not to know anything about it, but likely Ms O'Ntine has told us that's not the case.
I think Finance have been trying to answer every question you've had on it. If there's if there's something that you're seeking, I think they can take it on notice.
And Senator, the rates and the caps and the process beyond them, it's really it's not an uncommon process, and there is a standard process for it in across government and through the Attorney-General's Department. So these things do come up. We go through the process and provide the information that the Attorney-General's Department requires in order to appropriately brief the Attorney-General with a recommendation. So all of these things happen as a matter of course in a fairly standard way. So the Attorney-General's Department would have received our request in their usual template. They would have then provided advice to the Attorney on whether or not, those aspects of under the legal services directions are present in the circumstances, etc.
How many times have you briefed Justin Gleeson?
Could you maybe put a time frame on that, Senator, and then I can take that on notice and provide you with a meaningful answer?
In the last 3 years.
Okay, we will take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. We'll go to Senator David Pocock.
Chair, I just had a couple of questions following up on the 5% that's been canvassed by Senators Patterson and Barbara Pocock. And Ms Yiannopoulos, congratulations on the appointment. I'm interested if the 5% of low priority programs is reinvested, or is intended that 5% is banked as a saving in its entirety?
So we covered this quite extensively in the last hour or so. It's exercising fiscal discipline, basically. It's identify the lowest priority, and we need to do that in order to understand how we meet some of the pressures that are coming at departments. So there's no talk of banking of savings or cuts or anything like that. It's simply an acknowledgement that we can't continue to just keep adding into new measures without looking at what portfolio's current work is. It really is an exercise in have a look at what you're doing and can you reprioritise before you come asking for more money.
Okay. I've got some questions about procurement. 2 weeks ago, the updated guidance on consideration of broader economic benefits and procurement came into force, including the new definition of Australian business. These are great changes, and I really recognise and thank the government for the work done in this area. I think it's really important. I've got some questions about implementation. As part of this, there's the commitment for SMEs to provide at least 25% of all procurement value for contracts up to $1 billion, and 40% of procurement by value for contracts valued up to $20 million. Will that be measured annually and from this financial year? And who's responsible for ensuring that those commitments are met?
It's measured every financial year, Senator. The process we currently use is we provide AusTender data to the ABS. The ABS works with the ATO to make sure that they can identify which ABNs are SMEs, and they provide a report to us. Sure. We do it a couple of times a year, and we provide agencies intel so that they can actually track their SMEs tracking. For the last financial year, we're looking at publishing it in the coming weeks, I believe.
Okay. At estimates over the last few years, we've talked about some of the issues with the ABS doing this sort of estimate, and there's been talk about actually having a system where that these are SMEs and you can break it down quicker. That hasn't happened?
It has, Senator. With the launch of the new procurement rules a couple of weeks ago, we also launched the supplier portal. I might ask if Mr Seabar can talk to the supplier portal and what that's going to be doing.
Okay, but can I just ask on that, if you've got the supplier portal, why is the ABS still doing the...
Because it will take a period of time to get every supplier to government to join to the supplier portal. So it went live in the middle of November. Yeah. We are hoping that come July next year, every supplier can join it, and then from that year onwards, we'll be able to use the supplier portal as a source of truth, but in the interim period, we'll still have to rely on the ABS.
So it's not mandatory to use supplier portal?
No, not yet, but Mr Seabar can kind of run through the implementation of it.
Gareth Seabar, Assistant Secretary, Commercial Group. So In late October, the supplier portal went live as a pilot for the Management Advisory Service panel and the people panels. Suppliers to those panels were issued an invitation to join the supplier portal. In doing so, that provides them an opportunity to identify the key characteristics of their business, including whether they are an Australian business, a small to medium enterprise, or an Indigenous business or a women-owned business. And tied to the Commonwealth procurement rule changes, this will help officials identify which businesses are SMEs and should be approached for procurements below $125,000. The intention is to, between now and the end of this financial year, to roll it out to all panel suppliers, and then from 1 July next year, it will be expanded to all suppliers to government. They will be given the opportunity to, but will not be required to, join the supplier portal to sell the benefits of their business. Once we have sufficient numbers of businesses on the supplier portal, we will stop using the ABS methodology and instead link the supplier portal data directly to the AusTender contracts and report on it in that way.
Is there a timeline for that?
We will make that judgment once we have sufficient numbers of suppliers on the supplier portal. Okay. It's certainly our expectation that suppliers will make great effort to join once it becomes open to everybody, and we will test towards the end of next year whether we have sufficient coverage to move to the new methodology. If not, we will then make that judgment again following the end of the 26-27 financial year.
Thank you. There's also now a requirement for procuring officials to consider disaggregation of large projects, and you'll know from Australian companies, SMEs, this is a huge bugbear where primes get the big contract and essentially subcontract it. Given it says consider, I'm interested in the accountability around ensuring that this actually happens. What are the metrics attached to this?
Look, I think that change has been in the procurement rules for a couple of years now, Senator. We haven't made it a mandated rule that you must do, because there are certain circumstances and examples where disaggregating projects creates integration risk within the agency. We have seen probably not the greatest pickup in the last couple of years on that, but we're hoping that with the SME and Australian business changes under 125,000, we will see more contracts split into components so that they can go to Australian businesses in the first instance.
What percentage of contracts have been disaggregated?
We don't have any statistics on that, Senator. There's no way in AusTender to report whether a procurement that's gone forward is a result of a disaggregation.
You just said it had been disappointing. So
just the anecdotal evidence we hear from suppliers is that they haven't seen the disaggregation that they were hoping.
Sure. I mean, if things in the procurement rules aren't measurable, then what's the point? Like, surely you have things that you can actually measure.
So that particular element sits just above the targets that you mentioned earlier. One of the intentions of bringing in that change was to reinforce with entities that this is an opportunity for them to engage SMEs, and by doing so, the more contracts that they disaggregate, the more SMEs they can engage, and they can then better achieve the targets that are within the rules.
Okay. But I should just add that we also don't want projects disaggregated for the wrong reasons. If you disaggregate projects getting below procurement thresholds to avoid going to open approaches to market, then that's something that we'd be a little bit more worried about. So it needs to be done for the right reasons.
Yes, thank you. And just looking at CPRs 4.7 and 4.8, which require officials to consider the economic benefit of a procurement to the Australian economy in the context of determining value for money, how is this done? Is training being done for procuring officials to actually ensure that they can make this judgment?
We updated the guidance, I believe, early last year. to improve early this year, Senator, to improve the applicability and usability of the guidance. So we worked with a couple of agencies to identify where there can be more guidance provided. I believe one of our training suite of programs, we have 18 training programs for public servants, specifically looks at the application of broad economic benefits and how it can be used in procurements above the $1 million threshold.
Can you tell me how many public servants have taken that training?
I will have to take that one on notice, and I don't have a breakdown of each particular course.
And I note that procurement officials can determine weighting criteria, but that weighting cannot be used to discriminate against on the basis of size, location, degree of foreign affiliation or ownership. Why not? Why say that you can have a weighting criteria when it comes to retained economic benefit, but then you can't discriminate against a foreign-owned company that's not paying tax, siphoning everything off?
I think that was on the basis of legal advice around complying with our free trade obligations, so we couldn't specifically weight components of that list.
Who was that advice from?
I believe we get AGS advice on that.
It's a combination of advice from Australian Government Solicitor and the Office of International Law in Attorney General's Department.
Okay. A few months ago, Connor Pearce and Ray Athwell at the Canberra Times did some great work that found that in more than half of contracts procured through a panel last financial year, Commonwealth agencies only approached one supplier. I know more data has become available since then, but that still remains pretty concerning. What's going on here? Why are we not seeing more open tenders?
So I would be very hesitant to draw many conclusions from that particular range of AusTender data last year. Last year, we rolled out improvements to AusTender data which required entities to report how many suppliers they were approaching on panels, and they needed to have done so by 30 June of this year. And so there were a number of entities that may have engaged earlier, but you weren't picking up the entirety of the Commonwealth procurement process. There is much better data available now that all entities are available, and I don't believe that the average is sitting at one, but I need to take on notice the exact number.
Do you know roughly what percentage it is where there's only one?
No, I would need to take that on notice.
Are you concerned about it, or you think it's fine?
I will need to go back and take a look at the data before I can make a judgment.
Okay.
But we are, though, just on that.
One more on this.
Sorry, Chair. We are releasing, or have released, a using panels guide as well with our training courses. So there's this new training course being launched, either it has been or imminently, that will inform agencies how to better use panels. And one of the things that we will be drilling on that you should go to multiple suppliers.
I hope so.
We also don't want people to go to 50 suppliers on a panel. We don't think that's very good because SMEs don't like that either. So it's trying to get that right number, and I think this new training will also help that.
Mr. Danks, I'd encourage you to do that because this has such real implications. If you look at in the last financial year, when it comes to the BOM, 85% of panel procurements approached only a single supplier, with the resulting 230 contracts worth a combined 60 million. So this has real implications. We're seeing what happens when an agency like the BOM just doesn't get procurement right. So what's being done to actually ensure agencies like the BOM
Look, I think we'll take that one on notice.
Abiding by your procurement rules.
I think we'll take that one on notice, Senator, because if I do recall correctly, the BOM has a lot of panels with only one supplier on it because of the unique nature of their scientific equipment, and they choose to create a panel because they're not sure how much they will use that service. So they use a standing offer to be able to come back to that on an ongoing basis. But let me take on notice and I'll confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My question is just around AI policy compliance. The policy for the responsible use of AI in government requires most Commonwealth agencies to publish AI transparency statements and appoint accountable officials to monitor compliance with the policy. How many agencies are required to publish an AI transparency statement?
Senator, the policy requirement is levied and managed by the Digital Transformation Agency. I think they're later this evening.
Sorry, was that the Dual Transparency Agency?
No, Digital Transformation.
DTA, yeah.
Yep.
I think they're on later tonight. They have policy responsibility for that.
Okay.
8:15.
8:15. Lovely. No worries. Well, I'll ask all these questions then. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Excellent. We'll go to Senator Sharma.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Senator Ruston, sorry. I thought
sorry, I did check.
No.
Senator Ruston.
Although you are more important than me in here. You are the Deputy Chair after all. As the instructing agency, has the Department of Finance taken any assessment of whether the conduct in both the Brown and the Reynolds matters complied with the Commonwealth model litigation under the Legal Services Direction?
Senator, we have all of our standard processes checked against the model litigant obligation and ensure that everything we do in the management of our claims is compliant, not only with the model litigant obligation, but all of the obligations under the Legal Services Directions. And wherever there is any doubt on our obligation under the directions, we go through a rigorous process of ensuring that we have checked our processes. We seek external legal advice to have others check our processes, and we report any allegations of model litigant breach to the Attorney-General's Department in accordance with their requirements.
Have you sought any advice from the Attorney-General's Department in relation to whether your approach or the Department of Finance's approach to these matters complies?
In these particular two matters, we have not had anyone allege that we are breaching the model litigant obligation.
But I'm asking you whether you sought that advice.
We work very closely with the Office of Legal Services Coordination and so they have full visibility of every step we take on sensitive issues, significant issues rather, as they're called under the Legal Services Direction, especially where they are complex or set a precedent or involve many players across government, which is often again, the case in our case. Essentially, we work together on these things to the extent that they require visibility under the Legal Services Directions. And if there is an allegation, we will certainly double-check everything and turn our minds more sharply and demonstrate what we have done to the Attorney-General's Department.
Ms Antone, have you sought any advice from the Attorney-General's Department whether the Department of Finance is meeting its obligations in relation to being a model litigant?
We've had no need to, Senator. We have not.
Okay. So one of the obligations, as you would be well aware, is not to take advantage of a claimant who lacks the resources to litigate a legitimate claim. So in the case of Ms Brown, she's been unable to work for 4 years and is represented pro bono, while the Commonwealth has engaged some quite serious senior barristers. I mean, it even piqued the interest of Justice Perrin, who made the comment in relation to this, it was heavy representation for a consent order. What assessment has the Department of Finance made of this situation in relation to those model litigant obligations?
Senator, I think Ms Antone answered this line of questioning when she described the process we used in the engagement of the council. These matters are before the courts now, and I'm not sure ventilating and the way we have been conducting it is the best way.
Well, that's your opinion, Mr Yiannopoulos.
Well, it's a normal convention when matters are before courts that we're not exposing the process and how we are supporting those matters on behalf of the Commonwealth here.
The Commonwealth has an obligation to be a model litigant. I have a right to ask you what processes that you have in place in order to assure me that you are behaving as a model litigant, because from the outside, I have to say it looks very like you aren't, and I have had no satisfaction from my responses that that's the case, because I haven't had any clarity in those responses. So one of the other directions from the Legal Services Direction requires consideration of alternative dispute resolution. So has Finance offered mediation to former Senator Reynolds or Fiona Brown?
Senator, there are requirements under the Legal Services Directions in relation to that, which inform every step that we take on that front. In these, such as in the same way as we deal with other matters, in these instances, we went through the usual process of first considering the claim that's put to us, seeking preliminary advice from our legal advisors on the prospects of those claims, engaging as we do that in accordance with our own trauma-informed protocol that we hold dear to our hearts. We ensure that we hear as much as we can. We enter into conversations akin to mediation to the extent possible, so that we can gather as much information as possible. If indeed we meet the threshold for contemplating settlement that is required under the Legal Services Directions, we absolutely do turn our minds to that, and we ensure that alternative dispute resolution that has the most appropriate mechanism for everyone feeling heard and engaged is applied. We also ensure that we take a route that would minimise any future strain on any of the parties. So we do this in every instance, Senator, and we have done the same in these instances as well.
Has the Department of Finance offered former Senator Reynolds or Fiona Brown mediation?
I'm actually not entirely sure that I can share that information, because mediation processes are confidential by their nature, and at every instance of mediation we sign confidentiality arrangements.
Have you signed a confidentiality arrangement?
I'm just letting you know, Senator, that I am not sure that I can answer that question, but if I can, I certainly will. But I will need to take that away and consider my legal obligations in relation to those processes.
Okay. Are you aware that Comcare has accepted that former Senator Reynolds' physical and mental health were permanently damaged as a result of her treatment in her workplace, the Australian Senate?
Trying to recall if that was ever brought to my attention personally. I'm not sure, Senator.
Is anybody here who's more deeply involved in this case able to answer that question?
Don't know that anyone else is deeply involved.
Well, I'm just interested to know whether that determination by Comcare themselves, does that have any bearing on how the litigation has been dealt with subsequent to being made aware of that?
So that is what the Comcare framework is there for, Senator. So the thresholds and entitlements under the Comcare framework operate separately from the legal processes that operate with respect to liability against the Commonwealth.
So I'm just seeking to understand from you, in the knowledge that Comcare have made this public determination, has that had any bearing in relation to the actions that the Department of Finance would be undertaking in relation to this matter?
To the extent that we were aware of that earlier, or any of my team was aware of that earlier, it would have a bearing in our trauma-informed manner of managing our claim. We make sure that we are aware. If we are aware of the circumstances of an individual, we make sure that we take that into account in the way in which we engage with that individual, because we do not want to inadvertently make this more strenuous or worse process than it needs to be.
So you are quite confident to sit here and tell me today that on the basis of your trauma-informed approach towards former Senator Reynolds and Fiona Brown, that you believe that you have done everything to ensure that your approach is appropriate, proportionate and trauma-informed?
Senator, you may well be visualising something in your mind when you describe it that way. I have to stress that when we apply our trauma-informed approach to managing claims, we are still obliged to manage the claims in accordance with the legal services directions, and we are still obliged to ensure that we are upholding the interests of the Commonwealth so that we can ensure that any action we take or any payment we make is still above board in accordance with those obligations.
So, Fiona Brown was falsely accused on national television of covering up a rape. This claim has now been completely debunked by 2 superior courts. Not only did those judges determine that there was no cover-up, but the judges found that Ms Brown had done everything right by the book, I quote. So the fake and malicious claims against Fiona Brown have quite frankly ruined her life. She attempted suicide, she's had her career ruined, and she's simply seeking justice. So I'm interested to understand why the Department of Finance is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money fighting Ms Brown with possibly the most expensive legal team in the country at the moment. So what is the justification in terms of your proportionate, appropriate, time-sensitive, trauma-informed approach that you believe reflects the circumstance that I've just read out about a person who, quite frankly, nearly lost her own life at her own hands because of the circumstances of her employment in this place?
Senator, you would appreciate that it's very difficult for us to go into the detail of any individual set of circumstances, especially when a matter is live. As I mentioned earlier, there are many, many things we cannot simply share because these processes of dispute resolution and court processes are sacrosanct, and we all have obligations to maintain confidentiality throughout them and comply with court processes throughout them. So it is very difficult for me to be able to give you the level of detail that you're after today.
Okay, so Minister, I was just wondering, the Western Australian Supreme Court findings in relation to this matter found, and I'll read them out. The allegations of a cover-up had no foundation in fact, and the allegations of inadequate support was based on an incomplete and misleading accounts of the facts. Do you accept that?
Well, I'm aware of the court decision. I'm aware of that reporting. I have read it.
Not a report, decision.
So, Minister, given that the findings of 2 superior Australian courts found that there was no cover-up and no wrongdoing, will you now acknowledge that the accusations made by you and members of your government of a cover-up were in fact unfounded?
Senator Ruston, I have nothing further to say on this matter. I have answered a number of questions and I spoke, including directly from Senator Reynolds herself before she left the Senate, and that is on the record, and I have nothing further to say.
And we'll rotate the call when you're finished there. Okay. We will go to Senator Barbara Pocock.
Right, thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone. I want to go to the addition of ethical conduct to the Commonwealth procurement rules. Clause 6.6 states that tenderers must have ethical labour regulations, employment practices, workplace health and safety practices, and environmental impacts. Is that the full definition of ethical conduct?
One moment, Senator, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
No, Senator, that particular clause reflects specific requirements that are both government policy and requirements in our international obligations. It is not intended to read 6.6 as being the definition of ethical conduct in the CPRs.
So I'm sorry, you'll need to explain that to me. I can hardly hear you, Mr. Seabar. Can you explain to me exactly what if anything, is new in the ethical criteria in relation to people doing consulting work or seeking to do consulting work?
So paragraph 6.5 of the CPRs defines what ethical means for the purposes of the CPRs. The addition of the word of ethics to paragraph 4.5, I think it is.
4.5C.
Is reflecting the government and position that a supplier's past ethical performance should be considered when engaging them. It enshrines the procurement policy note that the Department of Finance released in May 2023, I think it was, and brings it to the front of mind for officials when they're undertaking a procurement, that they need to include matters such as the ethical performance of the supplier at the same time as they're considering the supplier's performance against contractual requirements of previous contracts.
I've completely misunderstood this provision then, Mr. Seabar. I have to get some more information here. So you're saying something happened in 2023 which actually made this a reality already, did it?
So I would say it has always been the expectation under the rules that matters such as ethical performance should be considered where relevant when assessing value for money.
Value for money?
When assessing the value for money of a proposal. Paragraph 4.5 is all about assessing whether a proposal from a tenderer is going to achieve value for money for government, and the official is looking at which proposal is going to provide greatest value for money. One of the things that they should be considering when making that assessment is, does the supplier have a history of good performance? And if so, one of the matters they should be considering is, do they have a history of good ethical performance? Where they do not, then that is a matter that the official should consider when making an assessment around whether they should engage with that supplier, whether that supplier is going to deliver greatest value for money, and if they are not, then it might not be appropriate to engage with them.
So if you have a supplier who is offering the best value for money in your assessment, but you don't think they meet the ethical standard, do you have concerns, if I have the language right, about past ethical performance of the supplier? What happens?
The official will need to manage the risk that creates, and if they consider that risk can be managed, they should enter into a contract that contains appropriate arrangements to ensure that the behaviour of that organisation will be ethical under that contract.
And that provision was introduced in 2023?
It was clarified in 2023. It has always been an expectation that these types of matters could be considered, but the Commonwealth procurement rules at that point in time were not as explicit as they could be. And so in 2023, we released a procurement policy note to make that more explicit. And then in this version of the Commonwealth procurement rules, we have specifically drawn it in so that officials do not need to refer to the procurement policy note.
So how do you define ethical performance?
So I think 6.5 talks about ethical. So ethical relates to honesty, integrity, probity, diligence, fairness and consistency. Ethical behaviour identifies and manages conflict of interest and does not make improper use of an individual's position.
I'd also refer to the Supplier Code of Conduct, Senator, which also sets out a range of obligations that the government expects of its suppliers, which go to the ethics of that organisation.
And what do they say?
So, under the Supplier Code of Conduct, expectations of suppliers include declaring and managing conflicts of interest, upholding business integrity, protecting sensitive, privileged and confidential information, emulating the Australian public service values, demonstrating high standards of professional conduct and corporate citizenship, managing risk, managing records, meeting taxation obligations, making prompt payments, undertake and cooperate with audits and assessments, maintain sustainable business practices and minimise environmental impacts, manage workplace health, safety and security, act to prevent involuntary labour and human rights abuse, and act to prevent discrimination, harassment and support diversity, respect employee rights and respect Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's rights.
There's not a general category in there and any other related ethical matters. They are a defined set of things.
So the Supplier Code of Conduct sets those out as the minimum, but doesn't limit an organisation to only considering those matters.
So if you had a case, today's AFR carries the story of KPMG sharing AI materials and assisting each other in cheating on their audit exam. Does that qualify as unethical conduct?
I think that's something that we only became aware of today when we read the AFR, Senator.
Well, let me point to other cases. Let me help you. There are plenty of them.
But I think on the KPMG case you raised, Senator, I think they have reached out this morning to tell us that as the media article dropped, we will be having further discussions to KPMG in the coming days to remind them of their expectations and obligations. We would consider this will be a significant event under our notification significant event clauses, so we would be having further discussions to understand how this issue happened and why we read about it in the newspaper as opposed to them coming to us first.
And Deloitte's use of AI material in their sizable contract, was it 240,000 with Dewar in recent months? Is that unethical conduct?
I think it was 439,000, Senator.
Thank you.
Since last estimates, we've spoken to Deloitte. We wrote to Deloitte to ask a range of questions. They did get back to us last week, and we're in the process of considering their correspondence.
And I think it was KPMG, I'm sorry, my memory is crowded, in the US who were fined a very sizable amount in relation to cheating on exams some years ago. Have you considered, where is the perimeter for considering unethical conduct?
Well, there is no perimeter. I'll have to take on notice about what we did on the KPMG US issue, but certainly there was a similar issue in the Netherlands, and we did write to KPMG and sought assurances that no KPMG Australian officials were involved in that, and I believe they wrote back confirming that was the case.
KPMG fined $25 million over exam cheating a year ago. Yeah, that's a tiny part of my questions, I have to say. So you've sought information, but can you give me a definitive answer on whether these are unethical behaviours? Because many people would find themselves dismissed in their employment. People on $80,000 a year would be dismissed for these kinds of misdemeanours. How are you? Have you ever used these provisions to prevent someone from having a contract? For unethical practice? We
did, Senator. We suspended McNair Yellow Squares from the MAS panel for around 12 months as a result of some issues related to their research activities. They only recently got admitted to the MAS panel We do take these things seriously, Senator, and we do investigate and look at these matters as they come up, as it relates to our panels, yes.
As it relates to your panels, what was the name of that firm?
McNair Yellow Square.
Okay. And was PwC ever judged to be unethical?
Well, I think we've had quite a long process with PwC, Senator. They're no longer on the MAS panel.
Thanks. Yeah. I've got a lot more to ask. Thank you.
Well, we're just going to be fair and share it around the room. Yeah. Senator David Pocock.
Chair. Secretary, I asked the ANU in the previous estimates whether the relevant ministers have the power to terminate the ANU Chancellor's appointment under the PGPA Act. Should the Chancellor have contravened their duties as described in Subdivision A. I'm not making that allegation, I was seeking information. And in their response, they referred me back to you saying, and I'll quote, any information or clarification regarding the Minister's powers under Section 30 should be sought from the Department of Finance, which has portfolio responsibility for the legislation. So I was just interested if you could provide some clarity on that point.
Thanks, Senator. I'm hoping one of my officers is able to give you some answer. Otherwise, we'll take the question on notice and review that section.
Yeah, Senator Pocock, I do recall looking at the question. I will have to admit that the answer does not immediately come to mind, but if you can give us some time, I expect that we could come back to you just with some clarification. I'm not sure that Finance was best placed to answer it because I believe it was a question about who has the capacity to termination. Ultimately, that related to a group rather than an individual within the finance portfolio or within the ministry. But let me get back to you on notice on that one.
So I'm not following there. What do you mean by a group? The question was, who can the Finance Minister or the Education Minister terminate the Chancellor of the National University?
And I believe the answer to that was no.
Under the PGPA Act?
I believe the answer to that is no.
It's no?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what I was advised. Not that I was, I just want to be clear, not that I was contemplating that, but I was advised I didn't have the power.
Is there any investigation or active consideration underway as to whether the ANU Chancellor has at any point failed her obligations under the PGPA Act?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. So no concerns have been passed on from the education ministers or the education department?
No, Senator, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you. I want to ask about whole of government agreements on procurement entered into by large multinational tech companies, Amazon, IBM, Microsoft, etc. And what's
those contracts are generally dealt with by the Digital Transformation
Agency, I understand.
Senator. And they're on this evening.
Sure.
They would. I mean, you can put a general.
My questions are at a much higher level than the individual.
Then Mr. Danks can come to the table.
Contracts. I'm just interested in what the justification is for the secrecy around these agreements. Like, we're constantly just told our commercial in confidence we couldn't possibly tell you how much we're paying Microsoft for Copilot or whatever it might be.
Look, Senator, I think those questions are best same to the DTA. Certainly on the panels that we control, the MAS and People panel head agreements are publicly available on the website. Happy to tell you how much we spend on each of those panels each year. There would be some particular commercial sensitivities on some of those arrangements, but I think the DTA, who's the responsible agency, would be best placed to be able to canvass those issues with you.
Is there something that the Department of Finance is concerned about? Are you looking at ways to actually increase transparency? It just seems wildly out of step with community expectation that there are huge contracts with multinationals who we know pay little tax, seem to have very creative accounting to sort of siphon profits offshore, and yet we don't even know how much we're paying them. Is this something that, is there a body of work underway to try and get more transparency over this?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. We obviously focus a lot on transparency with our arrangements. We now published our stationery data on our website every quarter about what sort of stationery we're spending on. But yeah, it'd be best direct to the particular agency responsible for the panel.
So, are you concerned about this? Like, why isn't there work looking at the lack of transparency from the DTA around whole of government procurements?
As I said, Senator, I think they're better placed to explain to you the commercial sensitivities they have in their arrangements. I don't have any awareness or visibility of what those commercial sensitivities are, so I wouldn't want to opine on why they have it or why they don't.
But you set the rules. Department of Finance sets the procurement rules.
In a devolved framework, yes.
Yeah. And so surely it's on you if the DTA clearly has a problem with transparency for you to potentially look into it. Have you made inquiries at least?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, no.
Will these whole of government agreements be subject to the same consideration of retained economic benefit as are in the CPRs?
I believe so. I think every procurement over $1 million needs to consider retained economic benefits, including panel procurement, so I imagine they would. Mm-hmm. But again, that would be a question for DTA to answer.
Sure. From where you sit, what happens if DTA don't? They just continue shoveling money to AWS, IBM, Microsoft?
Again, without the specifics and detail, Senator, it's hard to kind of speculate why their arrangements are structured the way they are. It would be a matter for them to be able to explain to you.
But is there a system, I guess what I'm asking, is there a system in place that raises red flags, or is there monitoring of it, or you just kind of let them do their thing?
Well, there's certainly transparency measures through Oz tenders, so it's very public, the contracts are entered into with those large IT companies. But again, the particulars on those contracts, the DTA would be best placed to answer.
Okay. Recent analysis, including some data that was provided to me, shows that not only that Indigenous procurement benefits are being concentrated among a very small group of suppliers, but also that the sheer volume of contracts flowing to these same entities is disproportionately high. And it looks like a lot of this is around joint venture structures, where a significant share of value appears to leave the Indigenous business and flow to non-Indigenous partners. Can you outline what steps the department is taking to deal with this? I know we've canvassed this in the past.
For First Nations procurement, certainly, like Mr. Seabar touched on earlier, the new supply portal will have the ability for Indigenous suppliers to flag their First Nation status. In September and October this year, Finance hosted 2 sessions of Supply Nation's First Step program, which introduces the benefits of affirmative supplier diversity practices. So we funded that, so all agencies could come along and not have to pay for it. We have published a new video series on our Selling to Government website. One of those videos is called Encouraging Participation for First Nation Businesses, and it's designed to highlight arrangements the Australian Government has put in place to support First Nations people to participate in procurement opportunities, particularly under the IPP. And we're also developing a new supply workshop entitled Introduction to Government Procurement for Indigenous Businesses. That's designed to provide participants with an understanding of how Indigenous businesses can engage with Australian government buyers, an overview of our procurement framework, policy initiatives to support participation in procurement and the operation of the IPP. And we're working very closely with NIAA on that course, as well as an e-learning module that we're developing with NIAA on the broader Commonwealth procurement and contract management training suites, which gives officials an overview of the IPP, clarifies requirements that are mandated and how to apply the IPP in procurement activity. That e-learning module is actually live, and we've already had over 400 officials go through that course.
Okay, thank you. And when you're assessing joint ventures, does the department examine where the actual economic benefit flows, or are you just looking at the percentages that they tell you, say it's 51% Indigenous?
For First Nations businesses?
Yeah, and you take that as...
We rely on Supply Nation to determine the Indigenous status of businesses. Okay. If Supply Nation assesses the joint venture to be an Indigenous business, then we take that.
And are you or Supply Nation looking or sort of assessing genuine Indigenous control and retained value?
That'd be a matter for NIA. We aren't, but NIAA is responsible for the Indigenous procurement policy and the management of the Supply Nation arrangements.
I've had a lot of concerns about this. I'm wondering how confident you are that the current arrangements genuinely reflect the intent of the Indigenous procurement policy.
Look, Senator, I don't want to be opining on other agencies' policies they're responsible for. I think NIAA is responsible for that policy. They'd be best to have this discussion.
I have had it raised with me in the last couple of weeks directly around this, and I have asked that we just have a look through the issues that have been raised to see if there are further things we need to do to make sure it align, that everything we're doing ensures the right outcome at the agency level.
Okay. And then on procurement more broadly, Ms. Yiannopoulos, when you were at Defence, we talked a bit about the need to try and bring, SMEs to procurement officials, to government. I understand a bunch of countries around the world are sort of far ahead of us in terms of having showcases, ways of procurement officials actually understanding what SMEs can provide. Are there any plans to do that, to sort of roll that out and ensure that...
So Mr Danks can talk about our Meet the Supplier events, which I know we've been running, and we're getting really good engagement from small and medium enterprises in particular, and the capacity for them to talk to each other as well as us to help us improve our rules if we can.
And Mr Danks, can I just ask a question for you to address in this, because I'm really keen to hear. I went to a Defence one early in the year last year. It was great. One of the main feedback was it was sort of, not to throw shade on junior officials, but it was sort of mainly junior procurement officials, and they kind of said that if people higher up in the chain had attended, they thought it would potentially have carried more weight with procurement. So I'm just interested who's attending, what level of public servants are attending these events?
So the Meet the Supplier events are designed to provide the management advisory services, the consultancy panel and the people panel suppliers, face-to-face time with government procuring officials. It'd be fair to say we have a similar issue, Senator, that the Defence is having about getting the right officials in the room. We did have our Canberra event last week, I believe. We had around, I think it was 22 agencies in a room with around 150 supplier representatives. The feedback we get from those sessions is, as the Secretary said, it's a good way to meet agencies, and not always the right person from the agency's there, but they will always take the contact details and pitch that SME's got, and then share it with the relevant areas in their agency. But there's also lots of engagement between suppliers and SMEs, and we have heard from some of those events where SMEs have joint ventured to bid for work that them by themselves couldn't do, but with two other partners they can. So I think that's a real positive thing. We have this year made the call not just to focus in Canberra, so we go to every capital city every year now to be able to have that, because procurement happens all around Australia. And when we do those events in some of the smaller capitals, we also take our procurement training people with us as well. So the public servants who are in Darwin and Hobart and Perth get to have face-to-face training that they would not normally have from us.
And just
we need to rotate the call.
Thank you. Like the level, who's attend? How do we get some? Maybe this is for the Secretary or the Minister. How do we get some higher ranking?
Look, I go to all of them. I go to all because I think it's really useful. We do have some SES officers from some agencies. We have tried through the Chief Operating Officers Committee to escalate the kind of attendance. I'm not sure the seniority is as important as the people who are actually doing the procurement. So in the line areas who actually have the need for consultants or contractors, I think they've got more utility for suppliers. But certainly it's something we'll be kind of trying in 2026 to get more agencies and more seniority.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Sharma, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to return to the Treasury payments that were made without authorisation that Senator Patterson asked about earlier. So just to clarify or confirm, rather, Finance first became aware of this on the 10th of November 2025 when the breach was first reported in the AFR. If I could just... Hi, Ms Harman.
Just perhaps follow on from the previous line of questioning, and I think Ms Atkinson noted that the particular detail was drawn to our attention through the media article, but as Ms Fox outlined, there is a process through which we receive
financial statements from all entities for the purposes of collating the consolidated Commonwealth financial statements for their preparation annually. The usual information from the Treasury, including this oversight, was included in that information for the purpose of the preparation of those statements. The preparation of those statements is quite an onerous exercise and involves the collation of material across some over 200 entities. We would have to take on notice precisely to what extent we had engaged with all of that material at the particular time of the publication in the media reporting, but it's safe to say that we had information, but I would just have to check the precise timing of when information was shared with us and the correlation with the media reporting.
Okay. I believe Treasury's annual report was published on the 24th of October, so I think a couple of weeks before that AFR report. Were you aware of it then at that date? No.
Cannot profess that I had personally read Treasury's annual report. I don't have the capacity to read all the annual reports of all entities. I take as a given that that information was in the public domain when the Treasury published its annual report.
Okay. And where was the money paid from the Treasury? So when Treasury made these 8 payments amounting to $2.28 billion, did that come from the Consolidated Revenue Fund?
So the money was appropriated through the appropriation bills. Ms Fox can perhaps give some more detail, but there was certainly a valid appropriation. The decision to make those funds available was made through normal budget processes.
Yep, that's correct. I can also clarify, since answering Senator Patterson's questions earlier, the Treasury did send over a draft version, final version of their financial statements around 17th of September. Ms Harmer is correct. I can't give you exact information on when we thoroughly engaged with that and identified the information around the Section 83 breaches in the disclosures, but they were within the Treasury financial statements consistent with usual process.
Okay. And you said earlier that you report the aggregate of Section 83 breaches in the consolidated financial statements?
That's correct.
Could you tell me how many Section 83 breaches there were in last financial year's consolidated financial statements?
So the consolidated financial statements, the most recent ones, have not yet been tabled. They're currently in the process of being finalised, and I expect those to be tabled later this year. So I'm not yet in a position to provide that.
Oh, sorry, then the 23-24 consolidated financial statements.
I can look that up whilst we are sitting here.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Year.
Sorry, previous year, yes.
Yeah,
I'm still thinking we're in this year, but
yeah.
The 23-24, if that's okay. Now, I was just, on the finance website, there's a page here titled Appropriation Disclosures, which has a whole lot of instructions, I guess, for other government departments. It says where a non-corporate Commonwealth entity is concerned that appropriation may be or has been spent in breach of Section 83 of the Constitution, it says an appropriate risk assessment must be conducted and advice from the Australian Government Solicitor or the Attorney-General's Department may need to be sought. Do we know if that has happened in this instance?
Sorry, Senator, I missed the document that you were referring to.
Yeah, it's on the finance website. It's under
Resource Management Guide.
Accounting for Annual Appropriations, so Managing Commonwealth Resources, subtree Accounting for Annual Appropriations, Appropriation Disclosures. Probably if you Google Appropriation Disclosures, you know the document? Yeah. So I understand that's Finance's guidance to other government departments that if they believe a Section 83 breach has occurred, an appropriate risk assessment must be conducted and legal advice should be sought. Have those two steps been undertaken in this instance?
I would assume so, but you would need to check that with Treasury. I haven't seen evidence of that myself, but it is standard practice for all departments to do that as part of preparing their financial statements. So my assumption would be yes, but it is an assumption. I would confirm that with Treasury tomorrow.
Has Treasury sought any advice from your department, the Finance Department, on how to respond and rectify this issue? Has there been any separate communication other than the provision of input for the consolidated financial statements from the Department of Finance, from the Department of Treasury, specifically regarding these Section 83 breaches?
Not that I'm aware of, but we can certainly check whether that's the case, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. On the same guidance note, there's a statement here that payments from the Consolidated Revenue Fund that are not authorised by appropriation are always, quote, material in nature and an explanation is required irrespective of the amount. So is it true to say the Department of Finance considers these breaches to be material in nature?
So if I could just clarify one respect, there certainly was an appropriation. There was an internal control that was not complied with, is my understanding, and Treasury can give you more detail on that. But there was a valid appropriation in terms of the bills of Parliament.
Yes,
for
but
this expenditure.
Not a valid authorisation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so I can confirm, consistent with what you've just read out from the RMG, we would treat all breaches of Section 83 as material.
Material in nature. Because I've just noticed in Treasury's annual report, they describe the breach as being technical in nature. That's not a term you would use, the Department of Finance.
It's not a term that I have personally used myself, but I think it perhaps goes to, and again, you should, I would suggest checking this with the Treasury when they appear tomorrow, but my assumption is that that is based on the fact that there was a valid appropriation. The delegate exercised their delegation. They thought they had that delegation. It turned out they did not. That was subsequently corrected.
Has the Treasurer or anyone in the Treasury written to Finance or you, Minister, seeking any guarantees or indemnifications for the individuals who made the unauthorised payments?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Would that be normal practice in this instance? Because there's a potential liability here for an individual, I presume.
I'm not sure of the precise nature of the indemnification you envisage might be sought, and I'm not aware of such a practice. I think, as the Minister said earlier, when the error was identified, the lack of specific authority for the payment as opposed to the appropriation was rectified. I imagine that Treasury has adopted appropriate practices internally to regularise the payment, and you would need to ask the Treasury as to whether it considers any further steps are required.
Okay. Do they know, do you know, does Finance know who was the individual who authorised the payment?
This is really I'm not sure it's appropriate to be asking to name names.
No, I'm not asking for the name. I'm just asking if the Department of Finance has the knowledge of who the individual is.
We would not typically inquire into particular individuals. Our concern is in relation to the validity of appropriations and the preparation of proper financial statements. That doesn't turn on the individual.
Okay. And you don't know whether advice has been sought from the Australian Government Solicitor or the Attorney General's Department?
It's a matter for Treasury.
Well, it's partly a matter for Treasury, but it's also...
No, it's entirely a matter for Treasury. Finance doesn't have responsibility for decisions made in the Treasury.
But Finance, I would presume, has overall responsibility for the management of appropriations and the spending of government money and making sure it's in compliance with the law. I mean, this is why you have appropriation disclosures listed here with a whole lot of guidance on your website.
So compliance with those obligations is a matter for accountable authorities, and we have engaged in the normal process to make sure that financial statements are correct and are accurately reported, and that the appropriations are there.
But what I guess I just want to know, what other steps have you taken to make sure that the accountable authorities has rectified this issue?
The answers you are looking for are answers that you're better served going to Treasury for. There's level of accountability with Finance. They've explained that to you, and the rest of the information you require need to be sought from Treasury.
Tomorrow morning, I think.
Secretary, would you expect your department to confirm whether a line agency, well, another central agency in this case, is meeting its obligations under your own appropriations disclosures framework? It just seems odd that there's a whole lot of steps that you say need to be taken, the Finance Department says need to be taken, that no one in the Department of Finance has sought to determine whether these have in fact been taken.
Well,
and we're talking about...
They've been declared appropriately through the financial statements, and we have confirmed all of that. It has met those requirements.
But they've been declared, but we don't know... Finance doesn't know whether an appropriate, and I don't, whether an appropriate risk assessment is being conducted.
But that's not Finance's job. It's not... Finance provides guidance and sets the standards, including around how, in this instance, how things need to be reported through those arrangements. Those have been met. as to what happened, why, how, all of those matters, that is a matter that's under the responsibility of the Treasury.
But I think it's clear that the standard hasn't been met, which is why we're talking about a breach of the Constitution. And there are
the breach.
There are a number of steps that Finance says should be taken to rectify such a breach, and the department doesn't seem to be aware of whether these steps have been taken, whether a risk assessment has been conducted, whether advice has been sought from the Australian Government Solicitor. Shouldn't that be part of Finance's role?
So Finance provides the guidance to entities to assist them to comply with relevant frameworks. It is a matter for those entities to comply and seek the advice that they need. We do not have a compliance role in checking whether they have taken every step, but rather provide that guidance and provide advice when it is sought.
So you don't seek to reassure yourself that compliance is being adhered to?
We work very closely with our colleagues in the Australian National Audit Office when we produce the consolidated financial statements. They have not raised with us any concerns around the way in which the Section 83 disclosures have been reported by entities. So again, I'm making an assumption, but I draw an assumption from that they haven't found any gaps in Treasury's adherence to our guidance. It would be normal practice before an entity discloses a Section 83 breach for them to obtain legal advice. That is quite standard. Treasury will be able to confirm that for you tomorrow. And I would expect that they would have done a risk assessment before they put a disclosure in their financial statements. It would be very atypical if they did not do that.
Would it be normal practice, though, for Treasury to seek Finance's advice or guidance on this matter?
Not always. They will have their own experts within their department. They would have a chief financial officer, for example, who would have experience in preparing financial statements, so they may have deemed it not necessary to seek advice from us at that time.
But we'll
rotate the call in a moment.
Okay, sure. I could understand if it was a small amount, like in the last 23-24 Treasury annual report, there was an overpayment reported of $4.6 million on one occasion. This time we're talking about $2.3 billion, so a figure that's 500 times larger on 8 separate occasions. And why would it be that the Treasury didn't seek to...
I actually don't agree that the volume of the money makes a difference. Whether
$2.3 billion.
No, well, I think a breach or a failure to have authorisation matters in every instance. Like that's what it's there for.
So do I. This is why I'm just perplexed that for something of this order and magnitude, when clearly Finance's guidance has been sought on other occasions in the past, it has not been on this occasion.
I don't know what you refer to there.
Hopefully we'll get your answers from
I have an
Treasury
answer to your previous question as well,
Oh,
Senator.
Please go ahead, Ms Fox.
Thank you, Ms Fox.
In 23-24, actual breaches of Section 83 were identified across 5 Commonwealth entities with a total value of $1.8 million. The previous year there were 7 with a total value of $19.7 million.
So that was $1.8 million in 23-24, is that right?
22-23. Sorry, 23-24, you're correct.
23-24 was 1.8 million.
Yep.
And 22-23 was 19.7 million.
Yep. And you can find that on page 58 of the consolidated financial statements.
Okay, but this coming one's going to be north of 2.3 billion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you. I'm back on contracts. And I have some follow-up questions on the Deloitte report we referred to earlier and the use of AI in contracts. Just before I go to that, I just wonder if you could help me on notice with the narrative of how the ethics issues have been dealt with since 2023, I think, when you started, and just explain exactly what the changes have been and what applies now, including which firms that have been caught or affected by those ethics provisions.
We can take that on notice, Senator.
Thanks very much. The Deloitte report, which you reminded me was more than 440,000, of which 98,000 has been repaid because of the misuse of AI in that contract for Dewar. Is Finance aware whether anyone has been disciplined within Deloitte internally for their report bungle?
Yes, we are aware that there have been individuals disciplined by Deloitte.
Thank you. I note that in addition to their contract with Dewar, Deloitte has also recently been caught, and we talked about it earlier. Oh no, we didn't talk about this one. $1 million report for a Canadian provincial government with the misuse of AI in that already. Also, that included false citations from false or non-existent academic papers. The growing use of undisclosed AI in contracting is a worry for me and for lots of people, particularly when that work is relied on in forming policy. The last October estimate session, you advised Mr Danks that Finance was in the process of updating standard contracts to make it clear service provider wishes to use any sort of generative artificial intelligence, they need to disclose it. Now, how's that now coming into effect?
It's been implemented, so the request for quote and work order templates for the MAS panel and people panel have now been updated to include obligations and suppliers regarding their use of generative AI. So at the request for quote stage, agencies can say where they want AI to be used. The supplier then responds saying this is the space, and then that it gets put into the work order, so it's a mutual agreement as to where AI will be deployed.
And any disclosures thus far?
Look, not that I'm aware of, Senator, but we don't get to see every request for quote that goes out under our panels. I'm sure there would be. I'm sure there would be, because I think most suppliers are using AI in one way or another.
And are you confident about the knowledge, education across the service in terms of management of this issue in contracting?
I think in contracting, yes, it's getting better. I think there is a significant piece of work that the Minister launched last month regarding AI action plan for government, which will also go towards assisting entities to be able to implement AI in their contracts.
Okay, thanks so much for all your work on that. I wanted to go to the audit of employment. In October, I asked about the second audit of employment, really important piece of work that tells us about the service's reliance on external labour contractors and consultants. The Department and the Minister said it was on track to be released in the first half of 2025, by the end of June to be specific. I think we were advised at last estimate that a draft had been provided to the Minister 2 months since then. Why hasn't that been released?
Thank you. I'm just looking for the update. It will be released. I had to do some further work on it, including with ministers, relevant ministers, to just update them, but it will be released soon. It will be released soon, yep.
Soon. I wanted then to go, I've got 2 more quick questions, I hope. Last night, I questioned the Bureau of Meteorology about their cost blowouts, particularly their contracts with Accenture and Deloitte. For example, contract CN 3623750 with Accenture, which started out at 31 million, is now worth 77 million, 2.5 times the original cost. As the stewards of the procurement framework, are you concerned about the Bureau's management of contracts?
I don't know whether any of our officers have looked at those closely, Senator. I mean, we've seen some of the reporting on the Bureau of Meteorology. I don't know whether they've sought our engagement directly, so we have not, as per our normal answers here, it's a devolved framework. If agencies seek our assistance, we'll provide it. We've spent a lot of energy improving our training and constantly responding to bits of feedback, but we're not in a position to make any comment about the nature of those contracts unless we're asked to go and have a look at them. It's not our role. We don't audit.
No, you don't audit.
To the CPRs.
They would certainly be an interesting set of, or there have been audits of this set of contracts, nearly over 800 million on the Robust project. So, given that you're the stewards overall of the program, and given the evidence, I think, which is clear about question marks around value for money, around land and expand, and certainly poor specification of scope creep. There are lessons here for the service, aren't there? And how do we learn those lessons if we don't have a service-wide consideration of what they might be? do you see that as part of your role as steward of consulting?
So I think we do see it as part of our role, and indeed we run the assurance process. When government agrees large projects, there is an assurance process that usually accompanies that, and that is administered by the Department of Finance. It's independent from us. It is sets of external reviewers that then work to assure the senior officer that the project is meeting the agreed objectives. We look at that in a systemic sense to see are there gaps in either, as I said, the training or products we're responsible for. So I guess I'd say we're always looking to improve our frameworks and our engagement across the Commonwealth to see where administration can be improved.
But it hasn't extended yet to the BOM program of Robust, or has it?
Mr Shepherd might be able to just help me on Robust.
Yes, Senator John Shepherd, First Assistant Secretary, Governance and Resource Management. The program is subject to our assurance review program, as Mr Yiannopoulos said. One of the recommendations in the end state is subject to a number of reviews, annual reviews effectively. The last, the end stage review for the program, which is broader than the website piece, identified a need for to look at lessons learned and share those lessons with the DTA and across the service from the program and from some of the issues that have been identified around their website.
And will that unfold? That is underway. Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, I can't see your name.
John Shepherd. Yeah.
Is that underway, Mr Shepherd?
That's something that the review's recommended to the agency that they should do.
And will the agency?
They're required to look at those recommendations and meet those recommendations.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'm on my last question, which is around the ethical employment of cleaners across the service. I'm wondering, I understand that the whole of government arrangements for property services, the management of them are a finance matter. Thank you. And I refer to an article published in the Canberra Times on the 28th of April this year. It was titled, "Finance Criticised for Modern Slavery Risks in Cleaning Contracts." Are you familiar with that article?
I'm Senator Richard Windier, Deputy Secretary, Commercial Group. I'm not, but other officers may be, so feel free to continue with your questions. If we can answer them, we will. Otherwise, happy to take them on notice.
It's on the public record, of course. It notes that since 2016, the Commonwealth Cleaning Services have been arranged through a whole-of-government panel, and that, as you've just indicated, Finance handles those arrangements, and it raises some modern slavery risks. In 2021, the Australian Border Force engaged modern slavery experts, Cleaning Accountability Framework, or CAF as they are called, to provide a risk assessment and learning resources to address the risk of modern slavery in Commonwealth cleaning contracts. As I understand the risk here, it is contracts embedded within contracts down a chain, and at the bottom of the chain are sometimes very unfair, probably illegal contract employment arrangements for very vulnerable workers. The draft risk assessment found that, and I quote, "The Commonwealth Government is exposed to a very high level of risk of being unknowingly involved in unethical labour practices down the supply chain." Have you had meetings with this organisation, CAF, on this issue since April?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Do you see this as a risk?
I think it's certainly a serious issue, and one that we do take seriously. It may be. I'll see whether an official can give you any sense of, for example, how we factor this in through the process of engaging the property service providers, which is actually an exercise we have just gone through again recently.
Yeah.
Libor Peletsky, First Assistant Secretary. So we have recently engaged new property services providers under the second iteration of property procurement. We've got 3 providers that are responsible for engaging subcontractors to provide cleaning services for entities. So they are required under the deed to comply with procurement rules, but also to comply
with provisions for supplier code of conduct, including the provisions for modern slavery. So I'm not familiar with the specific example you have used, but we can certainly take that on notice to give you more fulsome answer.
And I would be very interested in whether you would entertain a meeting with the organisation to check it. As I understand what you've just said, you've got 3 head contractors and a great population of contractors all over the country.
Yes.
And so I'm curious if you're able to take on notice how you supervise those contracts and assure yourself that there aren't those chains of unfair practices for labour. There's an enormous number of workers.
Yeah. We're very happy to come back on notice and explain our engagement and management of those.
Thanks very much.
Thanks and of course, very happy to go and follow up for a meeting as well. But we'll set that out for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for spending the afternoon with us. We will now let you go and dismiss you from the agenda, and we will ask Services Australia to make their way to the room. And while we do that, we'll just suspend for a few moments while we change up. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Before we move to Services Australia, we just have a response for the Department of Finance. We'll go to you, Mr. Windier, to just provide that response.
Thank you, Chair. The information I've got in relation to one of the earlier questions, Senator Ruston, is in the matter of Reynolds, there was one council above $5,000. In the matter of Brown, there were none. And in the case of the one above 5,000, the approval was actually provided by the Attorney General's Department rather than the Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Windier. Appreciate that. We now welcome Services Australia and Mr. David Hazelhurst, Chief Executive Officer. Would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Just excited for the questions.
Yes.
Excellent. We will start with Senator Ruston.
Fantastic, thank you. I've just got some questions in relation to Service Australia interface with the new Support at Home program.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Senator. We have the officers here.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm just wondering, there was a requirement for letters to be sent to all older Australians advising them of the contribution that they were going to be required to make post the 1st of November. I was just, and the new fee structure for Support at Home, just wondering if all those letters have been sent?
Senator Stuart Turnbull, Acting Deputy CEO, Program Design Group. Yes, those letters have all been sent, so there are approximately 300,000 letters sent. From the first week of November, we sent out about 50,000 each day.
Okay, so it took you, on that basis,
around about 5 or 6 working days. Yep.
5 or 6 working days. Okay. So have the updated pricing structures for all providers been uploaded to My Aged Care?
Senator, I think that would be a question more for the Department of Health
Okay,
Disability.
that's not something that you have anything to do with?
That's right, Senator. That's a health matter.
Okay, cool. No worries. They're in tomorrow, so... So is it your understanding that there is a 90-day period from which, when an older Australian receives their letter from you, to when they're required to have signed a new services agreement? Is that correct?
Again, Senator, that's a matter that the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing can answer tomorrow.
Okay.
They're handling those arrangements.
Okay. So who's responsible for managing or tracking payments that are required during the period between the changes on the 1st of November and when somebody does or does not sign their new service agreement arrangements?
That's Department of Health, Disability and
Okay.
Ageing.
All right. Okay. The Aged Care Industry Association have reported, in their words, serious concerns with the Service Australia Aged Care Provider Portal. Have you received those concerns? And if so, I'd be interested to understand whether they related to faults, delays, inactions and the like.
I'll just check with my colleagues on that.
Yep, I'll take that one. So, good evening, Senator. Charles McCarty, Chief Information and Digital Officer. We have not been in receipt of any of that. It is working quite well. We've had no defects at all with the provider portal. Indeed, if you look at the number of claims that have now been submitted, to date there's been 43 as we've done our initial verification testing. 10 of those have been submitted through application program interfaces directly to practice management software. 33 have been lodged through the provider portal. Today we finished business verification testing and then we'll be going to full BAU production. and those payments range from $2.8 million up to $26 million. So we've seen a full range of payments with nil issues in the provider portal.
So, I mean, obviously you can't answer on behalf of the Aged Care Industry Association, but they've been very public about the fact that there have been delays and problems with the portal, and you're saying you've had none?
None.
All right, we might chase that up tomorrow.
Senator, one other aspect is the provider portal we've been running for quite a number of years now, so we're obviously extending the functionality for the new supported home program, but many aged care providers are very familiar with the portal and have used it for several years.
But obviously there is a whole heap of new information that needs to be considered as the basis of the operation of the funding through this. So was the new aspects of the portal to deal with supported home fully operational by the 1st of November?
Yes.
Yep, okay. And so fully operational and tested?
Yes.
Okay, it's really quite extraordinary that your answers are completely different from the information that's being provided by the sector. So I'd be interested to speak to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner.
But it's also worth taking into account, Minister, that interaction with the providers is done by the Department of Health. We tend to deal more with the software vendors. But yes, we've not had that pass through to health to us that there's an issue with the provider portal.
Okay. Have you received any industry feedback around errors in relation to the fee notifications?
Senator Peter Martin, Acting General Manager, Care and Support Division. Not that I'm aware of. We've certainly, have been leading up to go live, have had a range of escalations sent across to us, if that's from our colleagues at the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, or from the providers themselves. And when we get any of those escalations, we do one-on-one sort of issue resolution with them.
So have you had many? Because, as I say, industry feedback from a number of sources has suggested that the fee notifications that went out in those 300,000 letters that you sent out, that there have been frequent errors in the calculation of the co-payment that people are being required to pay.
Look, I am aware that the Department of Health has had some issues in that respect, and it would be something you should put to the Department of Health.
So who determines the fees?
We do the income and asset assessment that informs the fee.
So why would it be the Department of Health's problem if there was an inaccuracy in the fee notification?
It's essentially we have data integration between the three systems that are running and exchange of information.
So what information would the Department of Health be providing you that would lead to an error that wasn't an error in your assessments?
They may have received other customer feedback, Senator, that we haven't, but certainly...
Like what? I mean, I'm just trying to understand. My understanding was that, as you always do with everything, you are the ones that have the mechanisms and the infrastructure in order to ascertain what somebody's eligibility is in terms of payment and the like. There are, as I said, there are frequent concerns that have been indicated to me by the industry, have been raised around the fee notifications that have come from Services Australia. I'm just keen to understand where the problem has stemmed from. You know, what sort of data, in terms of the interface of those three systems, in your opinion, has led to these notifications being incorrect?
Senator, I apologise. I don't have that information immediately in front of me at the moment. It has certainly been part of our daily reporting and on issues. I apologise, I don't have that with me.
No, that's okay. If you can just get it to me at some stage, that's fine. When a fee notification is highlighted as potentially being inaccurate, what is the process in terms of correcting it? I mean, do you get the notification from the provider? Do you get the notification from the individual? I mean, like, what's the process for you being advised of a fee being incorrect and the process that you undertake to fix it?
Senator, as far as I'm aware, there has been an issue that's been identified. A range of letters have been held as soon as that issue has been identified, and there's some fixes that are going in. I'd have to find out in terms of the rectification process.
Okay, so because I'm interested to understand after an identification of a potential error, how long it takes for those fees to be rectified, because obviously within that period of time there's potentially debts being racked up either by the provider or by the individual. So would you have any idea of the time frame, or is that still...
Senator, what we might do, I'm just conscious that as of course you appreciate it, it's an interaction between our systems and the health systems. So I think it might be useful if we, at a minimum, confer with our colleagues. I'm assuming the committee won't be done with us before the dinner break. We can confer with our colleagues before the dinner, during the dinner break, and if we can come back afterwards with some more information and or confirm whether health will be able to provide that advice to you, Senator, tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to obfuscate, it's more just...
quite helpful.
I think
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
we can just make things clearer.
Okay, so just a couple of other things, and then I'm
Sure.
happy for you to take and deal with this as you see most expedient. Because one of the concerns that's been raised to us with providers is that if there is an inability for them to be able to reconcile payments, so they've come into the 1st of November with a particular client who has an expectation of this payment. They start the 1st of November and you've been advised that there's this payment that has either not been communicated within the time, there's been an error in the fee or the like. What is the obligation in relation to who's responsible or liable for that potential shortfall? Because we could potentially have a period of time where somebody was actually required to pay more, but they actually hadn't signed into that contractual arrangement for them to do it. I'm just sort of trying to understand where the responsibility for that sits.
I can see that there's at least two potential scenarios there. Yep. One being that it's a change and it wasn't expected, but it is correct. Another scenario is the change that wasn't expected and it's incorrect.
Yeah.
So one's an advisory function, another's a rectification function.
Yeah.
But we'll clarify.
Yeah. And there's a third one, which is that it was correct, but then the person chooses to actually take a different course of action on the basis of the change, and for what period of time that exists, and so who then is responsible there. And I suppose the most important one is what safeguards are in place, if any, in Services Australia to ensure that older Australians are not left significantly out of pocket or placed in debt because of they may be errors, or it just might be that there seems to be a period of uncertainty between the 1st of November and when somebody might choose to.
It's a really helpful clarification of the issues.
Yep.
We'll confer with health.
Yep.
We'll provide what we can after the break, assuming we're still here after the break. Otherwise
on
with
notice.
health tomorrow or on notice.
Yeah, because I mean I'm quite happy if you do it on notice. I mean, I'll ask the same questions of health tomorrow, but I just thought it might be useful if you had some
reasonable
answers.
questions, Senator. We'll come back.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Payne.
Thanks, Chair. So my questions actually follow on from Senator Ruston's, because we too have heard from providers that have concerns, and there's a couple of things that I just want to ask about the process, which I hope you can answer to help us understand what they're trying to tell us. So in relation to the letters which you said have all gone out, some of the feedback that we've received is that they've got the 30 days from when the letter is dated to get a service agreement out to a client. One of the concerns that I have got one provider who said some of those letters didn't start to arrive until the 20th of November, so significantly shortening, and yet they were dated 3rd or 4th November, so they've already lost a fortnight to get the service agreement out to clients. So I guess that's feedback to you that people are finding that incredibly stressful, and we've heard that from more than one provider. The question that I have then is in relation to the 90 days then, so there's 30 days in which from the date of that letter they have to get a service agreement out to a client, hate that word, but to a recipient, and then the recipient has 90 days to sign that. In terms of, and if I understand it correctly from the providers have also been told that they have to close off the home care package file, I don't know what you call it in your system, before money can start to flow for support at home. Is that correct?
I think so, Senator, but they can make adjustments if there are necessary adjustments post that period.
Yeah, because I guess the concern that's being raised is, and there's a second issue, and I'm wondering whether this is the cause of the issue. So if it's the case that money can't flow until that new service agreement has been signed and returned and back in the system, what we're hearing from recipients, and lots of recipients, is that they are being pressured by providers and getting constant text messages, phone calls, reminders to sign an agreement well within the 90 days, and so they're feeling pressured that they have to sign a new agreement. But at the other end, we've got providers saying if they don't close off their home care package and have the agreement in and into the system, then money can't flow. So we're hearing particularly from smaller providers. I've heard from one provider that provides a multicultural, multilingual aged care service. They said the fact that they got the letters late, they need to translate all those letters before they can even go to the recipients. They're actually concerned about cash flow and whether they'll actually be solvent. And I'm hearing that from more than one smaller provider. So I guess in terms of my questions, can you confirm that it's the case that money can't start flowing under support at home until that new service agreement has been signed and returned?
I think that's incorrect, Senator.
Okay,
we are the claims are coming in, and we are starting to make the support.
And
at
that's
home.
before they've closed off that. Like if someone's on a home care package and they're transitioning across and they haven't signed their 30-day agreement yet, is money still flowing for them?
I believe so, Senator.
Yes, so certainly their request and was broadly communicated to the providers, they were requested to make sure that the retiring home care package program, that all claims for those were being in the system.
Yes.
Information I've got indicates that as of 1 December, approximately 90% of the expected claims have been processed, so we have got a fairly high percentage of those received and processed.
Yep.
So we need for them to be received and processed before they can start commencing their support at home, the new program claiming.
Yes.
We can and will, so providers were expected to start moving as of 1 November into the new support at home services.
Yep.
And we will continue to support providing that funding and that payment whilst the agreements are underway.
Okay, so what if that's the case then, I guess what I'm trying to understand is why, first of all, providers are chasing older people who are already stressed about a new system. Like I've had some people tell me they're getting text messages every other day and they're just trying to find, you know, they're large documents, some of them are 17, 18 pages long. For an older person, they need to get help to understand them. So if it's the case that they close off their home care package, but money can still flow without an agreement, is that because there's been a miscommunication with some providers about the fact that this urgency, like I'm trying to understand where this sense of urgency then is coming from providers, if it's not holding up, for example, the flow of money?
So certainly in a lot of the governance forums that we're participating in with the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, we've heard a lot of this feedback that this behaviour is occurring. And I think that it's just a feature of this is a fairly major reform and it's about the certainty in the reform and settling in the new processes around the reform. I think the department tomorrow would be best placed to talk to what support's been provided and what messaging and communication's been, issued to try and reduce that sort of behaviour.
It certainly seemed like, as I said, this is not I had a town hall on Monday night with 88 people on it, and people saying we are feeling really stressed by this and concerns. The other concern that's been raised by some service providers, and one of these was some people I heard from on Monday night, and I note that you've said that the portal's working well, but these people are telling me that they feel like the people they're calling at Services Australia when they're having issues with the transition, their feedback is that they're unable to get clear answers to their questions when they contact Services Australia. Some people don't seem to be across the issues. So I guess my question to you is Services Australia actually sufficiently resourced to deal with some of these inquiries from particularly smaller providers? I'm talking about more, those smaller providers who may have only one or two services. They're generally well connected in their communities. They've been there for a long time. Are you sufficiently resourced to manage those calls? And what training was provided to people in Services Australia who are actually giving this information and help? Because it would seem that it's falling short.
Senator, we did increase our aged care service delivery resourcing ahead of the 1 November reforms, and staff did undergo a range of training as well in preparation for the various changes. So, we did all of that preparation to be ready.
Yep. Well, could I maybe give you that feedback that we are
Sure.
hearing from? I went and did a site visit to one last week, had the town hall on Monday. We had small service providers on there as well.
Yep.
And they are telling us that they are finding it very difficult to get the information that they need. And the other thing that I'm hearing from them, as I said, is that they are quite concerned that in this transition between closing off one lot and starting the other, that if payments are not flowing quickly enough, that they're actually in danger of becoming insolvent. So I will ask Department of Health tomorrow too, but I'm certainly very concerned that there seems to be this pressure on older people to fill in forms. And you can imagine if you're a bilingual service and you also need to translate a service agreement, that's quite a lengthy process.
Senator, we can send about that too, so useful to get that further feedback. I know that we are engaging closely with the Department of Health, including to hear the feedback that they're getting from the sector. So we'll confer with our colleagues. But it's it's an ongoing process. It's not a one-off. And if there's particular and specific feedback that we need to take on board in relation to our own processes or staff and their understanding and awareness and being able to support people, that's the sort of thing we would do with any big implementation. So we'll definitely take that on board, and we're happy to get any more detailed information from you and or connections to those that have provided that feedback, so that we can make sure we're providing that further training and further support to our staff to provide the right service.
Well, maybe I can follow up with you offline on those couple. Just in terms of payments, is Services Australia able to guarantee that once invoices or whatever it is that providers have to put into the system, that it is a 28-day turnaround? Because some of those providers are also saying if we don't know and we can't guarantee that we'll get payments within 28 days, we're actually worried about that insolvency question. Is that the turnaround time, or is there going to be some instances where it's longer?
That's certainly what we're working towards, Senator, to be processing those claims.
What is the current average turnaround time?
Senator, for the new supported home claims, it's only been a couple of days that we've been receiving claims, so it's a little bit early to say. We've received a relatively small number of claims.
43 to date, but the floodgates will open now.
Yeah,
we finish verification testing off today, and then the claiming period commences.
Okay,
Senator.
Is it possible to ask, based on your modelling and your expectation of the amount of claims that you're likely to get in the next little while, what you expect the processing time to be? Are you expecting it'll be around that 28 days?
That is what we're aiming for. If we have any further information, I'll provide it after the break. What I can also say is that in the lead up to the implementation commencing, we've put a big effort into increasing our staffing to also reduce the number of claims that were on hand already in the aged care system to be ready for this influx. So we can come back to you on that specific question, but what I would say is that we were anticipating there being a lot of work that we would need to deal with, and we've deliberately skewed our resourcing towards this part of the business in order to be ready.
Yep, okay. Just one further question. In relation to hardship payments, particularly for people, specifically aged care hardship payments, what is the anticipated processing time? If someone makes an application for hardship, what is the expected turnaround time of that application? Because one of the things that we're hearing from some people is that they will need to access hardship, but in the interim they're being charged for services that they can't afford.
So, Senator, the key, the KPM, key performance measure, we work for hardship claims, or we're aiming for 100% within 28 days. For the period from July to October 2025, we were at 94% processed within 28 days.
Okay.
We have increased our resource for hardship claims specifically, so trained up. I think we're getting up to about 39 staff specifically trained for hardship claims. We have seen a tick up in the number of claims through early November. At the moment, a few days ago, we had about 1,200 claims on hand.
Okay.
And we'll need to rotate the calls.
Okay, thank you, because I guess one of the things that we're expecting is with increased co-payments, there's going to be more people experiencing hardship. Okay, thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair. It's very pleased to get on so quickly. Thank you. I wanted to ask you some questions about the Services Australia reform to centre pay arrangements, specifically with relation to the ability for butcher shops to provide food to people who use centre pay arrangements. Specifically, I have a butcher shop in mind, one at Bangalow, Cairns, LZH Butchers. Not only is it the fact that it's a butcher shop, which is close to my heart, but this is a single mother who employs 8 or 9 people, including apprentices, and she primarily supplies to vulnerable Australians who travel in from the remote Indigenous communities. She has around 2,000 people, I believe, that she has arrangements with under centre pay. When she became aware that there was a review on foot, she contacted the local Services Australia people and said, should she be concerned? She was told a couple of times that there was no need for her to be concerned, and that her business and her supplies should go on as normal. When the announcement came out that the reform had happened and butcher shops were specifically excluded from the arrangements, she rang the Services Australia contact, who gaslit her, told her that they had no record of her contacts, and that the fact that she hadn't made a submission to the review somehow made her views now irrelevant. I have read the review document. I've read the new document. I'm just struggling to understand why the specific exclusion of butcher shops, particularly in regional Australia, where, we're trying to support small businesses who are supplying arrangements and appropriate food, protein, to vulnerable Australians. So that is my question. Why butcher shops? What was the specific problem that you're seeking to solve? And then I'm going to advocate very strongly for a reversal of the decision.
Okay, thank you, Senator. I'll invite colleagues to respond to your question.
Thanks for your question, Senator. I'm Kathy Toes, General Manager, Communities Division. As you would be aware, the consultation process leading up to the final decision on the reforms to centre pay was extensive and was taken. It took about 18 months of extensive community engagement, engagement with advocacy groups who support people in the community, our customers as well. We also talk to many First Nations people who live in remote communities. We did hear through that consultation process about some concerns with some businesses in that cohort and practices which actually concerned us about
Can you give me an example of the practices?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we were seeing were deductions being set up for centre pay without the consent of the customers. We also saw deductions going on without end dates and at quite high amounts.
And was this butcher shops?
This was butcher shops.
And this was across every butcher shop?
It was some of the cohort, yes.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is that this business will go broke, and it will be broke by Christmas. So all of those staff will lose their jobs, the apprentice will lose their job, this young woman will possibly lose her home. But if this was every butcher shop, I mean, that's obviously patently ridiculous to say that every butcher shop is ripping off the system. And I'm sorry, I've interrupted you, and I will ask you to complete, but I think there was no consultation with AMEC, the peak body. They have no knowledge of it.
There was extensive consultation, though, Senator, during the process. The other thing I would say, Senator, is by and large, the reforms to centre pay return centre pay to being an essential bill-paying service, and so we have left some food provision in consultation with the NIAA and DSS, and those food provision stores are based in remote and very remote communities because we obviously wanted to keep food provision, recognising the challenges of those particular areas. The other thing I really want to make clear is we're not saying at all that people can't shop at these butcher stores or any other businesses that have been removed. We've just said centre pay is an essential bill-paying service like utilities, school fees, and other like products and services. But, customers can still choose to spend their money at those stores using other mechanisms such as BPay, and other, or cash, but that it's not an appropriate use for centre pay.
For food?
We've said food, and we've kept it in remote and very remote communities, as I said, for stores that provide a variety of food so that we don't interrupt food security.
So remote and very remote communities generally don't have butcher shops because of, in my state, Queensland's food services requirements. They're incredibly onerous, very difficult to get staff. So what you're saying to those communities is you can live off wallabies and turtles and other bush tucker, but you can't get appropriately processed beef, chicken, pork from the butcher shop which you previously were driving into. And so what I'm trying to solve is I think that this is a really onerous restriction. And if you have identified some people who are ripping the system off, surely you go off after them rather than making this a whole of industry shutdown. But this is what happens, is you're saying to those people who previously were buying protein from this business that I'm specifically talking about, but I'm sure there are more across Australia, if you can't buy local fresh meat, you have to live off bush tucker.
No, Senator.
That's not what we're saying.
They can still go and purchase from that
No, but
store.
do you understand where the meat comes from? It's going to be frozen. This is my industry. It's going to be frozen. It's not going to be the fresh, locally sourced meat that necessarily would have come from a butcher shop. and you're not going to have the ability for these families to go in and say, I want half a kilo of this and I want it mixed with that and I want this and that, all the things that a small business provides, a service that they provide, that you won't get from those other sort of businesses that you're talking about.
They still can. It's just not going to be done through the centre pay system. They still can do everything that you've just outlined, but not be deducted through the centre pay system.
I understand, but isn't this, we're talking about a cohort that has a very limited amount of income. The income is primarily coming from their centre pay. They use the centre pay arrangements to be able to cash flow, to be able to support their families with being able to put aside money for their bigger purchases, which under the thing, registration, rent and food. And food, the biggest item is often protein.
Senator, what I would say is centre pay isn't a tool to build credit. Centre pay is a service that you pay for a service or a good, and part of the reforms that we've actually done is putting an end date on deductions as well, because part of the concern that we've seen broadly across centre pay is really people entering into agreements where deductions are quite large coming out of, as you said, they're very, they're fortnightly payments, large and not ending. And so they're continuing and building up credit, which often these people aren't actually using. It minimises their fortnightly take-home pay and then has broader impacts.
So that's a sensible reform, ending, ongoing deductions and building up credit and capping that. I completely get that. But this is a way to cash flow. I mean, budgeting is a really big challenge for most families, particularly those who are under financial pressure. And I would have thought that this was a great way to ensure that vulnerable people had access to protein, an important food source, which, the fact that you've left food in the list...
only in those areas, Senator.
Yeah, well, this business is supporting those areas. They're driving in to the outskirts of Cairns from places like Kownyama, Arakoon, Cowan, Normanton, Bamaga, Moa Island to get meat, because there isn't another way for them to do that without relying on.
But they can continue to do that. Just it won't be deducted through their centre pay. That's the difference, and we have to have safeguards for customers. We have to make sure that centre pay is used as a regular bill paying service, for certain items. And there has been a lot of concern, and I'm not saying this about any specific business, about it being used in a way for vulnerable customers that had ongoing impacts. And we, this has been a piece of work that's been going over a number of years, really, about regularising and looking at who's able to use centre pay. We aren't going to change the reforms that we have put in place because we think they do protect people, still allow choice and still allow people to use their income as they choose, but better align centre pay with the original purpose, which is, for regular bill paying.
I think this is wrong. I think that what you're doing is you're taking vulnerable people who have limited income and you're saying that we're going to determine that you now have to manage your money, and you know that there is challenges with people being able to direct their money to what is the highest priority to their family and not have it available in other forms of cash and things that they could be lent upon, and you're taking away something that has been in use by 2,000 families.
Yeah, I should say that there are a lot of community advocates and consumer advocates who have supported this reform, who deal with people, vulnerable Australians who have been, experienced, I guess, some exploitation or financial abuse through centre pay. So it's our responsibility to make sure it can't be used that way. And again, I don't pass any view on any individual business, but we have to make sure that it's being used for the original intention of the centre pay system. And again, there is nothing stopping any of the customers involved in that business continuing on as they have been.
But
Just
the reason
not through
why
the
they were
automated
doing
deduction.
it through centre pay was that they didn't have to manage coming up with the money to go. It's gone out of their payment so that when they go in, here's my money is ready for me to spend. I think you're misunderstanding the understanding that the community advocates would have about the practical measures of what you have done. I'm flagging it now. I will continue to push for it because you cannot tell me there are 2,000 families who are so flush with cash that they're now going to be able to, that have been using centre pay agreements, that they're going to be able to turn around and say, don't worry, we'll be in next week. Well, they won't be because this business is going to shut its doors.
They have the same amount of money. It's just what is being allowed to be deducted through centre pay. And, you know, even First Nations groups have themselves acknowledged, after looking at all the centre pay use data that went through, it is, and this is a quote from one of them, it is clear that First Nations consumers were being disproportionately harmed.
By butchers?
By centre pay and the way it had been used, which led to the reforms that have been introduced. It was not about targeting a particular business. It was about ensuring centre pay operated as it was intended, which was for regular bill paying and not, you know, essentially a provision of long-term financial arrangements that essentially involved credit.
Oh, so that... Understand it. Well, just let me finish this line of questions. Thank you. This is that I understand. I've sat on Senate inquiries about people being humbugged into mobile phone plans and fridge plans and other things, but this is food is a regular payment, and I think that the way you have done this, I don't think has been well understood by the community. And I'll finish on this note. I rang both Services Australia in Cairns and Townsville to try and discuss this. Neither place returned my calls. Neither place. So the fact that this woman has told me that she was told, we've got no record of you ever calling before, and bad luck to you and your business and your employees, and to specifically cut out butcher shops, I think is weird. I think it smacks of an agenda.
There's no agenda.
Then if there was no agenda, you would not have specifically identified one section of the community that provides protein that is so important to these families, and it is absolutely bush tucker otherwise. Yeah, I know these communities. This is the choice you're giving them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping you could provide the committee an update on the legal compliance and remediation program. It was referred to in, I think, question on notice 259.
Certainly, Senator. A colleague will join me at the table.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator. Chris Birra from the Deputy CEO of Payments and Integrity Group of Services Australia. Sorry, do you have a specific question on the
Yes, I do.
program? Thank you.
I'm hoping you can tell us what work is currently underway.
Certainly, Senator. So underway at the moment is the legal compliance and remediation program. This work stems from a range of work that was being done across the agency to look at issues of where legislation, policy and our current service delivery doesn't align. We commenced this work in the second half of last year, and it resulted in a program being formally established early this year. What happened was that we'd been sort of working through the claims backlogs that's been discussed at previous Senate estimates hearings and progressed those. We also really learnt the lessons from the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. We listened to what the Royal Commission mentioned, and have also engaged with the Ombudsman's Office and also the ANAO with certain findings that were made to the agency. And so we've looked at how we can work more proactively at identifying and fixing issues as they arise. And the core aim of the program is to provide a centralised program where we can look at sort of issues that arise. We can identify pathways for them and then fix them, so that we are making sure that there is the correct alignment between legislation, policy and service delivery, so that the service delivery outcomes we're delivering to customers are actually consistent with the relevant law and consistent with the policies that are set by the government through the relevant policy departments.
How did these issues come about?
The issues come about in a number of ways, Senator, and I would say sort of at the moment we've got 144 issues that we're investigating. They range in size, scale and complexity. At one end of the scale, sort of the large end of the scale, was the income apportionment issue, where the Department of Social Services led some advice to government, which resulted in the passing of legislation last week to deal with the issue of income apportionment to allow Australians to go on with their lives. Other issues are smaller, and so it can involve sort of manual workarounds by agency staff while we make ICT adjustments, and also consultations with policy agencies and with government around legislative fixes. In terms of sort of what we see as sort of key issues that arise, some of them are examples of where legislation doesn't align with the clear government policy intent, and often it's the intent of successive governments. And a good example of that is the statement put out by the Secretary of the Department of Social Services last week concerning the less than 35% care issue in the child support system. We also see changes in legal interpretations, either through legal advices that we receive, particularly from external legal providers, or from the courts around complex legislative issues. A good example of that was the work that was done regarding income apportionment, both in terms of legal advices that the Department of Social Services received, as well as litigation, including a federal court case. And then there's other issues which are, I think, more sort of service delivery errors within our systems, either IT systems or staff guidance systems, where we're misapplying issues. And we've had one issue that's been covered in the media was where people have overpaid debts, and we're now undertaking a process of refunding people the amounts that they overpaid. And so there's some general themes that come out of that about ensuring that we sort of have in place processes where we make sure we have those assurances in place about legislation, policy and ICT systems in particular.
You've mentioned 144 items. Could you provide a list on notice of those 144 items covered by the program?
Certainly, Senator.
And include which of them have been resolved so far?
Yes, Senator.
That would be great.
Senator, we'll have two lists. One is the 144 and other is issues that have been recently resolved.
What has been resolved so far?
There's been a number of issues, like we worked through, we did identify initially 160 issues that required further investigation. We've been able to remove 20 of those through various mechanisms, and we can mention that in the on notice response. it is important that we do consult with the policy agencies, given that it does relate to programs that they own the appropriations and legislation for.
Sure. Are you confident that this covers all of the areas requiring remediation?
These are all the issues that we currently have identified, Senator. We're very much open to listening to customers, to staff. We put a lot of effort in after the Robo-Debt Royal Commission into making sure our staff feel safe to speak up when they see something that they don't think is right. We actively engage with and encourage advocacy groups to also raise with us issues where they don't think things are right. And we also engage openly with oversight bodies, the Ombudsman's Office and the ANAO, and we listen to what they say, and we'll go away and work with policy agencies to look at, well, is what we're doing right? And if it's not, then we'll start the process to fix it.
And my final question is, how are you supporting and advising customers?
Well, we're aware that these issues do impact on people who either have currently accessing the system of social support or have in the past, including people who are reliant upon social security payments. And so we take very much a customer-centric view as to how we engage with people and making sure we're providing information where we have it, but then also not causing undue alarm where we aren't able to correctly identify who might be impacted and how. And so wanting to make sure that we implement those processes sensitively and safely to ensure that that people feel supported in that process. An immediate objective of us is to make sure we're not doing anything unlawful and to make sure that we understand that. And secondly, to make sure that where we're administering people's payments, we're making sure they're getting the right payments at the right rate at the right time. And that's very much a priority of us, to acting quickly to make sure we're doing things right going forward. If people are concerned, that they can reach out to us, but in short, we make information available, and if once we have information that is available, we can reach out to people. There's no need for people to contact us if we haven't contacted them, but we do make information available both through direct communications and on our website as we have further information available.
Great. Thank you very much.
I'd just add, Senator, thank you for the question, and just to reinforce Mr Bureau's commentary. It's obviously, we would prefer not to have 145 things, but it's much better than not knowing that we have 145 things. And we also have now a methodical plan for working through all of those. And in the vast majority of cases, and we can kind of explain this in a bit more detail on notice, we're not still doing a thing. In other words, we've found the thing, we've stopped doing the thing where there was misalignment, but we also need to go back and remediate those records. So we also have a plan for remediating those records going back to customers. In some cases, that may end up with them having a debt, which may be waived depending on the size of the debt and the circumstances. In other cases, has no impact. In other cases, we will owe the person money. So I guess the main message is we're really onto this. We're trying to do it in an open way. We're not wanting to keep it hidden. And we're really trying to learn the lessons of robo-debt, that where we discover these things, we act on them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We will now break for dinner, and we will return with Services Australia after the dinner break at 7:50. Thank you.
Thank you.